We'll see what happens. I'm not saying they're doing big things in the playoffs if they even make it, but that's a pretty damn big accomplishment. I would say that's like a 1-5 NFL team getting back to 6-6 and giving yourself a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's a good comparable.
Yeah. No, I'm not even thinking about like how they would stack up in a postseason. They sold at the deadline. Everything's gravy. And the fact that they're in this is awesome.
And the fact that you mentioned timely hits, when they had runners in scoring position, who do you most want at the plate?
I want McGonigal
At the plate or Torres. Mm-hmm. You know, and AJ has told us since Torres has been here, he's one of the guys that he can count on for a quality at bat. Now I know he struck out twice, and so did McGonigal on the pitch or the at bat where he had the high heater. But then he came back, and I felt like it was okay. You're going to bring that high heat. I'm going to beat you by myself, which he basically did, and then plays at third base. That scoop he made down the line, and then the throw across the diamond, like it was just beautiful.
And so the 2-out double to score 2 was big.
Yeah.
But how about the add-on runs? He also drove in the 6th run of the game, and they needed every last one of those as we're sweating it out.
No, I picked Jansen to be my X factor. I expected some of the closing games to be like last night. It's not going to be pretty with him, but he is the best thing they have going out there in terms of ending a game.
Last night, it was a total mystery when the ball would leave his hand. Like, where's it going? I don't know. We're going to find out.
It was just a roller coaster ride of emotions. And fortunately, like other than, hey, you're down 1-0, or so you're tied 1-1, and then McGonigal gives you an opportunity to exhale, and then you're holding your breath from the 7th inning all the way on.
Last night kind of reminded me of the heyday of Tiger baseball, where the closers would come in and you would brace for impact.
Yeah.
Like Papa Grande, the late years. Oh boy, I didn't know what I was going to get night in and night out. It kind of felt like that again.
It did.
Just get out of this jam. We're squirming in our seat. Not another walk. Just throw a strike. Another high pitch.
And what we thought was going to happen yesterday happened, right? It was Drew Anderson for 4 innings, and he has been much better as a starter. Still hold my breath every time he throws the ball, but he's been much better. And then you've got to use 5 relievers. So what do you need tonight and tomorrow from Valdez and Montero? You need to get 7 innings out of them. And I hope that they give 7 quality innings, because I don't know what AJ's going to do. Is he going to leave them in there because they've got to be innings eaters and hope that the lineup performs like it has in the last 2 weeks?
Well, the nice thing is they have the off day Monday, so some of these guys could throw again today. I don't know if 7 is expected from a starting pitcher these days. Can he get them 6 and set things up?
Well, and again, they both better get them 6.
And the score is going to dictate some of this too. I mean, if it's a one-run game, 2-run game, AJ's going to manage it like, hey, we're all hands on deck. Yeah, we got to win this. If they're down 4 or 5 runs, well, maybe you guys going to have to stay in a little longer just to preserve guys. But I think the off day Monday does bode well and give them another chance. I mentioned Kenley Jansen has been kind of nerve-wracking last night. You might not believe this stat. Since July 1st, Kenley Jansen has only given up 2 runs in 12 outings. It's a 1.59 ERA. He has 5 saves, no blown saves. Starting to solidify. Last night didn't feel that way, but starting to solidify.
He has pitched better. Valdez has pitched better. And I just mentioned Drew Anderson as a starter has pitched better. Like you are getting these performances. But what happened the last time Montero was out? He didn't pitch as good as he has, but you feel like the consistency will take over his next start. You're starting to get some of the best versions of the guys that you signed, and hopefully it continues for Valdez, for Jansen, and it just and you hope that Troy Melton just continues to be the guy that should win the Cy Young that won't.
Yeah, he just missed too much time this year.
Yeah.
But he's been as good as any pitcher in the American League.
He's been as good as any pitcher in
baseball. Doesn't have the strikeouts of some of the Hosses and the Aces, but yes, he's a guy that I feel best about going 7 innings. Like you talk about getting 7 innings, if you needed a guy to go take the baseball and go deep into the game, I feel better about him than anybody on this team.
Yep.
Now, he won't see Cleveland, But they'll have him as part of this homestand when the White Sox come to town.
Yep.
How about this baseball team, man? Let's throw the number out.
They are so much fun to watch. 248-539-9797. How did you ride the roller coaster of emotions last night? What are the roller coaster of emotions of this season as you wake up this morning? This team is a half game back of a wild card spot, 2.5 back of the White Sox for the division, and they get the White Sox for 3 games at the end of this week.
I would say I wouldn't believe it. But 2 years ago, we saw something miraculous too, and this team has been incredibly bipolar. We said it at their low and their high. They're a hard team to figure out, and maybe you just surrender to figuring things out. You just stop trying to figure things out.
No, just show up at the ballpark, turn the game on the radio, turn the game on TV, and enjoy what this team is doing right now. Who knows where it ends?
We need to start accepting this is who they are. They're not the team from May. There's clear reasons why they're not the team from May, and the lineup's completely different. And there's encouraging potential returns. I still like the idea of Carpenter coming back and being put in there. Torque is benefiting. His season stats are season high right now because of the lineup protection. Mm-hmm. And look, I still don't know about playoff stuff, but they've got some things to toy with here in terms of maybe him coming back and making it better than with McKinstry in the lineup. And then also back end bullpen, what are they going to do with Flaherty? Is he the guy that goes back there and helps the bullpen?
I floated that out early in the year.
Because he does have strikeouts, and he's only facing batters one time.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that third time through.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some options here.
What's weird because they're stretching out Drew Anderson. In theory, Flaherty could take the Anderson spot, and then you move Anderson back to the bullpen. But we haven't loved Drew Anderson in the bullpen.
Right. I mean, if he's a better starter than he is a reliever, like common sense says, keep him there, get you 4 innings, and then maybe that's
piggyback.
Maybe you it's a dual start. You get 4 innings out of Drew Anderson, and then do you get 3 or 4 out of Flaherty coming in after him?
That's just the thing. They've got options. Like we've multiple options, and I doubt JV helps them. Is he even going to pitch?
It'd be a bonus.
But it would be a bonus. There's in their back pocket.
Yeah.
Are they going to bring up Max Anderson?
Well, and if they're in the postseason, you don't run a 5-man rotation anyway.
Right.
So suddenly you can push extra starters into a bullpen that has been nerve-wracking.
I mean, my goodness, if, Valdez has been pitching better, and what's Job? I mean, if Job is kind of like he was on Saturday, you've got a pretty solid 3-man rotation.
Yeah, that was a glimmer of what's to come. 100-mile-an-hour heat. First start back from Tommy John. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Dearborn. Mike, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Let's go Tigers, baby.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man, what an exciting, team with the lineup that we've currently got. I love having Torkelson down in like the 7th and the 8th spot. Feel a lot more confident now. And Chuck McJesus just continues to come through, man.
He's been a revelation, man. As a rookie, he is one of the best players in all of baseball. John, you have the WAR stat. ESPN Baseball Reference WAR. He's the number 1 position player in all of second in all
only
of baseball.
To Pete Crow Armstrong. Pete Crow Armstrong WAR is 7.5. Kevin McGonigal right now is 5.6.
Yeah, that'll play. Look, that's the difference. When you play teams like Cleveland and it comes down to 1 at-bat, 2 at-bats, he delivered in multiple at-bats to drive in runs in a game that came down to the very last pitch of the ball game.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll get to the phones, and then you got an update on a former Lion.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
We'll see what happens.
97.1.
Hey, you can be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and most likely you never even saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in some of the nice weather that we're having. It's still hot. It's still warm. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's continuing to pick up, and orange barrels everywhere. If you're injured, call David Femininio and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, and it's a venue that's going to bring fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. When you watch a game inside the Dome, it's got these massive wraparound displays and reserve seating, but it feels like you're actually being transported right there to the field or the court. Plus, you can have food and drinks brought directly to your seat. It's going to be amazing. They offer a huge selection of games, right? NFL, NBA, college football, Premier League soccer, WWE, and more. And they have things for the whole family as well. They're going to have these immersive movie nights. So go check it out. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
Finally got to Bybee. Finally had a little bit of breathing room, and they needed every run last night. Tigers win 1 game from 500, 1 win from a playoff spot. Tex says that felt like a playoff game last night. Jansen had me stressed to the gills. High pitch after high pitch. Fun, though. Hopefully Green is good.
Yeah, that's the thing. And everybody thought when he came out, I know on the TV broadcast they were talking about, well, maybe it's his calf. It's something from being hit by the pitch.
Shin, maybe.
No, they said after the game, hamstring.
Hammy is what the Tigers posted.
Yeah.
So maybe running the bases, something just
hopefully,
tightened.
yeah. Hopefully it's just a tweak.
Feels like the bullpen pitchers are pitching with a chip on their shoulder because everybody keeps talking about them. I like that they're getting riled up. Let's go, Bob, in a car.
Well, then let's keep dogging them. If they're gonna pitch better just because they're mad, everybody's talking bad about them, then keep talking bad about them because we need them to pitch well.
They were playing with fire last night. There's no doubt about that. Saw a tweet from a week ago. Drew Anderson as a starter has an ERA of 2.77, probably lower after last night. As a reliever, it's over 4. Stay in the rotation. It's AJ and Novi.
Oh. Wonder where AJ lives.
McGonigal answering the near hit by pitch with his defense and some ribbies. Electric. What a gamer.
That was awesome. I love the fact that, he gets up and he's kind of staring at Bybee and what the hell are you doing?
This team could be the St. Louis Blues equivalent.
You can make all the comparisons you want to any sport, any team. The fact of the matter is it's a hell of a lot of fun. And it was absolutely miserable in May. Yep. We were beside ourselves. And even through, June, July, we didn't want to believe. We wanted to say that, and I think I said this, they're going to be a team that takes, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. They're always going to be that, 10 back, which is about the limit I thought that they would get to. And boy, we're the majority of us wrong.
So if you look at the standings today, or you see someone post the standings today, you'll see, hey, the Tigers only, a game back from 500, right? Look a little further over to the right. Last 10 games, nobody's hotter in the wild card race than the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who can separate here. Who's going to get the 84 wins out of this bunch? 83. It's hard to see the Rangers and Astros really getting beyond that. To me, that's their ceiling.
Well, and the issue is that this team has to remain this hot. They have to. Because you look at what Boston did, they have 14, 15 in a row, and now they've lost 4 in a row. There's going to be swings, and I know we don't want to say it out loud, but this is a young team. Is there going to be a 3 or 4 game stretch because of where we're okay, hey, what's going on? Prepare yourself. It's not always going to be roses from here to the end of the season.
They have enough bad teams left on their schedule, though, where they need to get business in those games. And if they take care of business in those games, I think they'll probably get in.
That was my entire point the last couple of days when I've talked about they've got to make hay. They've got to create a buffer in teams like they did against San Francisco, like they did against Seattle and the Athletics. Now they're going to have to do it against Cleveland, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, because following that, they've got Tampa and they've got L.A. That's probably the toughest 6-game stretch that they have left on their schedule. In fact, it's not probably. It is the toughest 6-game stretch that they have left. Fortunately, all 6 of those are at home.
Another 6-game homestand. In an effort to will this bullpen to play better, 3 of the 5 arms that pitched yesterday gave up a run. You guys stink. Be better. Let's get to Matt in Ohio. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I was thinking they could make a deep playoff run, make the playoffs, if they straighten out the bullpen and get hot. Like, maybe Verlander comes back, Ripper Ryan's healthy and comes up, work the bullpen. I mean, it's an endless possibility what this team could do because it's a historically bad AL this year. I could see them winning 90 games if they stay hot, but that's all I really wanted to say. I mean, it's been a roller coaster year, but it's fun to watch now.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, we settled in last night, talked about it, amped it up, made it a big deal, and
90 games might be a pipe dream.
Yeah, I don't think they're winning 90, and even in a down American League, I think a healthy Yankees team's probably better than us.
Oh, sure.
Rays are better than us. So, I don't want to be the guy that tamps down any excitement. Let's just live right now and enjoy this. Don't make me be the bad guy because I don't want to tell you, you're not winning a World Series, you're not winning an AL. Who cares about that right now?
Yeah, enjoy this win all the way up until, first pitch tonight, and then hopefully we get a chance to ride the roller coaster again, and it ends in a positive note.
Got an update on Terrion Arnold. We'll do that at 6:35, plus Bryce Underwood speaking, saying things about Ohio State that didn't need to be said. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
On Tuesday, Detroit police were searching for a 13-year-old boy who had allegedly shot his father before fleeing in the family vehicle with the family dog. They say the incident occurred around 5 p.m. and officers responded to a reported disturbance. When they arrived, they learned that the boy had shot his father before fleeing in the vehicle. So they were searching for him. Officials were treating the teen as armed and dangerous, urged anyone who saw him to not approach. Well, thankfully, the boy was located, taken into custody in Ohio. No injuries were reported during that arrest. They did say another individual was in the car with him. They were arrested as well. The dog was there. The dog was good as well. Now, the shooting does remain under investigation, but apparently it stemmed from an incident involving discipline. The teen was disciplined, didn't like what he heard. Somewhere, they haven't revealed that either. I think that's part of the investigation. Where did this teen get the gun? Pulled out a gun and shot his father twice, I believe. The father's condition, however, was not released. So I don't know how he's doing. Yeah, crazy. Oh, a $1 million Powerball prize will expire in just a few months if the winner doesn't come forward by 4:45 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
Oh, Christmas Eve.
It's right around the corner. So on Christmas Eve last year, someone bought the winning ticket at a Kroger in Howell. Okay?
Okay.
They either lost it.
You guys in Howell around that time?
I wasn't.
My family lives out there.
I mean,
Mom and Dad.
Oh, did Dad buy one?
Maybe.
Tell him to check the tickets.
Text him right after the, yeah.
You know, or you buy it, you sit it in the put it in the junk drawer, and it sits there and you forget because it's a holiday, right? You got other things on your mind, whatever. But you got to go check because the prize does expire, and the full amount will go to the school aid fund, which is obviously required by state law. So you got a couple months to find it and get your ducks in a row. A Macomb County man has pleaded guilty to weapons charges after threatening a mail carrier. So this man, 49-year-old Michael Sowards, was charged with 2 counts of firearm possession, 1 count of ammunition possession, and 3 counts of felony firearms. So the charges come after a mail carrier had asked this guy to secure his dog to ensure a safe delivery. And this man allegedly responded by calling the mail carrier some racial slurs and then threatening to get his AR-15 rifle. So he was arrested. His house was searched. And yes, numerous weapons were found in the home. He will be sentenced on September 29th. For the first time in over 2 years, a total solar eclipse will be viewable from Earth on Wednesday, obviously casting a shadow across a wide stretch of the northern hemisphere. Unfortunately for us in Michigan, we'll only see a partial eclipse, but you need to be in like northern Russia, Greenland, Iceland, Spain, and a small corner of Portugal to experience the totality of the eclipse. In Detroit, the
path of totality.
Yes. In Detroit, the partial eclipse will begin at 1:03 p.m. It will reach its maximum coverage at 1:36, and then it will be over at 2:08.
And when is this?
Tomorrow. Wednesday. Wait. Today is Wednesday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, today.
So one more time. What time today?
Today at 1:03. I am off. I've had a couple long days. Apparently, they're all blending together.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, that's great. If I'm thinking it's Tuesday, that's perfect for me.
Yes,
so today
weeks
at
flying by.
1:03,
Yeah.
go check it out. If there is anything, it was very, very foggy today on the drive-in.
It was.
So,
Yes. So be careful out there.
yeah, we'll see. The Detroit Lions will wear their new rivalry uniforms on November 1st during their home game against the Minnesota Vikings. As of now, the actual design,
We don't know.
we don't know what they look like. But Rod Wood did give like a brief hint, if you want to call it a hint. Why are you
I thought we were
confused?
supposed to be hearing from Mr. Haddad.
Well, soon we will.
Is it
Soon.
Still Rod?
He's outgoing, yeah, and he can.
Yeah. Okay.
He said that he saw them. They're very cool. He said, "quote different, but within kind of the realm of our current uniform palette. I think the fans are going to like it, and it's different, but kind of a cool factor."
Okay.
So, if you take that as a hint, there it is.
Not much of a hint.
Not much of a hint.
They're cool. They're different, and they have similar color palettes,
So I saw one
So,
of the
black, Honolulu blue, silver, or white.
but different,
But
but
different.
cool.
well, I saw a photo that they used in one of the teasers, and it looked like maybe it's like a midnight blue, like
Oh,
a
a
blending
different
of the
blue?
blue and the black.
Oh, it all just
Maybe like a gradient. I don't know. I have no
like an
inside
ombre?
info. I don't know. Okay. What's ombre?
kind of a gradient.
Okay.
Can they just beat Minnesota?
Yeah, please just win the game. That's November 1st. All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Terrion Arnold update, Bryce Underwood speaking on Ohio State, and someone in sports media that John would like to use the word buffoon
Yes.
to describe. That'll be good. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all love summer, and the weather has been awesome this year, and you're probably planning vacations, backyard barbecues, but let me ask you a question. When's the last time you actually looked at your roof? Summer storm season is officially here. Fall and winter are on the horizon. You don't want a leaky roof ruining any of your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did and call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the very first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can visit them on the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
Torque coming through. Tigers win. And if you can believe it, someone actually thinks they're bad for baseball. Buffoon alert. We'll get to it at 6:50.
You love that term, don't you?
You texted the clip and said, he's a buffoon. And I said, that is an awesome word. We can't say it enough times on the show.
Yes. And you'll understand why when you hear it. It's just stupidity.
About 15 minutes. Let's hit a couple news and notes. Bryce Underwood, Terrion Arnold. Let's start with Terrion Arnold. What's the latest?
So I talked to some people in Seattle, and it does sound like Seattle is going to sign him. I think, a lot of people saw the clip of him working out. And we mentioned it yesterday. He worked out for Seattle. They saw the clip on Hard Knocks. If you're watching Hard Knocks, he was there, and sounds like they're officially going to sign him, whether it's today or tomorrow. Like he's going to be a Seattle Seahawk. So the question is, did the Lions do the right thing? Did they act too early? Should they have let it play out, or did they make the right decision in the moment that they had to make the decision?
I assume they felt lied to.
I think that was all part of it, yeah.
So they couldn't trust him, and they also didn't play well. It's one thing if, I don't know what to believe, but he's an all-pro corner. He was far from an all-pro corner.
Right, yes. The best players you're willing to put up with more off-the-field issues. Now, this is one of the bigger off-the-field issues.
Look, there's a world this blows up in their face because he's a big corner who went in the first round, and that's a good defensive coach. But I'm not sweating it right now. If the coaching staff felt lied to and he wasn't getting the job done here, they moved on.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with it either. It'll just be interesting to see if they do sign him and he plays for that defense. Is it just a better fit in terms of scheme, players around him, support than he had here in Detroit? I don't necessarily think that's the case. When you're one-on-one and it's generally going to be a PI versus an interception, 16 penalties, 1 interception over the last 2 years.
Yeah, wasn't it more penalties than even pass breakups?
Yeah.
And he graded out consistently as one of the worst corners in the NFL.
So no skin off our back. It's just, hey, let's see what happens out there. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, he ranked 97th among NFL cornerbacks last season.
Yeah, not great numbers. There's no question about it.
And he still might end up in prison.
And who knows when if nothing happens until after the season, maybe they're looking at it as, well, we can get a season out of him.
Mm-hmm. Roll the dice.
Yeah. And as a defending Super Bowl champ, you could probably take more risks than a lot of other teams.
Yeah. Did you know what Bryce Underwood said until I sent it to you today?
No.
Okay.
I'm not, no one will be shocked when I say this, not big at monitoring social media like you are.
I didn't even see it till I woke up today, but we have some audio. Bryce Underwood was with John Fanta, NBC. They did kind of a sit down, and he was asked about the Ohio State game and how it's different than any other. John is already signed. You like Bryce? He should know. He should know better. John, you played in it. Is it, quote, just another game?
No.
Just guys in a different color jersey?
It's not. And it's surprising that having played in it last year, that this would be his comment. I am surprised because sometimes you hear some of these comments from individuals that have yet to experience it. And maybe he didn't get the full effect because it was in Ann Arbor. I don't know. It was not a great game for Michigan.
Him or the team.
Right.
And but he threw for like 63 yards.
It's just, I'm surprised. He's a smart kid. He's put in a ton of work for this to come out. Now, does it ultimately matter? No. It matters what happens down in Columbus at the end of the year. But this is, you start to get a little bit of insight into how people view things, how they're preparing for things. And it doesn't mean he's not paying more attention to that game than the other ones. Yes, there are going to be 11 more games that he's going to have to play before he gets there. But if you're not preparing for the best opponents, Oklahoma, Iowa, Oregon, Ohio State, and you're focused solely on Western Michigan, no disrespect to Western Michigan, but you've got to be preparing for the best opponents. And when you do that, in turn, you're preparing for everyone else.
It's just also on the heels where Michigan fans aren't happy with Kyle Whittingham's comments about the rivalry. about like, do you hate these guys or not? And I just feel like there's such an easy script to follow at Michigan or Ohio State. We hate them. It's all we think about. We want to beat them. It's more than a game. It's the game. The game. Any deviation from that, I think people look at it and go, what's wrong with you?
Or just say, yeah, it's a huge game. Like anything other than it's just another opponent. It's not just another opponent. No one's going to ever sit there and say it's another opponent.
It's not Iowa in mid-October.
No, but and there may be a script that they are following. Hey, I'm following the lead of my coach. And I don't, for coach, it's, hey, he hasn't played in the Big Ten. He hasn't played against Michigan State. He hasn't played against Ohio State. So I understand some of those things. You start to adjust your perception, and you don't have to use the word hate. I know everybody was all over him for not using the word hate. Mm-hmm. You don't have to use that word. There are other words that you can use to get your point across.
And Whittingham did very well in his previous rivalry, the Holy War.
Yeah, hit 9 in a row.
He's very good. I just think there's a certain expectation with this rivalry and how it's treated, especially, and it's led by, John, people like you who played in the game.
It's what I'm going to reserve any judgment until I get a chance to see how they do play against those teams that I just talked about: Oklahoma, Oregon, Iowa. Who knows what Penn State's going to be this year? Michigan State. I know there's not a lot of high expectations for Michigan State, but that is still a game that you do not undersell.
Well, I remember State fans saying, did Jonathan Smith fully understand the Michigan State rivalry? And it's, well, you're not going to learn until you are a part of it.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's, but Bryce was part of it, which is why it's a little more disappointing.
Right. Yes. And surprising.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right. Coming up next, Tigers are bad for baseball.
What?
The Detroit Tigers.
The underdogs? The Old English D?
One of the iconic brands with a couple young, bright stars. Anyway, we'll get to it next. Tigers bad for baseball, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons, as I've done over the past, why a Ram truck should be at the top of the list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and right now I absolutely love the Ram I'm driving. For power, there's no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got two more options: the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, that's the one I chose, or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you'll feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Simply pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
They're a great story in baseball. Unless you're AJ Pierzynski. He says the Tigers are bad for baseball.
Okay, so the last comment. Is this team not more competitive now? There was a black cloud hanging over this team. They are more competitive now. And are they better now? No, no one's going to say they're better without one of the best pitchers in baseball. But are they playing better? Yes. And bad for baseball? No, you heard it from Scott Harris. It pained him to be in a position to have to sell at the deadline. He didn't want to do it. No manager, no general manager or president of baseball operations is looking at the deadline of, hey, we can do what the Tigers did. We can sell and still make a run. No one, if they are a legitimate shot at making the postseason and making a run at the World Series, is going to sell their best players. It's asinine. And it comes from an absolute buffoon.
I love that word. AJ Pierzynski is a buffoon. You say it's bad for baseball if the Tigers make the playoffs. I wonder how fans feel about that comment. 248-539-9797. I'll tell you how I feel about it. I think a team with 2 of the 10 best position players in the sport, Dingler and McGonigal, would be good for the postseason. I think it'd be good for the playoffs if McGonigal and Dingler are playing in the postseason.
You mean a guy that's going to get MVP votes in Dingler?
I think it'd be good if he was in the postseason. I think it'd be good for baseball. I also think it's good for baseball. Take the players out of it and take the fact that we're in Detroit out of it. Name the 10 to 12 biggest brands in all of baseball. The Old English Tea's in that group. That's good for baseball if Detroit's in the postseason and beyond all of it. AJ Pierzynski says precedent. I'm sorry. Do you think this is going to become the new cheat code?
Right.
This is the new preferred way. If the Tigers find a way to do it 2 of the last 3 years, baseball's going to go through a revolution where you sell your players to make the playoffs. If the Tigers make the playoffs, it's because 1, they had to win enough games to get in, but 2, it's not our fault if the buyers aren't good enough. The teams that did add that are supposed to get in, according to AJ Pierzynski, that's not our problem.
No, and I will agree with one point as I try to interrupt him. It is a bad American League. No one is arguing that. It is a horrific year in the American League. If you are a team that was 16 below 500 and you are 1 game away here in the middle of August of just getting to 500, that you are still in contention for your division, let alone a spot in the postseason, it's terrible American League. I agree with him on that.
Right, but in this scenario, former Chicago White Sox, AJ Pierzynski's White Sox, added at the trade deadline. Are the objects in the mirror closer than they appear? If the Tigers take the White Sox spot, is that the Tigers' fault? It's bad for... You know what would be bad for baseball? If the White Sox blow it, AJ.
Yeah.
It'd be bad for baseball if your team bought at the deadline and still lost the division. That would be bad for baseball. Why don't you take it up with your ball club?
It just... When I heard this, I just started laughing. Like, bad for baseball. Do we not, as sports fans, and again, take it out that we are there going to be the fan bases that are angry at the Tigers? Sure. Hey, they sold at the deadline. They got these prospects, and now all of a sudden they're going to make the postseason. Sure, they can be angry with the Tigers, but it's not bad for baseball. Do we not, as sports fans, love an underdog story? Did we not... Whether or not you thought Indiana was a legitimate title contender or not, was not most of college football cheering on the Hoosiers when their team was eliminated because they wanted to see an underdog win, and now all of a sudden, hey, do they flip and become a hated commodity in college football? Sure.
Mm-hmm. This is all part of storytelling. The story of this Tigers team. And that's a good story. And if they make the playoffs, it's good for baseball. I think Kevin McGonigal, Baseball Reference War, the second best position player in all of baseball, I want him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If I was a fan living in Arizona, if I was a fan living in California or Boston or New York or Philly, especially Philly, I want Kevin McGonigal in the playoffs.
If they make the postseason, I think there's a chance that Dingler, instead of just getting votes, may win the MVP.
Right. That's part of his path to getting it, would be his team winning the division or at the very least making the playoffs.
Yes. And don't you want the MVP playing and making a run in the postseason? Now, who knows what they do in the postseason? I have no idea. And if they don't make the postseason, maybe that's the thing that keeps him out of it. He's going to get MVP votes.
Oh, I'm not making any promises that the Tigers are chasing down a pennant or a World Series. I'm just saying if they get in, that's interesting. Interesting is what we're watching sports for. Give me something fun and interesting. The Tigers are fun and interesting.
Yeah.
I know no one's going to be on his side, but I'd love to hear the feedback from our listeners on this.
Yeah. What was your reaction when you heard this yesterday? AJ Brzezinski says it's bad for baseball if the Tigers make the postseason. One of the dumbest things I have heard.
Can you call him a buffoon again?
It's not hard to do. When you say things like that, you get the buffoon moniker. Like, that's the label that you're going to get.
I just love that word.
And I tell you what it does is for all those teams that next year and in 28 or in 29 sell at the deadline, but they're still hoping to be in it, it gives them hope. Is hope bad for baseball?
No, and do you want the sellers to pack it in and quit every year? No, you'd like them to still try to finish the season hot.
No one is going to sit here and say that the Detroit Tigers are now World Series favorites or they're ALCS favorites. I think we all believe that if they do make the postseason, what's going to bite them in the ass? The bullpen. And maybe that's when they hit, hey, the young bats, they just haven't been there. McGonigal, Clark, Valencia, all these guys, they're experiencing it for the first time. And, hey, pitching gets tougher. Things get different in the postseason. Maybe they're an early exit.
But whose spot would they be taking that would be so egregious that we'd be robbing baseball of? That's the other part of this. So he says it'd be bad if the Tigers get in. Because we robbed the world of who?
The Texas Rangers. I don't know. I mean, if the Sox continue, the Red Sox continue to fall like they have in the last week, maybe there's a chance that they get there. Or is it just simply, hey, Brzezinski played for the White Sox and he doesn't want the White Sox to lose out to the Detroit Tigers because the Tigers sold at the deadline and they were buyers?
We would be robbed of the Chicago White Sox in the postseason, which would be an injustice the sport simply could not recover from.
No matter who comes out of the AL Central, none of them are going to be favorites to make the World Series, let alone win it.
248-539-9797. See if we can get some people fired up talking about this team. Last night was a lot of fun. They found a way to win. Nail biter, because there's always a nail biter.
Yeah,
winning
it was
run at the plate.
An emotional roller coaster. Hey, you're up one. Hey, Torque gets that single, the double, and they score a run. All right, here we go. We scored first. We drew first blood. And then they tie it up with the solo shot. And then it's McGonigal with the high heater and comes back and 2 outs, gets a double. It was an emotional roller coaster last night.
A lot of fun. We're also debating, I've seen some texts coming in, whether or not you're still the best Jansen in the city or not. After last night, I think it's open to interpretation. He got the job done, but
hey, they won.
Kind of messy.
People love winners.
They do. And he's been good since July 1st. People might not realize this. 2 runs allowed in the 12 outings since the 1st of July. A 1.58 ERA. I think he might be the best Jansen in town.
We'll make some comparisons when we come back.
All right, we'll do that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers beat the Guardians 6-4 last night to improve to 59-60 on the year and 8-2 in their last 10 games. Spencer Torkelson got things started early in the game with this at bat in the second inning. The good news, that would be the first of 6 runs on the way to the win for the Tigers. The potentially bad news, Riley Green may have gotten injured scoring from first on that play. He was subbed out for Ben Malgiri after scoring. A.J. Hinch detailed the situation after the game. Game 2 in the series is tonight at 6:40 here on 97.1. Elsewhere around the league, the Tigers got help last night. The White Sox lost to the Reds 5-4, so Detroit is now just 2.5 games back in the Central. For good measure, the Twins lost to the Orioles, so the Tigers are up a full game on Minnesota now. And in the wild card, the Rangers fell 3-2 to the Angels, so Detroit is just a half game out of the last playoff spot in the American League. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We did get a text that said, while you're on the topic of dumb comments, can you guys comment on Rich Eisen's J.J. McCarthy Tear Fest? We can make some time for it, 7:18. We're talking A.J. Pierzynski. Bad for baseball if the Tigers make the playoffs. Huh. Someone called him a nincompoop.
Another great word.
Very good.
Well utilized in this scenario.
I spent years hating A.J. Pierzynski when he was on the White Sox. I had recently begun to give him the benefit of the doubt as an analyst. He ruined it. # buffoon.
Yeah.
So it's the Tigers' fault the American League's bad? Trying to keep up with this. Didn't the A's do something like this in 2002? And they made a whole movie about it? This is bad for baseball. Never cared for him as a player. Don't like him as an analyst. Dave in Fayetteville. Let's get to Dave in Pontiac. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I've got a little different take on this. Of course, we want to see the Tigers in and all your points about why it would be good, but this could be a long game. You know, we're expecting kind of a lockout and a salary cap coming. So, you know, the Dodger-like rotations aren't going to be available if that comes to fruition. And so their job in the front office is to position this team, not just for this year, but what's going to happen, you know, next year, the year after that. So I think it's a good move. And, yeah, I'd love, you know, to see it work out. And we'll have to see hindsight in a year what these moves did.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You know, Zaire Hope, he's projected to be here in 27 with the lockout. Who knows if that happens or not? But Scott Harris is definitely playing the long game. Because you look at, you know, some of the best prospects that they have, and there is excitement, and it's been accentuated because of what McGonigal has done, Max Clark has done, Valencia has done, and we're hoping the same thing, no pun intended, for Zaire Hope.
Yes, and that long game is, I think, what we need to see. So, you know, it's what we don't have in, you know, kind of some of the other things going on around the Red Wings and you know, other teams. So I think it was a great move.
Yeah, we think they did the right thing at the trade deadline, the responsible thing at the trade deadline. And Scott Harris said, doesn't mean we're waving the white flag. These guys still have about 50 games to prove what they're worth.
So does Pierzynski think that every team that sells should just go in the tank? And they shouldn't try to win anymore. Is that the way that we're moving this along?
I don't think he would go that far, but I just think he believes we belong outside of the playoffs. We don't belong in because we sold.
If you win more games than someone else,
how dare we, though? How dare we?
It's just buffoonery.
The audacity of the Tigers to actually make a go of this.
How many different ways can we use that term? Buffoonery.
It's good stuff. He's just salty. The Dodgers got Skubal. He's an absolute moron.
But you know what's good for baseball is the dichotomy of what we're seeing going on in LA and them, a 2-time World Series champs, right? They were the best team in baseball the last 2 years, and most people still believe that they are. But since the deadline, they've not been that team. Since the deadline, and I don't want to term the Tigers as the little guy, the little engine that could, but there's a lot of excitement. They are finding ways to win games. Bats are being better than they were before the trade deadline. Who doesn't love a long shot story?
Yep. It's a good story for baseball. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. DJ, good morning.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Jan, one of my favorites, bro. I listen to you every morning.
Thank you.
I think the Tigers are great for baseball. I might be in the minority when I say I believe Skubal wants to come back, and it'll be a hell of a coup to get Zaire, Hope, and the other prospects up, and then stick Skubal with Milton and Joe. It'll be a hell of a coup. I can't stand Scott Harris, but if he pulls it off, he might win some points with it.
Yeah. No kidding, right?
It would be a hell of a cool coup. I don't know that it's possible or plausible, but hey, who knows? We'll see what happens when free agency starts in December.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not at all
banking on it.
No. Emphasis on bank because it's going to take
major bank
Fort Knox to get it done. Just take it a step smaller. Go back a step. If they make the playoffs 3 straight years, 2 of which they sold, and they've replenished and restocked one of the best young teams in baseball, 7 players 25 and under right now. I mean, teams have to bottom out and lose 100 games year over year to achieve what the Tigers would have achieved while still making the playoffs.
Yes.
And it's not the ultimate goal, so no one's saying that. But you get credit for this, for the replenishing and resetting and development of young players that we haven't seen in my lifetime, not here in Detroit.
If you can sell and still be in the top half of baseball, if you can sell and continually be in the top half of baseball and replenish the stores like they've done, now it minimizes what you have to do in free agency.
Yes.
Now it's just a matter of, and maybe Scott Harris just needs to hire somebody that is better at identifying bullpen talent. And we can argue that, but now he can focus on that versus having to figure out as you know, a right-handed bat, because you have these coming in. Would we love to have more hitters?
Well, think about this. The way they build a baseball team is down the middle, right? That's the old school way to do it. Your catcher's Dylan Dingler. Your shortstop's Kevin McGonigal or Bryce Rainier if he comes up. And Max Clarkson center. I mean, you built your baseball team down the middle with some good bats and some good defensive players.
And if Hao-Yu Lee continues to progress like he is, you got a pretty damn good second baseman too.
Mm-hmm.
Is the argument he's trying to make that if they actually were to have success, and let's just toy with the idea they win it all. Mm-hmm. Okay, so for every year you have the Dodgers winning it over the last 6-7 years, you have a team like the Tigers, the Braves. Remember?
Yeah.
They were under 500. The Rangers, 84-win wild card team. The Nationals from 2019, who were 12 under. So maybe the Tigers winning it would be bad for baseball to financially restructure. Because if I'm the players union, I'm going to the owners and saying, hey, these long shots win it just as much as the Dodgers do over the course of the last 7-8 years.
Right, but that would make his comments even worse because he's a former player. He wants players to be paid. So if you don't want a shift, you don't want a salary cap, you don't want a salary floor, you don't want all these things from the owners, you would want the Tigers to be successful.
What if he, though, believes like you need financial restructuring, you need caps and all this stuff? The Tigers winning
would... What former player is going to say, stop paying our guys?
He said baseball. I know, John. I'm just saying. Okay.
No. I agree. I understand where you're coming from. I don't mean to just completely, throw away your conversation. I understand that, but there's not. I have yet to hear a former player say, "Yes, we need a salary cap."
I haven't either. I personally don't think the sport needs it. I think the Dodgers are getting exaggerated for what they're doing to the game, to be quite honest with you. Now, if they follow through and win it again here, thing is, if they acquired the best pitcher in baseball and they don't win it, then it's a team sport.
It is a team sport.
Let's go to the phones. Brian, Washington Township. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys. So my thing is, less is more sometimes. It's addition by subtraction. Van Halen, they became a stronger band, some say, when Sammy Hagar joined and they got rid of David Lee Roth. But this, if anything, exploits, baseball being, you can get rid of a highly talented player who's probably overpaid and still win, and that is actually good for baseball. That's very good for baseball. And, if the whole formula of baseball and the salary cap thing can kind of be exploited and maybe reconfigured after something like this, that's awesome. But the Tigers' problem is the only thing they'll ever have looming over them is that Hinch cheated in the World Series and they kicked the fan out of a game once for wearing a Jesus shirt behind home plate. That was ridiculous. Other than that, this team deserves as many accolades as any other team and deserves to go as far as they want. But that's their method. How they did it with Skubal, if they can win like that and they feel that was the best thing to strengthen their team, then I'm all in. That's awesome.
Yeah, they may end up being a team that people rally around outside of Detroit. Yeah. Obviously, we know people here are going to rally behind him.
So let me get this straight. The Tigers are Van Halen with Sammy Hagar.
Yes.
Now, technically, they had more commercial success with Hagar, but some people believe they sold out from the rowdy type band to a more polished, radio-friendly band.
Hey, whatever sells tickets and albums.
Jack in Shelby Township.
Whatever sells tickets and jerseys.
You're not a fan of what A.J. Brzezinski said, huh?
No, I am not. However you want to call him, A.J. Buffoon, A.J. Brzezinski, however you want to call him. I was almost in shock hearing it because this isn't just good for baseball, it's good for sports. This is an underdog. This is a team who helps their future and is still going to try to get into the postseason. How is that not good for baseball? The only thing bad for baseball is probably him because he's the one that's going to be probably announcing games in the playoffs for the Tigers. How us Tigers fans supposed to feel about him sitting there saying these good things about the Tigers when he really doesn't mean it and wants them to not make it and make the playoffs and win in the postseason. I don't understand what he thought. What, we're supposed to keep Skubal and get nothing for him when he takes $400 million from the Dodgers in the offseason?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Because we sold, we just have to die.
Yeah, just go away.
Yeah. Which it's not right because, John, you mentioned this earlier. This is good for the future. If any team has a big-time player that just wants to go to a big market, hey, we can still trade him and win. This gives other teams hope. So this is the best thing for baseball, I think, an underdog story than the worst thing. So I just did not understand those comments.
Appreciate it, Jack.
No, I mean, okay, we had a historical run in 24. Right? Never thought that anything like that would ever happen again, yet here we sit. Now, if they don't finish things off, then history doesn't repeat itself.
Right.
And we go on to hopefully a better lineup next year for 162 games.
The Tigers didn't put all their eggs in this season's basket. For good reason.
Yeah.
Understandably so. We give Scott Harris credit for not being stubborn and putting blinders on, for having enough fortitude to sell Tarek Skubal and do what's right for the organization. That doesn't mean the team should lie down and quit. In fact, he said that. I don't think they're going to quit. They didn't in 2024. John, here we are, 1 win away from this team grabbing that last wild card spot. Yep. That's good for baseball.
It is.
Give me Dingler and McGonigal in the playoffs. Give me the old English D in the playoffs. No one's going to start to buy in that this is the secret sauce. You should really give up your best pitcher, and that's how you get in the playoffs. He has no idea what he's talking about.
No.
All right, we'll get more feedback and phone calls, 97.1.
Hey, when I leave the house early in the morning, I know my family is protected. When I leave the house on weekends to do games, I know my family is protected by Guardian Alarm because they've been protecting Michigan homes and families since 1930. And here's the thing I like. It doesn't matter if it's break-ins, fires, emergencies. There is somebody monitoring live 24/7. I've got smart cameras. I've got doors that lock automatically. And I couldn't feel more comfortable that my family is there and well protected. That's nearly a century, since 1930, that Guardian Alarm has been doing it the right way. If you want real protection, don't do it yourself. Call Guardian Alarm. This summer, score big with security system for your home installed at no cost by the pros at Guardian Alarm. For 0 down and 0% interest, call 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Hey, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, and you're not going to want to miss it. Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. You've got the Dome. It's this crazy experience with massive wraparound displays, reserved seating. It feels like you're being transported right to the field or the court when you watch a game, plus food and drinks can be brought directly to your seat. Then you've got the hall. This features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports so you can catch every game while cheering on your teams with fellow fans. Plus, don't forget the deck. It's Cosm's top-level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from the action. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
AJ Pierzynski, let's get to the phones. Bad for baseball if the Tigers make the playoffs. Adam in Gibraltar, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
First of all, Pierzynski's a buffoon because he will be calling our games during the playoffs. But is it not good for baseball that, the Dodgers and Tigers were to so happen maybe, meet in the World Series? Skubal versus old team. I mean,
could you imagine?
Is that not good for baseball? That's like Stafford back at Ford Field all over again. Skubal is going to be getting booed because he'll already be back at Comerica Park for once in August. I think it's written in the walls right now. I mean, is it not good for baseball if Dodgers and Tigers meet in the World Series? I mean, that would do ratings.
Oh, it'd be great for ratings. And I mean, we're all pulling for that to happen. That would be so much fun.
That'd be great. I mean, I might even think about purchasing a ticket for $3,000 or something like that because tickets are going to be ridiculous if that ever happened. But that would just do numbers because with the whole Skubal thing this whole offseason and during the season. Stuff like that, I think it just would do numbers.
I think critics would say, but what about New York, LA? We've seen that. This would be different, and it would be a different human interest to have Skubal against his old team.
The ratings would be bonkers.
It would be. Adam, appreciate the phone call. Let's get to Jerry. You're on 97.1. Jerry, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good to hear from. Good to listen to your show this morning. But
thanks.
Here's what the biggest issue is, in my opinion, because one of the parts of what he said in that comment was about the salaries. We got a salary cap issue coming up in the new CBA. Players don't want a salary cap. Owners want a salary cap. And here's the thing: Tigers, the players don't want these low budget teams to go out and win a World Series, because then it shows you don't have to pay those big, humongous salaries to win a World Series. And so by doing that, that's what he thinks is bad for baseball. It's bad for the high-dollar baseball players. That's where I see his comments coming from.
Yes, I mean, from a player's perspective, yeah, if you do something in the CBA that limits how much a player could make or how much one of the large market teams would be willing to pay, it's bad for baseball from a player's perspective. Does it mean it's bad for baseball from a fan perspective or from an ownership perspective or for all those teams that want a shot at the World Series? That and trust me, no one's going to sit there and say Miami deserves to win a World Series because they are typically the lowest on the totem pole. But this is also a Detroit Tigers team that was top 10 in payroll.
Let's get to Mike in Shelby Township. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. First off, go Tigers. This has been a lot of fun, that's for sure. But I got a little different perspective of the salary cap. If you do the math, there are 15 teams that are under $175 million. Of those 15, there's 9 of them that are under $100 million, which means if those teams all, and they would have to if there's a floor, they all have to spend $175. It means 15 teams have to spend $1,125,000,000. which means more players are going to make more money. Right now, $780,000 is the lowest salary you can have in baseball. Well, now you're going to have a lot of guys that weren't making a ton of money. Mm-hmm. They have to make more money. You're still going to have a couple, 2, maybe 3 max contracts, but in the end, it's going to be better for the 26-man roster as a whole. You just won't have as many potential, guys making 50, 60 million. So I think it's better. And I've always thought Przinsky was kind of a putz anyway. So, but to me, I just think it's better for baseball. Yeah. You're going to have more teams that are in it. Now, of course, the baseball players will never say that because it would go against the union and all that. But at the end of the day, numbers are numbers. That's a lot of money.
Well, I think what you're touching on is players fight a salary cap. I don't think a player would ever fight a salary floor. It would force teams to spend. The problem is they go hand in hand. They're in every other sport. You have both a floor and a cap.
Yeah.
And players always think, I'm going to be the one that hits the ceiling. I don't want there to be a ceiling. When in reality, only a handful of guys hit the ceiling, and the floor would benefit the majority of the players.
Yes. No question about it.
All right. We got Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning. Well, wildfire smoke is returning to Metro Detroit, but it will be nothing like what we saw earlier this summer. So wildfires burning in the Pacific Northwest and Canada are once again sending smoke our way. But a meteorologist with the National Weather Service says that there's this large plume of smoke moving east-southeast towards lower Michigan, but it's mostly going to stay elevated above the surface. So that means the impact here should be relatively minor. Current air quality forecasts for Detroit are in the moderate range, around 60 to 80. And if you remember what it was...
Oh, it was close to 500.
My gosh, it was wild, right? So very different, but it says sensitive people could still experience minor effects. The smoke is expected to kind of hang around through the week. A 44-year-old Flint man was arrested on Sunday night after police say he was found sleeping in his car in the middle of I-75 in Oakland County. And they also found alcohol and knives in his car. Yeah, so just before 9 p.m., police received reports of this car blocking lanes on the freeway. This was near Clintonville Road. And when troopers arrived, they found the driver asleep behind the wheel. They woke him up. They said they saw open containers of alcohol in the passenger seat, and then they searched the car further and found 2 knives. Now, according to a preliminary test,
yeah, knives.
But anyway,
there's a lot of knives.
It's in the report. Yeah. A preliminary test determined that he was twice over the legal limit. So he's facing a slew of charges, and he also was previously convicted for operating while intoxicated. So, yes. Mike Vrabel had, I guess you could say, an awkward moment during his Patriots press conference on Tuesday when a reporter asked him about marriage counseling. So you kind of know this is going to happen, right? He's going to still be hit with these questions regarding Diana Rossini. And It only took 4 minutes for a reporter to start that conversation. So he was asked about what he had learned from counseling and how he had balanced that personal commitment with preparing for the season. And he basically turned his answer into a football answer.
Yep.
Not what he was asking or she was asking,
no,
but okay.
But there's your answer, yes. Detroit teen was taken into custody in Ohio after allegedly shooting his father and then fleeing in the family SUV. So Detroit police were called to a disturbance Tuesday evening, and that's when they learned a 13-year-old had shot his father, grabbed the dog, and also took off in the family car. While he was on the run, the teen was considered armed and dangerous. Police said anyone who sees this teen is urged to not approach. Well, the teen was eventually found in Ohio, arrested. They say another individual was also in the car. That person was taken into custody, and police believe that the shooting stemmed from an incident involving discipline.
Ugh.
The teen was upset that he was being disciplined for something, and that's how he reacted.
Wow.
The Detroit Lions will wear their new rivalry uniforms on November 1st during their home game against the Minnesota Vikings. Now, at this point, we don't know what these rivalry uniforms will look like yet, but according to Rod Wood, they're very cool and different.
Did he say when they were going to reveal these?
I did see, I swear I saw August 25th somewhere online, but the article says the Lions are expected to unveil the new rivalry uniforms in the coming weeks. But I swear
Yeah.
So it could be. I thought I saw that date, but I could be wrong.
Again, I hate trusting AI, but when you Google it, it does say they will drop on August 25th.
Okay, so maybe that's what I saw when I just did a brief search. But anyway, very soon. And they should be very cool or have a cool factor. Is what he said. Yeah. Different, but kind of a cool factor.
Kind of cool. Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Kind of cool what's going on with this baseball team, huh?
Yeah.
We'll talk
cool
about
factor.
A cool factor beating the Cleveland Guardians. We'll get into last night's game next. And we do need to touch on some comments from Detroit Lions luminaries. Sheila speaking. Amon-Ra St. Brown speaking. They're all playing the same tune. It's 97-1. That's the moment I keep going back to. Kevin McGonigal, 2 outs, 2-run double. Tigers get to Bybee. Tigers have a 2-run lead. They would win by 2 runs.
So
Good morning.
much fun.
How much fun was that? Look, it's stressful in the 9th.
Oh, it was stressful the entire game because it's the Guardians, right? It's a got to have a game, and hey, you're up 1-0. No one thinks that 1 run is going to be enough to win that game, especially since it's going to turn into a bullpen game. And then they go yard, and it's only the only run that Drew Anderson gave up, but they tie the game, and you're thinking, oh man, is this going to be another one of those struggles? And what did I say all week long? You're going to have to average 5 runs a game if you want a chance to win the division, if you want a chance to get into the wild card, if you want a chance to make the postseason, but certainly if you're going to have a chance to beat the Guardians and the team that's on deck, the White Sox.
Guys, talk to us. Last night, roller coaster, but here they are, 1 game from 500, 1 game from a playoff spot, and they finally beat the Guardians. A little history on that. That's the first win this year against the Guardians. It's the first win at Comerica Park against the Guardians since 2025, back in May of 2025, and it's the first time they've defeated Tanner Bybee since 2024. They bleed just like us. They're human, they're mortal, and the Tigers just landed a pretty big win.
Yep.
Arguably the biggest win of the year, and they got a chance to do it again tonight.
Yep. Valdez v. Griffin.
Lefties.
Mm-hmm. So we'll get a chance to see tonight. We all know, hey, it's a lineup that is a little bit more left-hand dominant. But when you have McGonigal, that it doesn't matter if it's right or a lefty. He's commanding the strike zone.
He'll be there.
And Max Clark's kind of proven he's the same way.
Yeah. Riley Green not expected to play. Hamstring.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
Because he would normally play even against lefties.
Sure.
But
so again,
by the way,
it's a bummer.
Hammy, because it might have been confusing to people. He got hit, and I think in the broadcast they were wondering, was this like a calf or a shin? Hammy would mean, because he ended up coming around to score, something must have happened on the way.
Yeah, he went first to third, and he had both smokestacks blowing on that one. Diesel running down third base.
But what was our big thing was, could they score some runs? Guardians pitching had been a pain, and they were pitching the better guy.
Yeah, it's a good thing they got some of those pile-on runs.
Yeah, they needed every last one of them, John. Well, that's the thing. McGonigal ultimately scored their 6th run.
Yeah.
Drove in their 6th run. They needed it all because Kenley Jansen.
Hold your breath. But, I mean, you have the numbers. He's been good since July 1st.
You might not even believe it because we all watched last night, so this doesn't feel like that's what, we've watched some dominant pitcher. But, John, in his last 12 outings since July 1st, he's only given up 2 runs. Mm-hmm. He's got a 1.5 ERA, 5 saves, no blown saves. So I don't know if he is the best Jansen in town or if performances like that at least leave the door open for you to stay as the number one Jansen.
Has he given you any info on Jahmyr Gibbs?
No.
The Detroit Lions?
None.
Has he calmed anything in regards to, the Cade Mays missing some time?
No, he hasn't helped us there.
I mean, I'd like to just, think I'm still in the running.
Well, you let us know. Not you, John. Listeners, 248, who's the best Jansen in town? Look, last night we were ready to dig. I saw people, get him out, yank him. He's washed. I think when the ball left his hand, nobody had any idea where it was going to go. Just a total mystery whether it was going to be a strike or not. But
got the job done.
Deep breath, the theme from the day before, they win. They win, and he's gotten the job done since July 1st, and the Tigers have put themselves one step closer to being a playoff team.
Yep, and hey, now you take Valdez today, and whether it's 6 or it's 7, he's going to have to go deeper into the game. They used 5 relievers, and to your point, I know that they had the off day on Monday, so some of those guys could be up again today.
You could double them up.
But Montero's last start, not great. Do you feel like maybe you would need some of them tomorrow? To get Valdez, to get Montero. Montero's been very consistent throughout the year, so I'm not going to go that far. It's just the bullpen has been been the one thing that has really held this team back. And if they can preserve, or if they can just not have to get to the bullpen until the 7th or the 8th.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing to me. It's not, they had to use so many arms last night. It's just, can we minimize the need for the bullpen? They used 5 arms, right? 3 of them gave up runs. don't want to play with fire if I don't have to.
But that's what you're going to get in an Anderson start.
No, I know, but what we're saying is if you can get an extra inning or two out of Valdez, that's 1 or 2 that I don't need to see from the bullpen.
Of course. I mean, over the weekend they had, Job didn't go 7, but...
He went 5.
Yeah, Melton went 7.
Yeah, Melton's, you pencil him in damn near every start now. Yeah. He got into the 7th in his last outing. I mean, is this happening?
It feels like it's happening. I mean, they're a half game out of the wild card. And what's exciting about this is, and I don't know, maybe it's just because of what we do. I was scoreboard watching all day long yesterday, and I was sitting there going, okay, what are the Rangers doing? What are the Twins doing? What are obviously we're watching the Guardians. What are the White Sox doing? What's Boston doing? They're a team they're 1 above, and they went on that 14-game heater, but now they've lost 4 in a row. There's going to be ebb and flow to the rest of the season, and I kind of believe until this season is over, every single day, yes, we're tuned in to the Tigers. Right now it's Tigers Guardians. It could be Tigers Sox. We're going to be tuned into whoever the Tigers are playing, but it's kind of fun to be scoreboard watching at this time of the year because – I mean, in May, we thought we're not going to be scoreboard watching it at all. We don't care what anybody's going on, let alone what's going on with our team.
Right.
Now it's ultra exciting because it's not just what's going on here, but you're watching everywhere around because you still need to win games, but you also need other teams to lose.
Mm-hmm. Couple texts coming in. Jansen looks like he lives and dies with every pitch, which is both wonderful and scary at the same time.
That's also kind of the position a closer is in.
It does take me back to Tiger heyday, where that team was so good, but you had to really ride it to the finish line. Valverde. When we had Papa Grande, Jose Valverde, there were some very stressful 9th innings.
Yeah.
And he's not the only one. And Todd Jones, you go back, the heyday of Tiger baseball was filled with, hold on, dear life on this one.
It's just about to get exciting.
Watching Jansen pitch is like watching a constipated dog try to take a bleep for 20 minutes. It's wildly painful and uncomfortable to watch. His delivery's damn ugly, and he looks like he's going to have a stroke out there.
Oh.
That's a colorful image.
Yeah. Could have done without that one, but not wrong.
Shame on all you at 97.1, especially Valeni, who doubted and made fun of Baez post-surgery. If you haven't noticed, they're a better team when he's in the lineup. That's from Cooper. You could point to a bunch of guys that individually add up to make this lineup longer. We've highlighted Max Clark as a recent addition, but Eduardo Valencia, sure, throw Javi in there too. Suddenly it's not James Outman, Jake Rogers, Jahmai Jones.
Yeah.
Matt Vierling.
Jake Rogers DFA'd again, in case you didn't see.
I did see that. But you take 4 essentially auto outs out of the lineup. Okay. All of a sudden you get the 4th run, the 5th run, the 6th run. And you can beat a team like Cleveland that makes it so painful. So tough. 248-539-9797. Not going to turn away Tiger phone calls, but we are going to switch gears and get into the Lions a little bit. Amon-Ra St. Brown speaks to the mentality. Sheila speaks to the mentality.
Mm-hmm.
All singing the same tune. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know Ram Truck should be right there at the top of the list. And here's a few reasons why. Ram Truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I'm driving a Ram right now and absolutely love it for all the reasons that are to follow. For power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, and I do, you got 2 options. 420 horsepower version. I went with the 420, but you also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram is also built right here at Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, I can't tell you this enough. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Simply pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Tigers win. 1 game away from that playoff spot. 1 game away from winning a series against the Guardians. Valdez tonight. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Lions season's going to be right around the corner. Thursday night, tomorrow, they play their first preseason game. There's a shifting mindset. This strictly business mantra. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Fox 2 talking about the motivation for the upcoming season.
All right, I'm not going to nitpick them too much. Never lost it, but it's back.
Where to go?
If it's back.
and I don't think he wants to admit it, but we can say it. They lost their edge last year.
Yeah, and should they have? No, because they didn't ultimately win the Super Bowl. And, I mean, that's what makes it hard to be a repeat Super Bowl champ, and why it's so rare is because sometimes you do lose that edge. You may lose that, go full Rocky on you. The eye of the tiger. But they never accomplished that. They accomplished a 1 seed, but then it was a first-round exit, which I thought would have motivated them even more.
Yeah, I thought so too. 15 wins, though. Clearly, they came in and did not have the edge. And I think some of that is tied to not being able to do the things you want up front.
Right.
But they lost their edge last year, and it's clear that there's this more of a workman's mentality for this season. He says maybe we're flying under the radar a little more of that underdog. That's how they like it. Sheila Ford Hamp, what about the organization and the alignment? Everybody pushing in the right direction. Same direction.
Yeah. And I think the part of the analysis of it's somewhat stating the obvious. Our offensive line wasn't that good. So what did they do? They went out and they signed Cade Mays. But what if something happens? One of the things that we have seen on both sides of the ball is when someone gets hurt, do we have quality backups? And yes, I love the next man up mentality. So every single team in the NFL, every single professional team, they're going to say next man up mentality. But do you actually have that next man up that can perform? And I think one of the things that we're going to see is what I was talking about yesterday. The depth of the quality of depth on the offensive line. Now, if Penei Sewell goes down,
all bets are off.
All bets are off. But they go get Blake Miller, and Larry Borum to me is just another Dan Skipper. He can go in there and get you out of a game. He's like Josh Dobbs at quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to. I don't think you're going to go into a game thinking, okay, we have the advantage at this position. But he's serviceable. Do I want him starting? Absolutely not. Cade Mays goes down, and now you have two guys in Seth McLaughlin and Juice Scruggs. Juice, I think, is the one that ends up getting it because he has reps at the NFL level. I don't know what it means going into the season or who that's ultimately going to be, but I think they're better qualified to have somebody step in than they were at any point last year. So it's not just we got to get better talent to start. We've got to get better talent. If something happens, let's plan for a rainy day and have somebody that can step in and perform an adequate job.
So is that lessons learned from last year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we say they lost their edge, they lost who they were up front. They didn't have Frank Ragnow anymore. They did not have the ability to move people off the ball in tough yardage, against the best defenses in those tough spots. They struggled to identify blitzes. Jared Goff was sacked a ton last year, more than at any point in his career. They lost their edge because they weren't the same team up front. Well, it's two waves of investment. It's starters and it's depth, it's backups. That's how you get your edge back. Also, I do think there is something psychological. They got humbled a season ago. There was a heaping of humble pie that this team had to stomach.
Last in the division.
Yeah, dead last. I know sometimes Tom goes, I hate when we say last place because they had a winning record. But I hope that they internalize, you were the last place team. You got a last place schedule. Everybody in this division was better than you a year ago. How does that motivate them? Do you like strictly business, by the way? Do you like that as a mantra? I know sometimes we can get too cute with slogans. Like Dagger Time was one of those, you knew it was destined to fail from the second the old regime brought it out. Do you like strictly business?
It's fluff. I don't care. I really don't care. All I care about, are you going to take the field, and are you going to be the team that imposes your will on the other team?
Well, it's the opposite of fluff. It's taking the fluff out. It's Dan Campbell pinning the schedule with one tack and walking away. Nothing to talk about. Just go do it.
Sure. Great.
Okay.
It's fluff and it's anti-fluff.
Yeah.
All at the same time. Yes.
You're saying the fact that you have to say it is fluff.
It's about what you do, not what you say. Yeah. And so you could come up with any slogan you want. It's what they're talking about in meetings. It's what they talk about in the huddle. It's ultimately going to be what they do on the field.
I just remember when Dagger Time came out in the Patricia years, collectively, every Lions fan thought at the same time, this is going to blow up in their face so epically.
Yeah. I hate the thought of, there's plenty of time in the offseason to brainstorm these things. I just hate the thought of wasting time. Well, what is our slogan going to be this year?
I don't think like Jared Goff is sitting there pen and paper in the offseason.
No, I don't think
away.
so. It's a waste of time. And if it's something that, hey, just it organically happens, then so be it.
I'm just picturing Penei Sewell in a focus group trying to get this right.
You know what? Campbell's, I guess I'll call it mind games, or the culture, the grit, all that stuff has factored into the Lions' success. Some people think to a degree. People think it made, especially that 9-8 2022 team, overachieve. Mm-hmm. But I would say with stuff like this, like, what's the Ravens slogan this year? You know, they failed last year. They were a top dog Super Bowl contender and missed the playoffs. And I just wonder if other cities are doing this stuff. Like, are they living a lie if they need these things? Are they not that talented? We lost our edge. Do other teams need their edge? Why do you lose your edge?
I'm not going to kill him because strictly business has become a mantra. It's okay to have a rallying cry, and it's actually a pretty fitting one given what the task is at hand.
Right, and it could be as simple as, hey, you know, our social media team needs something to socialize, and so this is they came up with, this is what we're going to do.
Well, you know what it might have been? They might have tried to poke around. I'm not saying the Lions
They probably took it to Dan and said, and Dan was like, whatever you want to do. You're the social media people. You take care of that stuff. I'm going to take care of the football.
The marketing social media people probably search for this stuff, and maybe they were hitting a bunch of dead ends, and they said, you know what? There isn't one. We're going back to work, strictly business. Maybe it was one of those, like, I'm not getting a slogan from the team, so we're going to create one.
Going to work was already taken.
Right.
Use grit too much. But you guys have noticed a difference out there, right? A little more tightened up ship. That relates to strictly business.
Sure. It's following the mantra. It's the social media team nailed it.
Shout out the social media team. 248-539-9797. We want to talk to Lions fans this morning. We got Tigers in the mix. I know Bryce Underwood spoke. You would think he would know the Ohio State rivalry better than to say what he said. We'll mix that in the 8 o'clock hour. Plus, how about a little J.J. McCarthy update?
Okay.
He's the backup.
Yeah. Well, hey, Kyler Murray, standing on a soapbox, won the job.
What does it say about J.J.'s future? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tigers with a 6-4 win over the Guardians thanks to some clutch defense and late insurance runs. It also took a less than perfect yet gutsy performance on the mound from Kenley Jansen in the 9th inning. In the first 3 batters, Jansen brought the tying run to the plate with a single and a walk. After giving up just his second run of the year since June 28th, Jansen would eventually hang on for his 14th save of the year and the 490th of his career. After the game, A.J. Hinch was asked about the team's, or Kenley Jansen, was asked about the team's resilience and ability to claw back into the playoff conversation this year. Tigers are now 2.5 back of Chicago in the division and a half game behind Texas in the wild card. Game 2 against Cleveland tonight at 6:40. And some breaking golf news just minutes ago. James Corrigan of the Telegraph says Live Golf has told its players the Michigan Team Championship, scheduled for the end of the month, is canceled. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. We're going to get to what Bryce Underwood had to say about Ohio State. Another Michigan quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Going to be the backup to start the year for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, it appears so.
This is not a stunner. They brought in Kyler Murray, a former number 1 overall pick. J.J. didn't impress a year ago. He enters his 3rd season now holding a clipboard.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of injuries. That's been part of it. And I think the number one part of it is when he's had opportunity, 9 hasn't showed up enough.
Oh, 9.
It's just been JJ.
Forgot about 9. Ridiculous. More interceptions than touchdowns. Played 10 games last year. Only 2 of them he threw for more than 200 yards.
Yeah, was one of them Detroit?
I don't remember his yardage total in that game.
That's the one that 9 showed up.
Yeah. At Michigan, he only threw for 155 yards a game. I mean, he just didn't develop enough as a passer in college, and it hasn't happened yet in the pros, and maybe we just accept he's not going to.
Right, yeah, he might just be a clipboard guy, and maybe he's one of the better backups in major or in the NFL. Maybe he's just a backup. I don't know. 3 years, I'm not going to throw him under the bus and say that he's never going to develop into a quarterback. But one of the things I said when he made the decision to come out after that 23 season, I thought he needed one more year. He needed the Dante Moore program of, I need one more year. Now everything was changing around him, right? Coach was moving on. A lot of his key teammates, offensive line wasn't going to be the same. I don't think he would have played himself out of the first round. Maybe he's not a number 10 pick, but if he's a 25 pick in the 24 draft.
But you're better equipped to actually have success draft in the NFL. Right. No, I mean, that could have been a misstep for him.
Just needed another year of development.
So how do you guys view J.J. McCarthy? I know there's a lot of stands here in the area, and I know Rich Eisen and Adam Schefter are Michigan men in the media that think, it's going to work out someday for J.J., just a minor setback. Is this a buy low for you, or is this more of the other B word, he's headed to being a bust? Because the numbers aren't good, but even if you watched him last year, it wasn't any prettier. Only Tua had a higher turnover-worthy play rate among quarterbacks who played at least 10 games. So it's not like, well, hey, he's taking care of the ball. You don't understand. He wasn't asked to process and make consistent downfield throws at Michigan, and he has not been able to do it multiple years in the NFL. He did not have a good camp, according to the Vikings people. He did not have a good year last year. The injury did him no good the first year, but that is his story, and it does feel like trending towards bust more than, hey, I'm going to buy low because of what Sam Darnold did. For every Sam Darnold, there's a dozen other guys who just don't pan out. Paxton Lynch was a first-round quarterback. Christian Ponder was a first-round quarterback. I could go through a list of all these dudes. It's not a prereq that you're going to work out.
Right, and part of the issue is, when people see some highlights of him, there's always going to be some wow plays. He's got a live arm. He can make great plays. He just doesn't. Consistency has been his issue. Truest measure of performance is consistency.
And I see what you see. Like, there were wow plays at Michigan. There were wow plays even last year. It's just not there down in and down out. And maybe, look, that's what people get seduced by. Maybe the next place will unlock it. Kevin O'Connell's a hell of a QB coach, an offensive guy. If you can't make it work with him, like at least with Sam Darnold, it worked there.
Right.
It's not working there for JJ. And the other thing I would stress is there may be teams who would take a flyer on JJ McCarthy, but he's already burned halfway through his rookie contract, and this is supposed to be a good crop of quarterbacks. And it's not just Arch Manning and Dante Moore. There's also another group, and I'm not telling you they're all going to hit, but someone will jump from the group of CJ Carr, CJ Bailey, Lenoris Sellers, Jaden Mayaba. There will be another couple quarterbacks. Those teams that need a QB are just going to take one of those guys as opposed to JJ McCarthy.
Right. And it's at some point it's put up or shut up. And I'm not going to sit here and say, and maybe it is a year, if Kyler Murray stays healthy, he only signed a 1-year deal there, where he just has to simply learn the game of football at the NFL level. He's got to be able to make those reads. He's got to be able to throw the balls. He's got to be able to do all the things you expect a quarterback to do, and he's just not ready for it. Maybe he's never going to be ready for it. I'm not going to predict that he is. It's just it hasn't happened to this point.
JJ McCarthy is not that good. He was surrounded by excellent offensive linemen and a good to great defense. He's terrible. He'll never start again. He'll always be a backup.
That might be the path that his career takes.
JJ was coddled at Michigan. Jim is no longer there to protect him. The Vikings reached with their pick, and KOC is trying to save his job. GM already got let go. Kyler's the best path forward.
I did think 10 was high, and I said it at the time when he was taken. I think 10 is high.
JJ won us a national championship at Michigan. What he does in the NFL is irrelevant. We don't care about JJ anymore. We are Lions fans. Okay, As a Lions fan, that's a division rival. I wish they would have picked JJ McCarthy.
But I'm fine with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's going to have a couple of games where you're like, wow. He's also going to have a couple of games where he pouts on the sideline. It's who he is. Through 7 years in the NFL, that's who he is.
JJ is a bust. Was only successful in college because he was part of the biggest cheating scandal in college football history. Dude knew the plays. He was a handoff merchant.
Well, he had a great running game.
Yeah, he did. Okay. That's there for people. The other Michigan quarterback stuff we wanted to get into. Bryce Underwood.
Yeah.
He's played in the Michigan-Ohio State game. He's from the state of Michigan. Bryce, what do you make of this game? John, help me out here.
It's different in every aspect of the game. I mean, as soon as you show up to the stadium, as soon as that week begins, it's different. There's a different feel at practice. There's a different feel when you take the field. The opponent is very different. Now, are there other teams on your schedule that are going to be maybe as talented or even more talented than Ohio State? Sure. Oregon,
yeah.
And we'll see what happens with Oklahoma. It's like John Mateer.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a hell of a season. So we'll see early on. But you're going to have to understand that game is different. It's a different opponent. And even if you want to go into it thinking that it's just like any other game, what you say about that game is going to be taken differently than what you say about any other team. So at the start, it's already different.
So you've said this. You like the young man that is Bryce Underwood.
I think he's a smart kid. I think he's a very gifted athlete. And I've seen him put in a lot of work this offseason. I think he's going to be a better quarterback, much better quarterback this year than he was last year.
You see him in the next month. You going to say,
Dude. Like, I mean, I've said this before too. Like, is there bulletin board material? Sure. Does it affect the game? I don't really believe it does once the game is kicked off. But so whatever you have to say about it is somewhat irrelevant, but it goes to the point that this matchup, this rivalry, it's the greatest rivalry in all of sports. Yes, the game is different.
When Ohio State was owning this rivalry, one of the big criticisms of Michigan is they didn't take the game as serious as the Buckeyes. True or false, that was a narrative.
Yeah.
And Kyle Whittingham has come in and he hasn't been in this rivalry, and Michigan fans haven't been thrilled with some of the ways he's described this rivalry. Now, he owned his rivalry in the Holy War. If he wins, that's all that matters. But the mentality of this football game is ingrained by fans and former players, people who played in these wars. To say it's just another game is silly. There's a script that just follow the script, dude. That's the Buckeyes. Yep. It's the game. We look forward to beating them 365 days a year. To downplay the game, it doesn't. I can't imagine it sits well with many Michigan fans.
No, and it's
and he played in the game and he's from the state. It's one thing if it's like, oh, they got this kid. It's the new college football, a new landscape. He transferred in from
wherever.
California. He's going to learn the rivalry the hard way. He played in the game, didn't play well in the game, but he's experienced Ohio State. You would think he would leave that game saying, oh, something's different when we go up against that team.
And it's I know everybody got all over Coach Whittingham because he didn't want to say that he hates another team. Words are words, right? And it's all about what you do. You can still have a disdain for an opponent. You can have a dislike. You can have all those different things, and you can still prepare just fine for that game. You can prepare great for that game. So I'm not going to get caught up in, how somebody feels about certain words. But you do have to have an understanding that that game is different than any other game on your schedule, especially because when you get there, a trip to the postseason may be on the line. A Big Ten championship may be on the line, which innately makes that game different.
What if we zoomed out too, and it's not even a Bryce thing? Do you think this dynamic is going to be more prevalent in college football with the fact that guys don't stack 3 and 4 years at the same place anymore? That the idea of building a hatred, it's not an excuse for Bryce, he played in the game.
Well, they're not born and bred in the rivalry.
And
sure, it will have an effect. There's no way that it wouldn't have an effect. Fans are going to still see it the same way. And I think that's why right now a lot of fans are having issues with the words that these guys are saying. To me, it all comes out. I don't care what you say about it. It's how are you preparing for it? How do you perform in it?
Right. And if he had thrown for 300 yards in a win last year against Ohio State, the comment probably doesn't bother fans as much. Instead, I don't think he threw a touchdown. 63 yards and a pick.
Wasn't a great performance.
It's like maybe they should be taking more than just another game on the schedule.
Right. But if in turn he goes out this year and has a career game, they win
in Columbus.
In Columbus. Like, okay, then all of a sudden it doesn't matter what anybody said. Again, it's all about what you do, not what you say.
Bit of a theme the last half hour of the show. All right, we're going to get back into the Tigers because they won. They keep winning. It's going to be part of our 8 o'clock hour. We also need to talk about something that we are sick of. And no, it's not Tarek Skubal. It's something else. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes, even payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
You want to win big games, your best players have to step up. Kevin McGonigal, 2 for 4. He drove in 3 of the Tigers' 6 runs. That's not bad, John.
No, possible Rookie of the Year, possible MVP on the roster. I mean, it's exciting, and they beat the Guardians. That's all that matters.
For the first time this season,
yes,
they beat the Guardians.
First time they scored 6 runs on them.
Those two things go hand in hand. We wanted to spotlight the offense. Now, how many hits did the Tigers have as a team?
6.
Only 6. You know, between McGonigal and Clark, that's half their hits. The future's now, man. Those guys are 21 years old, and they're helping lead the pack.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Dingler also with a hell of a throw.
Oh, what a great jump. And then all of a sudden, it was the throw, it was the tag, all of it.
Javi gets credit on the TV broadcast, but we don't talk enough about him as the tag guy on those caught stealing attempts. He's unbelievable with the glove. Because that jump looked like, oh, come on, that's stolen base.
Even when the ball was like halfway there, I'm like, there's no chance.
He's dead to rights. They were going to get the steal, and nope, Dingler had him dead to rights. Look, we'll get more into the Tigers at 9:02. Can you believe it? Someone actually thinks they're bad for baseball. It's got John invoking the word buffoon.
Yes, buffoonery.
Just an all-around great word. You have an update on Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, I talked to some people in Seattle. In fact, later this morning, I'm going to be on Seattle radio doing a hit because it sounds like the Seahawks are going to sign Terrion Arnold. And they want to know what they're getting from the fans' perspective. What they're getting is,
tell them.
Hey, in the last 2 years, he totaled 1 interception. He totaled 12 pass breakups, but his highest number is actually 16 penalties.
Oof.
And so he routinely ranked as one of the bottom corners in almost every metric of NFL football.
97th graded corner on PFF a year ago.
Yeah. And so not great. I think it's easy to say not great. The question is, should the Lions have held out a little bit longer just to see what happened? Let it play out. If he goes there and, rejuvenates his career, he finds a way to get out of any situation that he has going on off the field, is there any remorse in letting him go when they did?
Well, we can ask our audience, but I'll just speak for myself. I'm at peace with the Lions' decision.
I agree.
There's always the potential as a former first-round pick with good size and a good defensive scheme that Terrion Arnold puts it together. But the coaching staff clearly felt deceived. Hard to trust a guy. Mm-hmm. He could end up in jail
for the rest of his life.
And he also just wasn't good at playing football. That's what it all comes to. If he was an all-pro, if this was Darrelle Revis, go ahead and play with a collar around your ankle. I mean, if it comes down to it, like, we want you on the team, you're worth it. He wasn't worth it.
No, I agree. And for all the reasons that we had just said, the numbers bear itself out through 2 years. He had just never developed into that first-round corner. He never developed into a corner that you could rely on out on the field.
So, look, Lions needed to move on and find another corner anyway.
Yeah, and they did, and they're still sorting through things there. Hopefully it's actually the guy that was a second-round pick that helps out more than the first-round pick.
Is that the guy we're pulling for, you think, the most?
I'm kind of pulling for him. I know that it's, hey, he's been hurt for 2 years. He's got less than 50 50 snaps at the NFL level. I am pulling for him. I'm pulling for him because I want him to be successful, but him being successful means it helps the Lions be successful.
It feels like he has the highest ceiling of the corner group just because he's still so young, 24 years old.
Yeah, and it's all untapped. We have no idea what it is.
Yeah. I know Whiteside played a little bit in the Legion of Boom last year. He's had a good camp from what we read, but doesn't feel like there's the same upside there. Ultimately, you want the best player, but I want Rakestraw to be that guy.
Yeah.
I want someone to salvage the 2024 NFL draft.
That would be nice.
It sure would be.
But we'll see what happens with Rakestraw, and we'll see what happens with Terrion Arnold. And maybe it is going to a better system, better support around him. The players in Seattle in the secondary are at a higher level. I don't think there's much argument there than the ones that are going to start the season this year. Did you hear the update on Kirby Joseph?
Yeah, go ahead. Just share it with people.
He's on the branch plan, and Dan doesn't believe either of them, start the season on the active roster. So
I just wish, like with Branch, I get it. It's an Achilles. There's a rehab.
There seem to be answers.
It's a roadmap that others have traveled before, and it's this, then this, then this. You're following a roadmap. There's no roadmap with Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, the protocol's just not there.
You're off the highway. You're off roading. You're in the wilderness.
And maybe internally they have that roadmap. Maybe they have those landmarks. Maybe they have answers. But when Dan talks about Kirby Joseph, it doesn't feel like they do.
Well, I'm sure they have their plan of how they want to navigate it, but in terms of how the knee's going to respond, I think that's the unknown.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know that they have any course of action, that they have faith that that's going to be what gets them on the field and keeps them on the field.
Anyway, you may have seen Terrion Arnold on Hard Knocks last night. You could see more of him if the Seahawks end up signing him, and it sounds like that.
Sounds like they are going to sign him.
Is going to be what happens. All right, something we're sick of. We'll get to it at 8:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's something a lot of people are already sick of. Michigan's license plate cameras. They're becoming a pretty big point of controversy, and some people are taking that frustration way beyond, complaining at a city council meeting. So these cameras, the FLOT cameras, right? They photograph... They photograph passing vehicles, license plates, create a database that police can search when they're investigating crimes, looking for missing people. And police say that they have been extremely useful in solving crimes and helping them.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
But do we all like to be tracked?
Yes.
Nope.
But of course, privacy advocates argue that that they amount to mass surveillance, like you said, Big Brother, because they're collecting information on everyone who drives past, whether you're doing anything wrong or not. And there's some people who have actually been attacking these cameras. There's more than a dozen Michigan communities have reported these cameras being damaged, disabled, or stolen. All over Birmingham, Novi, Rochester Hills, Waterford, West Bloomfield. The list goes on and on and on. There's one Bloomfield Hills man who was actually caught after he got out of his car in the evening. He had an extension and a paint roller, and he painted over the lenses. He did ultimately get in trouble. He was originally charged with felonies. He worked that down to a misdemeanor. But he says he's learned his lesson, and now instead of damaging the cameras, he's written legislation that would ban them. And there are two current bills that are trying to not necessarily ban them, but change how they're used or how the information.
But then the issue becomes: do you trust that information is not lurking somewhere?
I feel like they're deeply unpopular from pretty much everybody up and down walks of life.
Don't like them. Flint man, 44 years old, was arrested on Sunday after police found him sleeping in his car on the middle of I-75. This was in Oakland County. Yeah, thank goodness nobody slammed into him or there was major injuries. But police say this was right around 9 p.m. They got a bunch of reports of this car sitting there in traffic. Guy was asleep in the middle of the freeway. He was intoxicated. They found open bottles on the passenger seat. They also say they found some knives in the car as well. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but
no,
part of the report.
But when you see the article, knives and alcohol.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Everybody wants to be very dramatic.
Yes. According to a preliminary test, he was twice over the legal limit, facing a slew of charges. And they say he also was previously convicted of operating while intoxicated. A street fight in downtown Birmingham over the weekend has shaken residents and sparked new public safety concerns. So this violent altercation was broken up by police. It happened on Bates Streets. There's a video of the brawl that's kind of been circulating all over the internet. Punches were thrown. There was a guy that was thrown over a wall. People were being slapped. It was crazy, right? But it was like a big topic of conversation apparently at Monday night's city council meeting. Birmingham City Commissioner Brad Host called the incident very disturbing. Residents spoke during this meeting saying that they want larger police presence, but they did note that police did respond very quickly to the fight. Within minutes, they were there to break everything up, but residents are not very, very happy.
Really?
I mean, I can understand. I mean, it was a large street brawl. There was a lot of people involved. I don't know how often it's happening, if this was just a one-time thing or not.
It should be happening in Birmingham.
Oh, no.
That's what happens when a dollar store comes down.
Yes. Hey, don't pencil
people twerking on top of vehicles.
out of the window. Don't pencil in Puka Nacua for the Rams season opener just yet. ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that Nacua could be suspended for his off-season incident. So on Tuesday, Schefter reported on his podcast that he believes the NFL is reviewing Nacua's off-season headlines, including allegations that he bit a woman. And man, those photos of that bite are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And there's other things as well, but that could possibly mean that he could be suspended and unable to play.
I think they also have one of the.
I'm sorry.
Also, I believe one of their offensive tackles had a domestic issue, Alaric Jackson. So that's being reviewed as well.
All right, I'm going to end with this story because this might be one of the strangest cheating stories in golf. And the whole setup is actually quite as wild as the whole fake hole-in-one itself. Okay, so there's this guy, Zach Holland. He's a 2-handicapped amateur golfer. He was playing in a members-only tournament at his country club in Missouri. And he told his group that he needed to step away and call his grandma, who was very ill, having health problems, right? Mm-hmm. So while he was away, his group was playing the third hole. He actually went ahead to the par 3 fourth. He created a divot. He put his ball in the hole for the surprise hole-in-one. And when his group arrived at the fourth hole, he told them that he had thinned his tee shot, didn't know where the ball went. So they're looking for it. They find the ball in the cup. Everyone's celebrating, right? What they thought was this hole-in-one. And then things started to be a little suspicious, right? There was no witnesses, and he eventually admitted what he had done and ultimately resigned from the country club. And he said there was no real motivation behind it. He called it just complete stupidity.
Yes.
Isn't the whole point of the shooting a hole-in-one that you did it?
Yeah, or that there was okay, it happens without witnesses, but
you would at least know you did it. You just want to get the attaboys?
Apparently so.
Once in a while, it's good to hear, I love a good dumb scandal.
Yeah, this is yes. the weights in the fish belly.
Yes.
The dumb scandal.
Yes.
Wow. All right, Heather with the news. Tell you about Shaner Roofing. Over 30 years of trusted service, a proven track record. Shaner's been serving Michigan homeowners, bringing 5-star quality for roofs, windows, and siding. And when it comes to the roof, you get peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. So even if you're not thinking of selling your home, you may someday, and you're going to want to have that feather in your cap. They stand by their work. And when you have a lifetime transferable warranty, you don't want it to be a company that's been in business for 2 or 3 years that might not be in business from 1 year to the next. 30 years with Shaner, and it's because they run their business the right way. Family owned. They can treat you like a family because Shaner and Shaner Roofing, they are one. They answer to you, not private equity investors. The no pressure promise is a great example of how Shaner treats you like family. There's no high pressure sales pitch. When they come out, you get a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. And don't just take my word for it. If you Google Shaner, you're going to see 4.9 star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners. It's a reputation they've earned through doing the job right for decades. So get started today. Get your quote, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. How could you say they're bad for baseball? We'll get to it. End of the hour, into the 9. Little update on that hole-in-one scandal. Texters are pointing out, and there apparently was a cash prize.
Oh, was it $500,000?
1,000?
It would have to be a lot of money. I don't know the amount. I don't think it's been reported, but
I had someone call in and say $20K.
Okay.
Where are they seeing this?
Is that enough to... Because he ended up leaving the club in disgrace.
I mean, I don't know his financial needs.
Yeah.
Maybe to him it was enough.
But he's a
to
member
do that.
at some ritzy club. I mean...
Yeah, he's a member.
Mm. And I guess we could ask people like the worst cheating that they've seen on a golf course.
Yeah.
But for those that just missed it in Heather's news, this guy had this elaborate plot, went a hole
My
ahead.
sick grandma, I gotta call her. She's on her deathbed. I better make a phone call.
Yeah, and then the effort of going to the green, making the ball mark,
Yes.
putting the ball in, and then going back and waiting for the rest of your foursome to arrive at the tee.
Also strange, like, isn't it kind of strange that you have to make a phone call to grandma and then you just go golf ahead of your group? Like, wouldn't you just go back to your group and then
play with them?
Yeah.
It's so dumb to fake a hole-in-one. I got one during league play this year, and the only positive is the rush when it goes in the hole and everybody celebrates. He didn't get any of that. He said, you don't even get you get a round of drinks at the clubhouse. He skipped all the positives.
Right. Except for maybe the cash payout.
Yep. Which he also didn't get now.
No. And he's no longer a member.
Did he fold immediately? Like they started asking questions, and he's like, fine, I did it.
I did it. It
I
was
cheated.
me. But he did later go on to say, I'm not a cheater on the golf course, but clearly
you are, dude.
Yeah. Now no one believes you.
So we can collect some of those texts. If you call in and got a great story, 248-539-9797, the best/worst golf cheating stories that you've experienced. The other thing we wanted to get into was this feeling of, is summer over? Are you sick of summer?
I tell you what, the last couple of days, and I'll go back to last Thursday. When we woke up and had to go down to Lions training camp, and it was brutal humidity. The last couple of days, you wake up, it's 72 in the morning, and the air is thick. You instantly start sweating as soon as you try and get in your car. I'm very much over summer. I've been at football practice. We were at Lions training camp. I've seen Michigan practice. I've seen high school practices. August to me, you make that shift to fall. You make that shift to the next season, and I am 100% over standing anywhere and still sweating.
Like I told you, for me, August is football season. It was because I played growing up and then covered it.
Yeah.
August feels like football season, which then feels like fall.
Yeah.
I know August is still technically summer, and we've had some hot days. I'm ready to be done with the sticky weather.
Okay, I'm not over summer yet. Like, I love summer, and I'm not ready for fall, even though fall is my favorite season. We've just had an exceptionally hot, humid summer, I feel like.
Yeah, smoky.
I'm a little over the mid 80s.
Okay.
I would take 78 all day long.
Yeah, but that 78 is currently coming with high humidity.
I would take that too. I just don't want I don't want it to feel like 89. But I love summer. I'm not done with the pool. I'm not done with those things. I want to enjoy them as long as I have them. One more month at least.
And I'll say it. Summer's been great. We've had fun summer with the kids, Teddy. I'm ready for the kids to go back to school. Parents, that could also be
sure.
You're done with trying to entertain kids all day long, or trying to get them to camp, or try to get them to their activities. Like, let's get to a regular schedule. Kids go to school in the morning. I'll pick you up after school. Maybe it's after football, but you're just ready to be done with not having a consistent schedule all summer long.
Well, it's really all downhill from the 4th of July. By now, you've probably done your summer trip. A lot of people have, right? You go up north.
So
like Heather,
Labor
you
Day
did.
coming up?
You do. Labor Day's football. College football's back Labor Day.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like your last hurrah before a school.
Yeah, so Labor Day's as late as it can be this year. And so a lot of districts are going back as late as they can. So you have the kids even longer. My thing is more weather related. I'm with Heather.
Yeah.
I'm sick of going outside and it being 85 plus every day.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a winter I think I'm becoming more of a winter person.
Really?
Yeah, because the summers here lately seem like they're like this. Like, what happened to the break you get for 5 days in the 70s? We don't get those anymore.
At the beginning of last week when we were at Lions training camp, two of the most spectacular days that you could have in summer. Low humidity. 2. Right. Yes. But that's my point. It was 2 days. And then all of a sudden, poof, there's
that
humidity.
cold front to come through and it'd be 72 for 3 days.
Yeah.
It's relentless going out and sit. I think the thing is with me, I get sick of the air conditioning.
You want the ability to open up the windows and just have it be pleasant.
Yeah. And it seems like we have no clouds. I mean, today it's cloudy, obviously.
Yeah, of course,
but
foggy on the way in.
The sun is just pulverizing this year.
Yeah.
Pulverizing is a great word. 248-539-9797. So we're getting some feedback on summer and whether you're sick of it and ready to move on to the fall.
I'm over.
And these golf stories, I think, are going to be a lot of fun. Let's get to Craig in Fowlerville. Craig, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas and lady. So there was a group. It was a $1,200 winner take all kind of a scramble for charity, and usually people give half the money back. This group turns in, when no one had met before, turns in a 17 under scorecard, and we've got teams out there that they're worse players than 9 handicap, and they turned in a 13 under. So what they decided to do is said, hey, we're going to take the top 3 scores groups and we're going to put them in a 3-hole playoff just so everyone could be on an even ground. And that team that turned in 17 under was +1 on the 3 holes. The other 2 groups were both -1 and -2. Unbelievable, blatant cheating just to win $1,200. And then they weren't even donating it back to the charity when they won it before. Everyone else still gave it back to the charity, but they cheated that bad. They were that awful and cheated that bad.
Well, karma.
Yeah. Well, at least you had the foresight to have the playoff.
Yep.
Well, because they had done it the year before.
Right,
and
you're onto them.
Score, and it was very suspect.
Yeah, you were onto them. You sniffed it out.
Uh-huh.
Like, it doesn't even seem that fun to really cheat like that. Like, isn't the point of, like, winning is to, like, show that you can really do this activity, this sport, or, like, the hole-in-one, like, it's you want to actually feel what it feels like to get a hole-in-one.
Yeah, you want to have you want to exert your dominance over somebody else.
We have some people texting in about this story. Apparently the guy did some of this at 6 a.m. before.
Oh, I know they looked at surveillance cameras.
That's
and
how they caught him.
There was a surveillance camera on a shed that could see that his cart had went by, but you couldn't see the hole to like really, from what I've seen, but you could see that his cart had been, whoa, that's really extensive then. Setting it up before.
Sting operation.
I wonder if his grandma really is sick. Does he have a grandma?
Yeah.
Or is it all a lie?
Yeah, I don't know. No.
It's a liar, too.
He did find the only blind hole on the course.
All right, we got golf cheating stories. We got sick of summer. We'll get both conversations rolling. And then at 9 o'clock, the Tigers are bad for baseball. Really? You have to sell me on that one. It's 97.1. How about them Tigers? Got a win last night. It was dramatic in the ninth. Kind of felt like the heyday of Tiger baseball. They're within a game of playoff spot, within a game of 500, and yet some people think they're bad for baseball. Well, one person specifically.
Yeah.
We'll get to that at 9:02. Got the story about guy cheating on the golf course, faking a hole-in-one. We want to know about your golf cheating stories, the good and the bad, and then this feeling about the summer and whether you're sick of it. John, you said you're sick of it.
I'm over summer. I want fall to be here. I want it's jeans and flannel weather, a nice sweatshirt. Don't have to worry about standing out there and sweating your butt off. I'm over it. I appreciate summer for what it is and when it is, but I'm just done with it.
I'm certainly not over summer. You're going to want this when it's -10. Nick in Farmington Hills.
Mm-hmm.
See, I prefer that. I do.
No, not me.
John, done with summer in August? None of you own a boat, clearly.
No, I don't currently own one, no. But I enjoy fall fishing a lot more than I do summer fishing.
I feel like summer hasn't even started. It's a very mild summer. What do we have? Maybe 1 week in the 90s?
Mild. I feel like it's been a very hot summer. Yeah. Hot and humid.
A couple nice weeks in June. But since then, it's been, for the most part, hot and sticky.
Even my kids sometimes will get outside for 5 minutes, and Emily's like, I'm really hot. I'm like, well, suck it up because we're going to ride bikes longer. I don't know.
Yeah, suck it up, Buttercup.
Let's get to Mateo in Berkeley. Mateo, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
Got one for you on the golf stories. So blind par 3, groups playing in a tournament, and they don't see player's tee ball hit. So player says, oh, I found it over the green, and then chips his ball onto the green. Another player ends up holing out and finds the original golf ball in the hole. So the guy who cheated and dropped his ball, saying he found it over the green, actually hit a hole-in-one and did not get credit for it, got kicked out of the course.
Oh.
That's a twist.
That's a plot twist. Oh. And by the way, I also have to say, summer cannot last long enough. It's got to keep going. Michigan summers are the best. Thanks for taking my call.
See, if we get a true Michigan fall, that is the best. It feels like more and more it gets squeezed, though. The summer drags on, and it's hot into like late September. Then you get like 2 days in October, and now all of a sudden you're bracing for the winter. You know, I mean, John, really, isn't it like 2 weeks of true fall, it feels like?
Yeah, it usually feels like we just jump ahead, and I want to be able to see the leaves change. I want to be able to enjoy, a couple of hay rides and, go apple picking, watch some football games. And then I have no issue with winter. I personally prefer winter. Ice fishing is my favorite, so why wouldn't I love winter?
Text coming in. This says, I'm a boater, only need 2 seasons. Summer for bikinis and football season.
Is that Bix?
Oh, John.
Summer just got here. It didn't start getting warm till June 15th. I hate the cold and snow.
Me too.
Yep, you're sick of summer, right?
I'm not sick of summer.
Okay.
I just would I don't keep summer for a lot longer. I just don't want every day to feel like 89.
Well, that's what summer is, isn't it?
No, it's not. I don't want the leaves to change
summer.
colors.
I just don't want it to be
fall
hot.
Breeze. I want it to be summer. I want to go to the pool. I still want to do all the outdoor activities. I just wish it was a little cooler.
Move to San Diego.
Sounds like you missed spring.
Well, we didn't have spring.
Well, that's part of the issue, too.
I kind of actually felt like we had a pretty good spring.
248-539-9797. It says, FYI, in the heat, for June and July, we actually were a tad cooler than the previous year. Ben
Really?
in Lake Orion.
Maybe it was more humid
all right,
this
so
year.
Humidity's been there, but it
Yeah.
hasn't been as hot as last year in terms of 90-degree days.
I'm just sick of waking up and it being 72 and steamy.
Yes, that's the thing. Where's my couple 55-degree nights?
Yeah.
Where you actually got to put on a hoodie out at the fire or something like that.
Oh, right. Or the fact that you can open up the windows, air out the house, get some fresh air in there. What do they call it? Burping your house? Get a chance to
Yes.
open up the windows. Let out a good burp. Who doesn't love a good burp? Feels good.
Good to know. I'm reading through more of the golf cheating texts that we've got coming in. Please send more of those because I know you guys have them. Your buddies who tried to pull a fast one and you caught them on it. The old ball in the pocket trick. Well, here it is. Look, I found it. Here it is. Wouldn't you know?
Is that what the hole in your pocket's for?
Uh-huh. Just a little chip onto the green and salvage this one. Anyway.
Anybody seen it? It's right over here.
Yeah. I just can't get over the guy cheating on a hole-in-one. Like, you'd lose all of the fun of actually having a hole-in-one.
Right. And the fact that you caved so quickly.
Again, I don't know the timeline, but they had the footage. I mean, he was hosed. They had him. A text says, if only we had the flock cameras on the golf course.
On the golf course, yes. Yes, not being able to get with anything.
No cheating ever.
Trail cams.
There you
See
go.
if there's anybody out there with a trail cam.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's I don't necessarily know that it's the heat that I have the disdain for. It's the humidity. I just don't like the thick air. Your sweat won't evaporate. It's just sticky all the time.
It's because our last Lions practice was one of the more humid days.
It was sticky. It was sticky. And talking to Gator being out there the last couple of days, it was sticky out there the last couple of days as well.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's definitely the humidity, but I just feel like fall is getting it's shorter and shorter every year. It's my favorite season
a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I could rob from the winter. I'm not opposed to that either.
Oh, an extended fall?
Yeah, give me fall until December 1st. It doesn't work that way though.
No.
By that point, it's cold. Right? I want 55 degrees for like a month plus, and I don't ever get it in Michigan. Hoodie weather, but not a jacket.
Guys, I wear hoodies and sweatshirts. I don't care what the temperature is. I wear sweatshirts every day.
I mean, she kind of is.
It's a very lightweight sweater.
Yeah,
sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my ideal. Like a 55 to 60, sit there for a month. We don't get that in Michigan.
Yeah.
It comes and goes. It's like a week in October.
Whatever weather it is, and you kind of nailed it, like 55 to 60 degrees, where I can just wear jeans and a flannel no matter where I go and be comfortable. That's ideal.
Rollo in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing?
Good. I got less than a minute for you.
Okay, real quick. So I used to golf with this guy, Jim, and he would always be cheating. He'd hit it in the woods and be like, oh, look, I found my ball. Of course he was dropping a ball. He was cheating all the time. And we were all sick of it. And one day we had an elevated green. It was above our head. We couldn't see where the ball went. He hit it. We all got up there. We found his ball in the hole, and then he's standing on the edge of the green go, oh, look, here's my ball, because he dropped one out of his pocket. And we never told him it was a hole-in-one.
Good.
Until a bartender we bragged to told him a couple of weeks later. So I guess it's a double cheat. We cheated him out of a hole-in-one, but
no, that's
we were just so sick of him cheating.
Goes around, comes around is what that is. He didn't
that's
deserve
perfect.
it. He didn't get to. No, come on. And it was
Jim.
Jim, he was a cheater. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. It was a 6-4 win for the Tigers over the Guardians last night. At one point, Detroit led 6-2 and appeared to be in control. But as A.J. Hinch said after the game, it never feels like a blowout when the Tigers and Guardians meet. Detroit and Cleveland have met 41 times in the regular or postseason in the last 3 years. 26 of those games have been decided by 3 runs or less. 12 of those 26 have been one-run games. With last night's win, the Tigers now clear the Guardians by a game and a half in the Central Division standings. They trail Chicago by only 2.5 games. In the wild card, Detroit is only a half game behind Texas after the Rangers lost yesterday. Game 2 against Cleveland is tonight at 6:40. In golf this morning, James Corrigan from the English newspaper The Telegraph reports that Live Golf has told its players that the Michigan Team Championship has been canceled. This was rumored for weeks amid financial instability for LIV. Furthermore, the event was scheduled to take place in just a few weeks, and there was reportedly still no infrastructure at the Cardinal in Plymouth. And former Lions OC turned Bears head coach Ben Johnson told The Athletic that he not only wants to win the Super Bowl, but he wants to have the highest scoring offense in NFL history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. How about our baseball team? You heard in the update, another win.
Half game back.
First time they beat Cleveland this year. First time they beat them at Comerica since May of last year. First time they beat Bybee since 2024. There we go.
Half game back of the wild card, 2.5 back of the division, and you get a chance if you continue to take care of business against the Guardians. You will have a chance to directly impact who is leading this division when you have a 3-game series against the Sox.
And the Tigers were left for dead at the end of May. They did it to themselves. They dug that hole. But you know what? Since then, they've played much better. They've become one of the best stories in baseball. Well, for everybody but AJ Pierzynski. What's the word you use to describe him?
He's a buffoon.
Great word. AJ Pierzynski says the Tigers winning and making the playoffs would be bad for baseball.
Are they not competitive?
Certainly.
To think that there is going to be a renaissance, a new way of winning and making the postseason. I tell you what, the Tigers did it. So let's take two of our best players. When we get to the trade deadline, everybody has the argument, should be sellers, should be buyers, you're going to stand pat, you're going to go for it. We're going to go with what the Detroit Tigers decided to do. All across baseball, we're going to sell our best players so that we can be better and win our division, make it to the postseason, and win a World Series. It is not a philosophy that anyone will prescribe to.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to catch on. Look, let me just state the obvious. AJ Pierzynski, former Chicago White Sox, could this be the objects in the mirror are closer than they appear? Could he be letting out a little frustration? Here's the truth. If the Tigers make the playoffs, they'll have earned their way in. They'll have won games to be there. Who would they be kicking out that we would be robbing baseball of? I'm sorry.
No one.
Nobody. And in terms of them being bad for baseball, I'd say it's good for baseball if the Tigers get in. Kevin McGonigal and Dylan Dingler are two of the 10 best position players in the sport.
Yeah.
One is going to get MVP votes, might win it. And Dingler, I think having the MVP in the playoffs would be good. Kevin McGonigal should win Rookie of the Year. Having good players in the playoffs, it's good for baseball. Also, take the players out of it. Take out the fact that we're in the city of Detroit. Ask an unbiased, neutral baseball fan. Are the Tigers one of the 10 best brands, the Old English D? That's good for baseball. This is so silly that the Tigers making it would be bad. Yes, the precedent is the cheat code achieved, trade your ace and make the playoffs. Nobody buys that. Nobody believes that. This doesn't set a bad precedent. It's not bad for baseball.
And I don't even, from a player's perspective or former player's perspective, in terms of the business side of baseball, I don't understand his argument because right now, players don't want a salary cap, owners do, because of what's going on in LA. All right. So if a quote unquote smaller market team than the Dodgers wins a World Series, If it's a team that because of parity or because the American League is so bad that they sold at the deadline, they make the postseason. They make a run in the postseason. The argument for the players is going to be, see, it doesn't matter how much you play. It doesn't matter that the Dodgers paid everyone. You have another team that is competing. They actually sold at the deadline. Keep it the way it is. Yeah. So there's absolutely nothing that makes sense about this comment, this statement.
It's bizarre. Bad for baseball because they sold.
It is buffoonery.
It would be bad for baseball if the Tigers made the playoffs. How is it our fault that the American League's bad?
Don't sports fans gravitate? They'll gravitate to their team, right? And they're fans of their team. But don't they also gravitate to underdog stories, long shots that end up doing something unique, special, maybe even possibly historical?
Sure.
Now, I wouldn't expect any White Sox fan to say what Detroit is doing is great. Any Cleveland fan to say what Detroit is doing is great. Or, even the Minnesota Twins.
Like, I'm trying to understand the flip side of this. Like, so he wishes we'd just die, we'd stop competing? Because we should have signed our death warrant, and the season should have effectively ended.
Tank.
Yeah. That would be his preference, because that would be good for baseball if teams just opted out of the final 50 games. That's AJ Pierzynski's perfect world, is teams just opt out of the final 50 games if they sell. No, you want the Tigers to force Cleveland to win their way in, force the White Sox to win their way in, force the Rangers to win their way in. And if they don't belong.
You mean
and the Tigers do.
The results on the field actually would matter?
Yeah, John, I think it should.
And I still, even though they're the half game back of a wild card spot, and the fun of it right now is watching the scoreboards. It's what are the Rangers doing? What are the Twins doing? What are the Guardians doing? Obviously, we're playing them right now. What are the White Sox doing ahead of the Tigers playing them in a couple of days? Like, that's the beauty of being a Tigers fan right now, other than watching your own team play.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand the comment of how this is bad for baseball. You're supposed to lay down, because we want to hand it to the White Sox. And they are a great story.
Yeah.
From where they've come from, and the laughing stock of the worst division in baseball, the American League Central, to now leading it.
But what would make their story even better?
If they won it.
If they won it by beating teams that were trying.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian in Detroit. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm scratching my head too. Why is it bad if the Tigers win? And okay, so I'm a Tigers fan. I don't actually hate the White Sox, but let's just swap the Tigers out for another team. So if another team wins, is that then good, or is it also bad? There's no logic here.
Right. It falls apart very quickly.
And this guy that made the comment, is he I don't know his pedigree. Is he a White Sox guy?
Played catcher for the White Sox for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think what's going on with our division right now is actually it's making baseball interesting at a time of the year when usually we're like, oh, here comes the Yankees,
Right.
I mean, I'm not a Rays fan either, but it's not the same old. I mean, you have to actually watch baseball every night now instead of just say, well, let me know when it's October.
Right. Yeah. Races are good. You need more teams in races to make them more interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting is good for baseball. And again, if the Tigers get in with 83 or 84 wins, no, they're not some juggernaut. No one's expecting them to make a World Series. But could they be interesting in the playoffs with Dylan Dingler? Could they be interesting in the playoffs with Kevin McGonigal? Could they be interesting in the Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's interesting baseball. Let's get to Adam in Flushing. Adam, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. A long time ago, I'm pretty sure it was Jeff Rieger, but he had this topic of who had the most punchable face in all of sports. And I came up with two a long time ago, and Pierzynski was number one, and then behind him was Nick Swisher. And Pierzynski, his comments just, the other day, it proves my point. And I don't know, I've never really liked him. He played for the White Sox forever. It seemed like he always did damage against the Tigers. And then now this further makes me not like him. And last but not least, the only thing that really like worries me about this Tigers team is their bullpen, dude. Like, who's going to get the last 6 to 8 outs of the game? I honestly don't know. I'm not even sure AJ Hinch knows.
Adam,
but
take us through how you were feeling in the 9th inning last night.
It was crazy. I had my friend texting me going nuts, talking about, you got to pull him, you got to get rid of him. What the hell's, Hinch doing, blah, blah, blah. And then, then he gets a easy ground ball to end the game, and it's like, holy smoke. But it literally felt like Jose Valverde 2.0.
Yep. It took me right back to those games. I mean, even the ball to right field, it's a sac fly, but you're going off the bat. Please don't find a gap. Please don't leave the ballpark. Not like this. We've been playing with fire this whole inning. Exactly.
Flashbacks of the Baltimore game.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Middle with 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Well, I wasn't worried middle. He couldn't find the strike zone.
I know, but that's I have every time he takes them out, I have a flashback of watching 2 outs, 2 strikes. You're 1 pitch away from ending the game, and you did end the game on 1 pitch.
It's such a weird feeling because on one hand, I want to say like he got the save. 5 saves since July 1st, no blown saves, an ERA under 2. That's the top Jansen in town. At the same time,
whoa! Let's not get carried away.
At the same time, you've been on a heater with this Lions news, and this guy's 1 bad outing away from it being unanimous.
Yeah, from crushing our hopes and dreams of what this Tiger team could be, and he got it done.
He was flirting with it though last night. Paul in St. Clair Shores, bad for baseball if the Tigers win. What?
No, it's great if they win because they let a couple of guys go that we're going to hold them hostage for money.
Yep.
And get into a Cabrera thing where you get them a long contract, you get a year or 2 out of them, then you're paying them for the rest of their freaking life. I think it's great giving these kids a chance, and they're showing us they want to win. They're hungry.
Hungry's a really good word.
Yep.
7 players, 25 and younger. Unless I'm miscounting
somebody. It is a
somebody.
hungry ball club. Yeah.
It's that is clear when you watch them play.
And when I hear something like this, and it's somebody taking a shot at our team or what's going on, I try and see things from their point of view. Like, what is the argument, and what are some of the facts that back up their argument? And is it just the fact that, hey, the American League is terrible? I agree with that.
Yeah.
But that's
someone's
the world
gotta make
we're
it.
living in right now. The American League is bad.
The American League's bad. Someone's got to make it.
It doesn't mean what the Tigers are doing are bad for baseball. Like, there's just no argument to support. There's no facts to support what his opinion was.
Calls to get to, feedback. Tigers bad for baseball. Come on, give us a break. I did bring the mochi today. So food review at the end of the hour.
Oh, boy.
Strawberry. It'll be okay. You'll survive.
Strawberry and gooey rice.
It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're making plans for the fall and you want to watch some of those great football games, the matchups that we got going on, or maybe we might even have baseball into October, you got to make your reservations now, and it's the best place, America's favorite place, is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Let's talk about your teeth. Let's talk Brightside Dental, community dentists, the people that I go to see, cleanings, fillings, whatever I need done. If you've been dealing with problem teeth, I'm talking about skipping foods, hiding your smile, now's the time to get your life back. And forget about dentures. There's a better solution. All on 4 dental implants. You can replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants. Strong, secure, most importantly, naturally looking smile that'll actually stay in place. And Brightside can do it with a 1-day transformation. Walk in and leave the very same day with your brand new smile. Call today to schedule your consultation. Find out if all on 4 dental implants are right for you. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We got a translation on the text. It would be bad for Chicago baseball.
Yes.
If the Tigers made the playoffs. I love when people say, I'm sorry, but you're not sorry.
No.
You don't want the Tigers in the playoffs because what? Selling sends the wrong message?
Or it sends the message that the AL is having a down year. Okay, state of fact.
Someone around 500 is going to make it.
Right.
What difference does it make if it's the Rangers or the Tigers? What difference does it make if it's the Guardians or the Tigers? Because Cleveland bought and we sold, baseball God should reward Cleveland and we should be punished. Okay, fine.
Right. But here's the other thing is they mysteriously bring up Max Clark. It's a young player that a fan base, and I think there are other baseball fans that wanted to see Max Clark. He's, continually ranked as one of the top prospects in baseball. All of a sudden we get a chance to see him and he comes in and performs and he's doing well. Is that not good for baseball? It's on the other side of the spectrum than, what Skubal or Mize were going to do here, but it's exciting. Excitement is good for baseball.
Look, it's just going to be great when he's on the call for a Tigers-White Sox wild card playoff round. Look, we're taking more teams than ever before. I don't think it's some travesty if the Tigers make the playoffs. It means you get to see Clark, McGonigal, and Dingler all bring some juice to the postseason. I think those are going to be some fun names to watch for playoff fans outside of the city of Detroit.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. Josh in Holland. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you. How you doing, man?
I'm great. Love the show. Love listening to you guys. Just a couple comments on Pierzynski. First of all, that last text stole a little bit of my thunder, but another thing is when he retired from playing baseball and became an analyst, he would occasionally do a Tigers game, and you could tell from the start he was always biased against the Tigers in the first place. And, another thing like that text just mentioned, I think that's another part of it is he's just butthurt that the Tigers might overtake the White Sox and make the playoffs over the White Sox. I think that's a big part of it. But these latest remarks, that just blows my mind. They make absolutely no sense at all. I mean, this is great for baseball, if you ask me. Watching these young guys perform, I don't know. I'm 53. I've been a Tigers fan since I was 12 when they won the World Series in '84. And they're so fun to watch, and it's so exciting. And then just another quick side note is talking about McGonigal a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm a vendor for the Whitecaps, and I have been for a couple of years. And just getting to watch him and Max Clark last year was amazing. And I talked to McGonigal a couple of times, and just even outside of being such an outstanding baseball player, he's just an amazing young guy. And just, so personable and happy to, sign autographs and talk a little ball with you. Yeah. And, it was amazing getting to see those guys play in Grand Rapids.
He's got a good head.
I'm so happy that they're in the club now, and it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, McGonigal's got a good head on his shoulders. That is when the other team's pitcher's not trying to take it off of his head,
right,
off of his shoulders.
Yes.
But that was big last night for him. They nearly hit him. He settles in, and I thought his swing was the difference in the game. His last 2 swings drove in runs.
Yeah.
And the one down the line with 2 outs to score 2 to finally get to Bybee.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. Let's get to Gino in Dearborn. Gino, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I'm going to open up with Pruzinski is a buffoon.
There it is.
Thank you.
And, yeah, absolutely. I'll meet him halfway, though. I will say it might be bad for the trade deadline as far as teams maybe looking at that and being like, see, we don't need to make a move, much to the ire of sports fans everywhere when you want to see them push the chips in. But, I mean, if anything, it just lays another blueprint. There's more than one way to go about it, and I think it might help the players in their talks in the offseason as far as what it takes to win, you know, bringing guys up and developing and all that good stuff.
Yeah. You don't want the season to end for half the teams in early August.
No. You want those teams to still be, and if it does affect the trade deadline moving forward, for some of those teams, wouldn't their fans like to still see their stars stay in their jerseys? Like, take out the business side of it, and a trade deadline comes and goes, and now you're left with a star on your roster. How dare you?
Yeah, I don't want to steal thunder. Steve, you're going to make the point. You're in Bloomfield Hills. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Big fan of the show. John, big fan. 51 years a Michigan season ticket holder, so go Blue.
Go Blue.
If you look at the Tigers where they were in the season, I think they had a bad series against Kansas City that forced them to look to the future. So at that point, they decided to do some selling and bring up the youth. So the whole idea of the thing was to look to the future.
Yeah, they had a look in the mirror moment.
Yep.
And decided they had to do what was right long term. I commend what they did at the trade deadline. You know, trading Skubal and Mize, guys that were going to leave. It was the right thing to do. But it didn't mean that the team had to quit, you know, and I think that's the beauty of this is they haven't.
Exactly. Should we apologize that our young kids are doing so well?
Right.
No, again, it generates
Bingo.
excitement, and it's good for baseball.
Yeah, we'll make sure to write the apology and mail it to AJ Pruzinski.
Yeah.
We're so sorry that our young players are playing with some adrenaline and some juice and delivering in big moments.
Yeah,
we're
maybe
sorry.
if he's going to be calling the game, he could just wait and hand deliver it.
We're so sorry.
It just, again, I try and think, what is the facts that could back up his argument? And there's just little to no facts that would back it up, other than I'm a former White Sox, and if you knock my team out, it's really bad for baseball.
World Series champ.
Yeah.
Chicago White Sox. Come on, Chicago's media market 3. We need the White Sox in. Don't let these stupid, pesky seller Tigers come take our division crown.
Hey, they got a Cubs team that's going to be in. All right, so you don't need both.
I'm sure that's how they view it. Oh, well.
yeah, White Sox.
If the Southsiders aren't in, at least we can all root for the Northsiders. I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure
Yeah.
that dynamic plays. Yeah. Let's get to the phones. James in White Lake. James, good morning.
Fellas, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Your previous caller mentioned something that was really an interesting point. The blueprint is not always the same. So we have Skubal. He's going to end up costing us, I don't know, maybe the biggest contract in baseball for a pitcher, besides the guy from the Dodgers, Ohtani. But baseball is not about one pitcher, and you guys say it all the time. 1 to 6 days, there they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's about pitching. So if we can shore up our bullpen in any way, shape, or form, and these guys continue to produce like they are, that are our starters right now, who we have is who we have. That is what makes a good baseball team, with solid, consistent hitting. Doesn't have to come from the same guy every day. It just has to come.
Yeah, it's a team, right? I think that they're going to reinforce that point if they do make the playoffs. The bullpen, you had 5 arms throw yesterday. 3 of them gave up a run.
Yeah.
Still a sore subject. But to his point about, well, okay, what can they do? You're going to kick some guys to the pen as this thing continues. So if and when River Ryan comes up and pitches for the Tigers, someone's got to go to the bullpen, right?
Flaherty comes back.
Someone's going to the bullpen. If JV ever pitches, he could be in that bullpen. I don't know, or kick someone to the bullpen for a start. And when you make the playoffs, if you make the playoffs, you're not running a 5-man rotation, so you'll throw another arm into the bullpen. I mean, that's going to be. They didn't add. That's
Yep.
going to be the only way that bullpen gets better because there are just too many guys that you don't feel very good about. When Finnegan is in, Summers is dealing with it again. Jansen in the ninth last night. A lot of hyperventilating.
Yes, and I think I saw a stat. It was Tigers data this morning that had the last 100 pitches for Finnegan.
Oh, I saw this.
Only 5 swing and misses.
If it was any other account, I would think they were like spoofing or making fun of.
But they've been
rock solid.
Yeah,
100 pitches, 5 whiffs. You're not fooling anybody.
Better play good defense. And AJ did talk about the defense is playing really good right now.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that he singled out at their low point with us. Hey, that's the one thing. Hey, the offense is going to come and go, pitching can come. Well, we got to play defense, and they're much better defensively now. 248-539-9797. Bad for baseball. We also have some Bryce Underwood comments. John would love to get your feedback on what the Ohio State rivalry means, because I don't think it's the same as what Bryce said. Anyway, got the mochi for you at the end of the hour. Do a little food test. It's 97.1. Got some audio from Bryce Underwood on the rivalry with Ohio State. I think John will have a slightly different perspective. Let's get to Cliff in Manistee talking a little Tiger baseball. Cliff, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I'm curious to see, is there any correlation with Joey Cora leaving and then the Tigers all of a sudden start hitting the ball and winning? And the second thing is, I'm more concerned on the Lions with whoever the center is, if they can get them into the proper blocking technique with the whole line being in unison.
Chemistry of the group up front. Well, I think, John, you've said you think it'll be Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, I think it'll be Juice in the center. TBD on the left guard. Probably Mahogany, even though he came in unprepared. And then the other three positions are already solidified.
Yeah, get a chance to get those guys throughout the preseason on the same page.
Yeah.
On the Joey Cora point, so I did look it up. They let him go on July 7th, I believe, before that game was played. In that time, they're 19-10. Now, I don't think it was as simple as Joey Cora was holding this team back, but I did want to see what the numbers were.
So we're going to start doing a Cora AD record.
Yeah.
So you said it was June 7?
July 7th.
July 7th.
And they're 19-10 since.
Yeah, but I mean, leading into that, they were 5-1 just before they relieved him of duty.
A good way of looking at this, they were 16 below 500 at their worst, right? They made up 9 of those games without Joey Cora. They also made up some of those games with Joey Cora.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any correlation.
Something or nothing, 248.
Correlation is diabolical. Yeah, they made up 7 games with him, 9 games without him. They've been playing better since June.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that happened along the way.
If they do have a slump, they could hire him back and then fire him. But
sure.
But
yeah, just
to see what they could generate. Anyway, Bryce Underwood. Got some audio from him. He was on with John Fanta, NBC, asked about the rivalry with Ohio State. Just another game. Guys wearing a different color. John, is that your experience?
Not at all. But I mean, it's. Is
it kids these days? He grew up here. He's played in this game,
right? And it's. I mean, so I grew up here and witnessed a lot of great games in that rivalry. Until you live it, you don't really understand. The problem is he lived it last year, and you can say whatever you want. I don't care. It's about how you perform. And there's a lot of big games leading up to that. Maybe he's focused on Oklahoma. Maybe he's focused on the trip to Oregon. Maybe it's Iowa. Maybe it's Indiana coming to the big house.
They got a lot of big games this year.
There's a lot of big games. It's a tough schedule. So he may be of the mindset, I'm taking it one game at a time.
Yeah, but there's a script, and maybe you don't want to follow a script, but it's kind of easy button at Michigan and easy button at Ohio State. All year, we want to beat Ohio State every single day. And on that day, that game means everything.
And the signs are still there. Hey, what are you doing today to beat Ohio State? Like it's still an emphasis in the building. And I know everybody got all over Coach Whittingham for not using the word hate. You can use whatever words you want. Like, it's a rivalry. He at least identified it as a rivalry.
He participated in a big rivalry in
Utah.
the
Holy War.
Yeah.
And he dominated that rivalry. So we'll see what happens at the end of the year. And I think there may be, once you are playing Big Ten games, it's different than being in the Big 12 or the Pac-12. You'll learn a little bit more about the conference and the teams that you're playing. Once you play in that game, especially since this year it's going to be in Columbus, there may be an education that happens. And you're just hoping that it happens along with a win.
Yeah. Look, zoomed out, I think you're going to see more of this as guys don't stack 3 and 4 years at schools. The transfer portal, do you really have a sense of the rivalry? We see it with coaches who show up and it takes a year or two to really get the scope. Like Michigan State fans never felt like Jonathan Smith understood the Michigan rivalry. He had experience in the Oregon State rivalry, but he didn't get this rivalry. Are we going to see more of that with 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are on the move every year? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the rivalries will be held onto with a firm grip by fans, former players, those that have invested, whether it's just buying a ticket or going to the game, they've invested in their team more so than it will be the players, because if you're here one year, you're gone the next year, you're in a third or a fourth place, like you just don't develop those same rivalries because you're bouncing around all the place. You don't understand what they are. You're not growing up. You're not living and breathing it.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on this morning?
Well, the numbers are in. Right around 37,000 drivers drove across the Gordie Howe International Bridge into Canada during the first few days that it was open. So data was collected between July 27th, that's the day the bridge opened to traffic, to July 31st, and it shows that about 18,900 Canadians, 18,100 Americans used the bridge to drive into Canada. There was also about 4,100 commercial transport trucks that entered Canada as well. They say, meanwhile, there were 52,700 trips into Canada from the U.S. using the other border crossing, so the Ambassador Bridge or the tunnel. They also say there was 3,400 pedestrians and bicyclists that used the multi-use path on the very first day it opened.
Okay,
so
cool.
Lots of people drove across it, which is pretty
advantage
cool.
of it. Yep.
A woman has been hospitalized after being struck by a vehicle while riding on an e-scooter in Detroit. Every week I have stories involving e-scooters. Detroit police say last Thursday, right around 5:20 p.m., a red Chevy 300 between 2006 and a 2010 model allegedly was involved in this hit and run. Officials say the car ignored a stop sign and hit this 27-year-old woman. She remains hospitalized in critical condition with severe injuries, broken legs, fractured neck, head trauma. Police say that the red vehicle drove off from the scene, which was captured on a Nest video. So there is evidence. They say it has front end damage, is missing a fog light cover, extensive undercarriage damage, and anyone with information is being urged to call the Detroit Police Department. So I was just looking at pictures online because apparently people think that Usher is using a double, like a body double, a look-alike, to stand in for him during his concerts.
Oh, really?
Yes, but he is shutting down the rumors. He says that not true. There's no way. I'm not using a body double. But apparently fans are kind of doing a double take because there's been footage of people who are attending his concerts and posting video online, and it doesn't always look exactly like Usher.
What is he, like super jacked now, or?
Oh no, he's always looked great. But this body double, wearing a shirt. Usher doesn't always wear a shirt. In fact, he goes shirtless. And this guy's wearing a shirt that I think that's actually Usher. Anyway, but they also say his jawline looks a little different, and that's what I noticed. The face shape looks a little different. And they say some of his dance moves don't look quite right. Looks a little off. Doesn't look like it's him. And they think that maybe he's using a body double.
Maybe he's lost a step. He's just old.
I don't know.
That feels more likely than he's gone through the trouble of finding someone that looks 95% like him.
Right.
To not have to do the shows. If you were to get caught doing that, there's no living that down.
I agree. One woman says, no, I think I did see the real Usher, but he came out and performed about half a song, disappeared into the darkness, and then a new Usher came out. Wasn't actually the real one at all. I don't know. Suspicious, apparently. Listen to this. There's a restaurant bar in Memphis that's getting some attention after implementing a new policy that bans entry to anyone under the age of 30.
Oh, a mature bar.
That's kind of what they're looking for. This new age policy went into effect on August 1st, and the restaurant says that in order to enhance their dining experience and improve safety, they're raising the minimum age to 30. They didn't go into any exact reasons why. They didn't pinpoint anything, but apparently the Memphis Police Department recorded at least 13 incidents involving this particular establishment in the past year. And in 2023, there was something that happened that left 2 people dead.
Oh.
And people who go there, local patrons, say that they're relieved about this. They're excited to see the age change, and they think it will be a more laid back, more chill crowd.
Is that where you'd set the cutoff, 30?
Well, it's where they did. I don't know.
I'm saying, when do you think, I think you could probably have done 28.
When maturity sets in?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
But there is a difference between the 22-year-old and the 28-year-old.
I think 30 is just easier than saying 28.
Right, yeah.
It's just easier. Just make it
a nice round number.
Yeah. Yep. Finally, movie theaters. The traffic has apparently been booming this year, and Gen Z is to thank for that. There's this Canadian film exhibitor that says Gen Z is bringing movie theaters back to life because they're tired of looking at the small screen, and they're also treating movies as more of a social activity than ever before. Plus, also, people are also being drawn back because there's actually more compelling content across multiple genres. That could be it as well. Lots of movies that have been getting a lot of attention.
Well, it's good to see. We want those theaters to do well.
For sure.
We did get a text that says we know who Heather's celebrity crush is now. It's
Usher?
clearly Usher.
Apparently, yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, why not?
Yeah. I mean,
what's not to like about Usher?
Clearly studied his
Looks good, sounds good.
jawline.
Well, I just know,
shirt off.
I know what he looks like, and I can tell
Chest.
from.
His abs
Does
don't
he
look like
sweat?
that.
Does he sweat the same as Usher?
I don't know.
Does he glisten?
Oh no.
This guy was really glistening.
Oh.
Well, look.
They replaced him
Look
with a
at it.
sweater.
Looks like he's just bathed in oil.
Hot sweat oil.
But that doesn't look like sweat, does
Hot
this?
oil.
Ugh.
Anyway, that was Heather with the news. Coming up next, you guys had never tried this before. I brought it in. Taste test next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know Ram Truck should be right there at the top of the list. And here's a few reasons why. Ram Truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I'm driving a Ram right now, and I absolutely love it. For power, there's not much of a comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, you've got two choices. I chose the 420 horsepower version, and you also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you'll feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Well, this will be interesting. In an effort to make this show more cultured, I have delivered something that you have never tried before, had never heard of until last week's cookie jar.
So this is giving us culture?
I don't know. It's a Japanese dessert, mochi. Many of our listeners have had it, but you guys said you hadn't. So I ran out to the store, and there's enough for both behind the glass, John, Heather, even a couple for the guys in Crosstalk if they have never had one. But what is let's start with visually the presentation. What are we working with here?
Well, we have powdered covered pink balls. That's how it is presented. They're a little bit mushier than I thought.
I was going to say, I thought they'd be a little harder.
Yes, and they are...
Are you cutting yours open?
I am trying to cut it open just because the gooey...
It doesn't
rice.
look appetizing. Like, it doesn't look like something I would be like, I really want mochi.
It's not like my favorite dessert or anything. Oh,
you're going for it?
I'm going for it.
Okay. Oh, the inside's pink too? Ugh.
John, hold it together.
I was expecting like vanilla ice cream.
I said it's strawberry
I
ice
know,
cream.
but I wasn't expecting it all to be the same color.
First bite, let's get a review.
I've got to say,
Tom.
Well, strawberry. I mean, not bad. I'm not a huge fan of the, as you can imagine, the gooey rice covering.
I'm not either. The fact that the ice cream melts and that's gone, and then you're left chewing the remainder of that rice covering. I don't love that.
Yeah, kind of just want
to. Do you trust this guy on this, by the way?
Lick out the inside.
He hasn't ate one.
I'll eat one. I'm saving him for the guys in the crosstalk.
He's not eating one, and he's going on vacation. What's he trying to do to us?
I'll eat one.
Did you try it yet? We didn't give these guys a fork or a knife, so you have to bite right into it.
Yes, it's going to squeeze. It's going to squish.
I won't make you guys eat something I wouldn't eat.
They're not
It's
bad.
decent.
No.
Probably wouldn't seek it out.
I think that's a fair verdict.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest strawberry flavored like ice cream desserts person. It's not bad. I do find the mush kind of weird at first.
Yeah.
I would just never select this.
Okay.
If I'm having dessert, this would never. I would always pick something different.
Not
But
a
it's
texture.
not gross.
No, it's not gross. It's just not a texture. It's almost like
I would eat it. I would
it gets
take
stuck in your teeth.
I would take the outside layer off.
So you just eat the ice cream?
Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't taste like it's pink inside.
Yeah,
No.
Tom?
No. And I would like to say though, with the powder coating, I've got black pants on.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No. I have successfully accomplished it without having the white marks all over my pants.
Look at you, an adult.
Time to cleanse my palate.
There you go.
I just don't like how that feels on my fingers.
Oh,
the
yeah, the, like,
gumminess.
gummy stickiness.
Yeah. Gooey.
Anyway.
Well, thank you.
Well, there you go.
Yes, thank you very much for bringing us culture. Now I know even more what I like and don't like.
Are these people boomers or living under a rock? They're acting like this is sticky tofu or something.
No, it's just...
We've never had it before.
yeah, I've never had... in fact, so the way that this started was last Friday you had a question in the cookie jar.
Yeah, the question was, this weekend it's National Mochi Day and National Frozen Custard Day. What is your favorite dessert? And there's immediately a question of, wait, what was
What
that
is
first
mochi?
one? Yeah, what was that? Yes. So you have now tried it. And Greg, you had never prior to today either.
Ooh, when you move it around like that, it looks really weird.
It sure does. I've dissected it.
It's like a frog. Look at her over there.
Uh-huh.
That layer. I don't like that.
Yeah. Looks like it almost would move on its own.
We tried it.
Like an amoeba.
Says my wife is Japanese, never seeks out mochi, tells you everything. That's Robert on the text.
Mm-hmm.
Heather just created a new drop. Wes in Madison Heights.
Yes.
Good treat, but get me a donut.
Oh, yeah.
Gator,
or
have you
just
ever had...
skip the outside and just give me the strawberry ice cream.
Yeah. Gator, if you've never had a mochi, there is one left if you'd like to partake. Between you and Mark, one of you can have it.
I've half
Or you
left
could
too.
share.
Like Lady in the Tramp style?
Aw.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to do that, but I'll try.
All right.
Have you had one before?
I don't think I have. Somebody brought some off. Actually, it brought some by at the radio station, and I think I ended up. There were several boxes. We kept getting like people on the show. We gave them to, and then I think when all was said and done, I had forgotten that I gave mine away to somebody else with the show. This is interesting. Is it supposed to be this cold?
Well, it's ice cream on the inside.
Oh, well then yes.
Yes.
You would want it to be at least somewhat cold.
Oh, the word.
Gotta finish it. Gotta finish it.
Yeah, finish what you started. Don't be a quitter. No one likes a quitter.
That's you too, Heather.
Do you want this half, Mark? Want to try it?
You want half of her
I didn't
mochi
I
ball?
didn't bite into it.
Oh, it's tremendous.
Cut off a piece.
Oh, have you had it before?
Oh, mochi is the bomb. It's absolutely incredible. Why am I getting looks like I'm bougie now? This is very normal.
It's not. Nobody's giving you a bougie look.
Oh, come on. This is normal. How do you not like this?
Oh, I think the ice cream part's great. It's the exterior part that I'm like, it feels like it's somebody's skin.
How did you know?
Hey, man, I've lived. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong at all.
I mean,
it's the texture on the outside
what
covering.
What did you guys come up with to describe the texture of the outside? Because
non-dissolvable.
Right, non-dissolvable. Like this is
your ice cream melts, and then you've got
kind of feels like it's going to come out the same way it goes in.
Oh.
We don't need that
no
review.
chance of breaking it down.
It's the McDonald's French fry that's still in you 10 years later.
I feel like it's a ghost from Pac-Man. You know?
Oh,
it's floating around.
Very much.
And there's ice cream in the middle of it. It's an Inky Blinky Clyde. Who did I just bite into?
I don't know. I mean,
mistake. Bad.
Like it's not the flavor.
The ice cream
not
is great.
horrendous.
Like there's real
It's just
strawberry flavor,
the
which is hard to
texture.
really kind of replicate. But it's a great flavor.
Yeah.
It's the texture that is ruining it for me.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to do that to you before your show, but
You're the best. Am I going to eat that? Not again.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Sorry, still a little disheveled from what was going on. What with the mochi tasting and all. Kang, have you had the mochi?
Yes. I talked to Jim about this after the show. They brought up last week. I was like, I could not hear a more white show than when you guys were talking about mochi balls. Like Heather had no idea. I think Tom had no idea. Whoever was running the board had no idea. Jansen had no idea. And I guess Costone is because he's young, no kids. He goes out to eat all the time. I was assuming that's why he knew. But he's like, yeah, it's at Kroger. It's at Meijer. You know, like it's...
Yeah, but
it's
I mean,
not
this
as,
is not some hidden thing.
No,
here.
yeah. It's not as popular as, like, I guess, sushi at this point. But, like,
Right.
It wasn't outrageous to me. Have I had it? Yes. Do I enjoy it? Yeah, it's fine. It's basically like an ice cream dumpling, I would call it. You know what I mean?
I think that's actually a really good way to
The outside's like a dumpling, the inside
Yeah.
ice cream. My kids love it.
Had I been prepared with that description, I might have come away with that. And again, the flavor is great. It was a real good strawberry flavor to it. But I can't get past that texture on the outside of it.
My wife loves the mochi. Tremendous. It's incredible. Family show, eyes up here, but it's different flavors: strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, I mentioned that we had
portable ice cream.
One of the followers on Twitch had brought some stuff over to us, and we thank you for that. And I remember doling out all the boxes of and I think it was banana flavored mochi. And
you never had it.
I think I may have by accident. I start giving away the boxes, and then I realized I don't have a box for myself.
You were Milton with a birthday cake.
It was a lot like that. Yeah, it takes me back to when I was in Dog Row at Old Tiger Stadium. One of the greatest days of my life. I'm like 24 years old. I'm at the game with my buddy. They call Dog Row. If you're in section 225, row 17, seat A, you're in Dog Row or whatever. I'm like, oh, hey, that's us. Look where my buddy, that's us. And here comes the people with a whole bunch of hot dogs. Like, this is going to be awesome. And we start giving them away to everybody. And next thing I know,
no hot dog.
I got there's one hot dog left. I'm having one hot. The dream of Dog Row when you're a fat guy is to sit back with your other buddy who's a fat guy and sit down and start working at 10 hot dogs and see what kind of damage you can do. Instead, we gave them all away and only had one each. So it was kind of the same thing, except in this case, I was without the mochi.
Well, this time you got the mochi. You're not sold on the mochi, and I think you're doing this wrong.
Well, I apologize, and I will have to give it another opportunity. It's just I like King's description better, and if I get that in my mind, maybe that'll be an easier way to get it.
It tastes like
done.
human
skin.
skin.
Human skin is not a good description.
It's what it tastes like to me. It's like you start gnawing at the top of your hand. You take a little bite. Like, what is that? It's like the mouth meat on a dog's lip.
Is that a common behavior? Start gnawing on your hand?
No, but I mean, look, we're all adults here. At some point when you're a kid, you're biting anything that's on your body. So
no, I feel you. I don't know if you've ever had this, but pig's feet.
I have not.
Okay,
please.
so I'm saying the skin exterior. I could see where you could relate that to a mochi ball, the outside of it. It's kind of, it's firm, but it's not tough. It's kind of chewy.
It's like, as John said, kind of undissolvable. It feels like it might be undissolvable.
It's in there a month later.
Get over that, and it's not bad because the inside is ice cream.
Once you get past that,
break skin.
Once you get past the insoluble, top of your hand skin texture, it's really quite good. But the flavor, like I said, was the strawberry was outstanding. It was really, really good. But I'm probably not going to. Well, I mean, maybe I'd give it another chance, I guess.
This tummy ache is brought to you by Mochi.
Speaking of tummy ache, this is not a tummy ache. This is fantastic. What was a tummy ache was what was going on in May with the Tigers, and now what's happening is insane. This team is on some kind of roll since June 1st. They are playing extraordinarily winning baseball. Their brand of baseball is so good now that they are just a half game out of the wild card spot. Here it is, August 12th. We are 9 days removed from trading away Casey Mize, and we are, 12 days removed or 11 days removed from trading away Tarek Skubal. People thought this team was sunk. They couldn't possibly compete. What did Scott Harris say afterwards? We're not waving the white flag. We're doing what was the best for this organization and what was smart for this organization. And I agreed with him 100% because this is what I wanted all along. At some point, I think it was last offseason. I'm like, trade Tarek Skubal. Do it. Trade him in the offseason if you can to get some value for him. You're going to wait to the trade deadline. The value's not going to be as much, but whatever. And then it comes to a choice right before the deadline. Are they going to have to trade him or not? Are they going to be in it or not? And they were kind of in, kind of not. It's like, it's not worth it. Go ahead and move him. But at the same time, I still wanted them to move assets to acquire bullpen arms. They didn't do it, okay? But here we are, like I said, 9 days after the trade deadline, and they're playing
a brand of baseball that's quite appealing. It's a young team. They're fun to watch. They've brought up rookies. Their top prospects are playing up there on the field now. That's great. They are 8-2 in their last 10 games. That's the second hottest team in all of baseball, behind only the Tampa Bay Rays, who have now won 8 straight games, and they're 9-1 in their last 10 games. But for this team to be where they're at, this is incredible. All right, they beat Tanner Bybee last night, which is not an easy feat for these Detroit Tigers. Tanner Bybee has owned the Tigers. The numbers they kept showing on the screen last night, it's like, wow, that's good. Wow, well, that's good. We talked about him yesterday in some more generic terms. Well, yeah, this year, Bybee had pitched 15 innings against the Tigers, giving up just 3 earned runs in those 2 games, and been really good. They won both of them. In fact, the Guardians had won all 6 matchups this year. Going into last night, they'd won 11 of the last 12 matchups against the Tigers. And the Tigers, this Tiger team is like, I don't care. I didn't play on this team in May. I don't know anything about that. All I know is that we can compete with anybody. And they went out and got the early lead. Game got tied after a solo shot, and then they pushed across 3 runs in the 5th inning, and it was on.
So we've got a couple of jumping off points here, and this is, to me, incredibly exciting. Incredibly exciting when you consider that on July 29th, after the blown lead against Baltimore, we all thought it was over. Number one, why isn't everyone enjoying this? Right? Like, maybe a majority are, maybe not, but there are so many among us who are like, yeah, but if they had only kept Skubal now, what would they be? No, I think they're doing this because they got rid of that dark cloud. Because that dark cloud is no longer here. Why isn't everyone enjoying this right now? There is no yeah, but to this. And the other one to me, you and me, Gator, said they should trade Max Clark for Mason Miller. And I'm wondering
if that was possible.
Right. I'm wondering now that we've seen Max Clark, if we're boop, boop, boop. Are you and me walking that back a little bit?
I'm not going to walk that back. I love Max Clark. But to get greatness, you have to give up greatness. And the thing with Mason Miller, if he was, even at all possible, and I was looking at this weeks ago and trying to determine which teams are going to be sellers and whatnot, and what player would you like. And, Mason Miller went for such a huge price last year at the trade deadline because he's got multiple years of team control left. So, yeah, would still want to do. They need to have him, I think it was for the rest of this year, and maybe 3 more years.
3 more.
Of the best closer in baseball. So, yeah, you're going to have to give something up to get that. And I would have been willing to do it. Would I still have been willing to do it? Yes, I would have. But he wasn't available. The only thing that bothers me about the trade deadline was my plan to acquire the bullpen arms while still trading. And if you're going to trade Casey Mize, and became obvious that Casey Mize is not part of this team's future when they sat him out and they didn't even offer him an extension at any point. So fair enough. He was on. They were definitely going to move him. I wanted to add bullpen arms that only if they were going to be under team control for multiple years, not 2, but like 3, 4, 5. I want those types of players. And you're going to have to give up something to get those players. But the Tigers had those players in the system they could have given up. And there were a couple of arms that that went at the trade deadline like, oh, that's one of the guys I identified. Here's another guy I identified. And they went to other teams. And the comparable cost would have been a player like in the Tigers system, like a Tyron Lorenzo or maybe a Jace Young type player, maybe somebody else.
Right.
A couple prospects are in like the 20s or something like that for the team prospect list. But it wasn't having to give up Max Clark or Josue Briseño or Bryce Rayner or Jordan Yost. And, and frankly, Yost could be another guy that I'd be willing to part with. And the same thing goes for this offseason if I were the Tigers. I'm still looking to add to the bullpen because it doesn't look like right now that there are a ton of prospects in the Tigers organization, pitching-wise, bullpen-wise, that are going to make this team a big there's going to be a big difference there. I would not have traded any of those players for a rental. I'm not about the rental business. Not right here, not right now. Now, next year, if this team is as good as I think they're going to be next year, as strong as I think they're going to be next year, it might be a different story at the trade deadline. And you're probably seeing a couple other of their top prospects making it to the majors. And then it becomes a little bit easier, more defined. Okay, we've got 5 catching prospects in the organization. Let's move one of those guys. Hey, we've got 5 shortstops in the organization. Let's move one of those guys and let's really add to this team. But they've done this without having to make any of those moves. And we'll see if it's a mistake or not when it's all said and done.
That is
but
the mistake.
I don't think it's any mistake at all that they moved on from Skubal or Mize. I'm all for that for the reasons we've gone through ad nauseum about not being able to sign these guys long term. So, but right now this team is a game under 500. What was their worst? Were they 16 below 500?
16 below, 22 and 38.
And I think there were twice during the year that they've been 16 games below 500. Now they're 1 game below 500. They're just 2.5 out in the Central.
Tied in the loss column. In the loss column, which is what I worry about because if you're down in the loss column, it means you need help. Now you need no help whatsoever. You are there. But I thought Scott Harris delivered his best press conference ever after the deadline. He accepted accountability. He explained himself. He said he hates selling. What was the one mistake? The one mistake was he said, look, we didn't trade for bullpen help because you consider the prices of those players, but then also he used didn't want to block guys that were give me a break. Add a freaking bullpen arm. Help these guys. Have one pitcher in that bullpen that you feel good about.
The one thing we don't know is what the asking price was for the players, and maybe that changes everything. But based on, and it's also, you can't go into this and use MLB Pipeline's top 100 players in baseball or top 30 per team for the prospects. You can't use that as the Bible because each team is going to have their own assessment, not relying on MLB Pipeline or Baseball America's list. They have their own list. So I don't know, how highly regarded some of these prospects are, but that's what we have to go on. That's the guidelines we have to go on. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Tigers are incredibly surprising what they've done this year. This is a resilient team that came back from a god-awful May, and now they are just a game below 500 and a half game out of the wild card. Is the sky the limit with this team? How far can this team really go? How do you feel about this team right now? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get through that way. Karsch and Anderson, Mark Ryan's in for Doug Karsch here on 97.1. So the Lakers are being sold? Part of the appealing process of the Detroit Tigers and their brand of baseball, it's not just that they're a young team that has promoted their prospects over the last couple of years, and we get to see them play, and it's great. But they have really stepped up, and now it's tangible to see this. The defense. Last night's game was chock full of defensive plays that made a difference. And AJ Hinch talked about it afterwards. I mean, it's little things like Max Clark, cranking over to his right on a base hit. Was the ball going to get to the gap? No. But if he doesn't get over there quickly, I think it was Stephen Kwan who hit it, Kwan's going to go to second.
Ultimate Tiger killer.
Yeah.
Stephen Kwan.
He is one of them, certainly. And Jose Ramirez on that team is another one. And I think Chase DeLauder is going to be the next one.
Please no.
He's so good.
Too many on that team.
Travis Bazzana is another young player. They've got some young players. Cleveland's doing a lot of the similar things the Tigers are doing. They promoted their top prospects, and because they've been a bad baseball team for a few years ago. They were bad before they started making the playoffs again. They took advantage of having top picks, and here you go.
And they're also the ultimate counterpoint to what people say about the Tigers. Anyone who complains about the Tigers, what do they say? Don't spend money, don't spend money, don't spend money. Well, you have a top 10 payroll. What's their payroll? Last in Major League Baseball. They're the prototype for what you can do without spending money. And they've been a thorn in this team's side. That's why it was so great to see the relative offensive explosion we got last night. 6 runs in a single game? What do we do to deserve that?
Yeah, it was a little bit of an offensive frenzy again, but that's how this team's played. That's what they're averaging. They're averaging close to 6 runs a game since June 1st.
6.3 runs a game since the All-Star break, too. And they did it again last night. If this team is going to produce that way, look, you've got a ton of potential heading into the rest of the season. I just can't figure out why the entire city is not excited about it. Why is there this, but we should have still held on to Skubal from at least maybe a third or half of the Tigers' population? It's killing me.
All right, perhaps you heard the voice over the commercial break, but didn't press the wrong button there. So this is breaking news. It's not baseball news. It's NBA news. Ramona Shelburne from ESPN is reporting the Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price of over $12 billion. Apparently, they were involved in the expansion process in Vegas, but they've got the opportunity to buy the Lakers. They're buying the Lakers for over $12 billion. Darren Ravel tweets out, when Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers in 2014, the other LA team, I said he was massively overpaying because the $2 billion price was 12 times expected following year reviews. At $12 billion, this Laker deal is 20 times expected following year reviews. Listen, the NBA, like the NFL, is a license to print money over time. Is this going to end up being something that falls in their face? Not likely. It's LA. It's a different type of market. Does that mean the Pistons would, that they would get $12 million for the Pistons? Absolutely not. It depends on your market. But that is a earth-shattering number, and interesting to say the least that's what just happened in the NBA. $12 billion, over $12 billion for the Lakers in that price. Bob Iger, one of the 2 businessmen that is buying the Lakers, former CEO of Disney, by the way.
So, what franchise do you consider the most valuable in sports?
It's probably the Yankees, I guess.
That was going to be my answer.
But that flies in the face of what I just said. The NBA and the NFL are the places where it's a license to print money. It might be the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know. I mean, I know Forbes comes up with these lists all the time, and I'm pretty bad at trying to predict which one is. I guess that's just the route that I would go. It's maybe the Dallas Cowboys, New York Yankees.
Dallas is listed as
could be the Dodgers right now.
Yeah, Dallas is listed as the actual one. Oh, God, that's so disappointing, isn't it? The Cowboys are the most valuable. That is so disappointing.
That's fine. They're mismanaged. I mean, it's their own.
You don't need to be better than mediocre to be ever.
Well, they did win a number of Super Bowls in their history. They have like 5
today,
of them,
Junior.
So.
I mean, no conference championship game appearances this century.
No, but what people don't really do a ton of in Dallas is complain about the owner lacking the desire to win another championship. If anybody wants to win a championship, it's Jerry Jones. Now, does he go about it the right way? No, he does not. Does he make massive mistakes by making himself the de facto general manager? Of course he makes massive mistakes by doing that. However, he is not afraid to take a chance. He is not afraid to trade players. He's not afraid to trade draft picks. He's not afraid to do anything there. And in the salary cap world, he's learning a harsh lesson that it's a lot more difficult than just.
By the way, they got the Micah Parsons trade right.
Yeah, obviously. Well, Parsons is hurt.
He's hurt, but also what they just re-signed Quinnen Williams, Caleb Downs, right? They got multiple players for that salary slot. They got it right. I've just got to tell you, we're
kind of getting off track here. Let's put the train back on the tracks here and get back to what we started talking about, which is the Tigers, because this is the fun part. This is the fun part locally, and Lord knows there are plenty of complaints about the ownership here in Detroit, where people don't think that the Tigers are going for it enough. They don't trust Scott Harris to make those big moves, and most people are fine with trading Tarek Skubal, but we know there are people that are not. We had a couple calls yesterday, people that are still bitter about trading Tarek Skubal. You had the AJ Pierzynski comments, even though he tried to exonerate Scott Harris from any blame. He said no offense to Scott Harris and all this, but I mean, the reality is that he's made some very controversial moves here when you trade away not only Tarek Skubal, but also Casey Mize at the trade deadline. And now you see this team 9 days later that they've only improved their standing in the standings as they sit just a half game out of the wild card spot, now 2.5 games out of the lead in their own division. I think this team's going to win the division. I don't think this team is going to be a wild card baseball team. And I say that because I'd never had full confidence that Cleveland had the full roster or that the White Sox have the full roster. I think the White Sox are an exciting team because they've got a lot of young players too, but they're still figuring it out. I don't know if they have the right manager in place. I don't know if these players are I don't think the players are experienced enough yet. The Tigers have a good mix of guys that have been there and done that, and specifically with this team already because they made the playoffs the last 2 years. But 248-539-9797. When it comes to the Tigers, how confident do you feel that this team is still going to make the playoffs despite what they did at the trade deadline? I mean, now we've got even more of a track record afterwards. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. Yes, they have not played great competition, but they played a good team last night. Not a great team last night, but a good team last night. At least a team that was actually considered to be quite good about 2 weeks ago before the Gribes started losing games. But now that they're losing games, I suppose it's just like the American League. Everybody says the American League sucks, which I think is, say that at your own peril. I think that's a mistake if you're going to say that. But where do you stand right now with this team? How confident are you that they're going to get things done and make the playoffs? Or do you think they're even going to win the division? Or do you think that they're not even going to be close when Cinderella's slipper is going to fall off and the clock's going to strike midnight? Everything turns back into a pumpkin. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Mark Ryan is in for Doug.
Thanks for putting up with me.
Sure. Thanks for coming by last 3 days. Kang is back.
Good to see you, Kang.
Good to see Kang. We haven't had Kang in the last couple days.
Yeah, good to be back, man. And then Mark, you look different than Doug. So I'm not used to
in no way that's positive. He was. He's.
You got more hair than Doug.
I don't think there's been a single day in my life where I'm as in shape as that guy. Not at birth, not at age 10. Literally, not a single day.
Doug takes his health seriously.
Yeah, he does.
He does. I have not heard from him on his
glamping trip.
On his camping trip. It's not glamping. It's also not roughing it, but it's not. It's in between. He's at a campground.
The middle ground.
Yeah, I have not heard from him to see how that's going. King, I don't know if you've contacted him at all.
I have not. The only thing I'm really curious about, Gator, is the meal replacement stuff that he brought for no reason.
The freeze-dried food. Like, why are you doing that? You literally just need to throw ice in the cooler. Your car's right there. You know, what are we doing here?
Warm up some. I know he doesn't eat the red meat, so maybe warm up some turkey burgers on the grill.
I mean, is he like, I can't wait to have ramen?
You're right.
Ramen by the fireplace?
Can never be too prepared if you are Doug Karsch.
Right. Well, yes, with clothing decisions anyway.
No, I haven't heard from him, so hopefully everything is going well.
Yeah, we'll talk to Doug on Monday when he comes back. Curious with that. Just show notes. Tomorrow we're going to be back on remote. We'll be at Comerica Park for the Tigers baseball game. Jeff Rieger will be with me out there. And then Friday, Mark and I are back together out of the Dream Cruise at Nicky D's, just south of 14 Mile on Woodward, with the GMC Buick guys from the Golling Group. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited to experience that.
Yeah, you've been here for a few years now, and you have not experienced
the Dream Cruise.
Well, get ready.
I feel like Mark's experienced a ton the last, since you've got here.
Yeah,
I think
surprised.
You're always doing something Michigander or
It's a
Metro
great
Detroit.
state.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic state, and it's got so much to unpack and uncover that I didn't even realize. But I have not been to the Dream Cruise. So, Kang, what should I expect?
A lot of cars.
A lot of cars
that I can't afford, right?
No, not necessarily. It's definitely
classic.
evolved.
Classic cars. I mean, the show is. It's not even a show. It's the event has definitely evolved over the years, and some people say to the detriment of what it was, what the spirit was when it started with, and now it's just become like. It's not just classic cars; it's a car show. You could see a brand new supercar out there. You could see a Lamborghini or a Ferrari out there. You can see the new Corvettes are out there. But you'll also see, a split window Corvette out there. You'll see the old Challengers and Chargers. You'll see Ford Fairlanes. You'll see them all. It's great.
Well, the thing is too, Gator, let's say in the 90s when you went down there, cars from 30 years ago were 60s classics.
Yeah.
Now cars from 30 years ago are the
1990s,
90s.
right?
So it's
I don't know if I expect to see my Plymouth Laser out there.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there going to be a
the
Geo
Eagle
Metro?
Talon?
I don't know. All right.
The Dodge Stealth.
Hey, your favorite car, the Fiero.
So wait. This is very painful. So now our first cars are the old school cars.
Yeah.
That's painful.
And nobody's going to show up at the Dream Cruise with the 1981 Mustang hatchback 4-cylinder.
The four-banger?
That I was driving, yeah. With the seats, with the driver's seat and the passenger seat were angled a little bit because they just were poor quality seats that I had to keep supported with a speaker from my house, from my stereo at my house. I had to wedge it at the base of the seat so that it would stay straight.
Oh, it wouldn't stay straight.
No.
So you're like in a swivel chair.
Well, yeah, it kind of, but it was a permanent list to the right, and my dad and I ended up switching out the seats. So switched out the driver's seat for the passenger seat because they were the same seat. It's not like they were specific like cars are today. And did that, and then a few months after that, again, same thing happened. It's just the poor quality of the seat. So I literally took a box speaker from my stereo in my bedroom, an old one that we had, and I wedged it in the well of the back passenger seat behind the driver's side and wedged it to keep it straight. It was pathetic. It also was only AM radio at the time until I
never knew anyone that could spin around.
Oh, it couldn't spin around.
In their car seat.
No,
I
it couldn't spin
knew that
around.
before.
It was just, actually, I did. There was an assistant football coach. First year I played football, we had one of the assistant coaches had, I forget the car it was, but it was this old, like in a 70s, like an old Lincoln or something like that. Just this long car. And the assistant coach was a bigger guy. He was short, but a very, large mass in this man. And he had a swivel chair for the driver's seat.
No way.
He swear to God, he
How
did.
is that legal?
I imagine it's not. Couldn't possibly be. But that's what he had. He had the swivel chair that would swing around so he can get in and out of the car easy. I'm like, that is either the most amazing thing I've ever seen or the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. As the years have gone on, I think it's gone more from pathetic to pretty amazing. But yeah, I've seen it. It's amazing. So you'll get the first taste of it. And the reason you probably haven't gotten a taste of it now is you live nowhere near the Woodward corridor, so you don't. People that live anywhere around there, Royal Oak, Ferndale, they have to deal with this.
Can't wait.
6 months a year they deal with the noise on Woodward, and they get annoyed with it and can't wait for this thing to be done with. But by and large, I enjoy the Dream Cruise. We'll get there on Friday. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's get some phone calls. We want to talk about the Tigers, and why wouldn't you? This Tiger team is fun to talk about. Jake is in Lake Orion. Jake, welcome 97.1.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. How are you?
Okay.
I'm going to do my best Doug impression.
That's
I
all right.
don't know if
Mark,
I can.
you're good. You're good. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, yeah, so I just want to say when Scott got rid of Tarek, I was okay with it. I was hoping to get some more bullpen help. But when he got rid of Myers, that told me he gave up, and we were not a team ready to give up. That this team is the best team in the division. I mean, just look at the stats. We have the number one ERA guy. We have seventh in bullpen actually with ERA. They just give up runs in the worst spots. We're a great team, and with Job back, Job looked absolutely fantastic. And Flaherty's coming back in September. I think we're going to win the division. I'm not even focused on the wild card because wild card seems more unrealistic than the division to me. But we're the best team in the division. I'm ready. I'm going to the game tonight, and I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Jake. I appreciate it. They're literally a half game out of the wild card spot. They can get that. And obviously, it's a tougher road to get the division, but they're only 2.5 out from that. They could be in first place. When we do the show on Monday, we could be talking about the first place Tigers.
Right. And what amazingly, the odds still favor the Tigers winning the division over winning a wild card berth. But still, we're sitting here today, 38% chance, Fangraph says, for the Tigers to make the playoffs. I feel that's ridiculously low. That number is ignoring momentum. I mean, are you on that? That's too low? 38% chance to make the playoffs today?
King, do you want to answer the question Mark's asking me about how I feel about Fangraphs or percentages and odds of making?
Oh, boy. I just stepped in it. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
maybe just back the truck up. You don't need. Well, pretend that didn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's start over. Yeah,
let's start over. Rewind. Hey, how about these great?
Don't give a rip about odds or chances or percentages. About none of that matters at all.
I think they're wrong
to me. I don't care if they're right or wrong. What do you think? I think everything's a 50-50 chance. So do I think that it's either you do or you don't? Do you think this team's a playoff team? I do. I think they're the best team in the division. I think they're the best roster in the division, and they have the best manager in the division. They're ready to roll. I'm not confident that the White Sox are going to be able to hang on. I like the Tigers' chances this weekend. The Tigers are carrying so much momentum with them, and also maybe a chip on their shoulder, which is something you've been talking about all week. That the Skubal trade may have actually galvanized this team and rallied the troops. That hey, we're not done. Which is something that everyone has said since the trade deadline on the team. We're not done. We're still competing. Kenley Jansen made a nice speech in front of the cameras and microphones about it. Scott Harris said, we're not waving the white flag. Previous caller said that it told him when they traded Casey Mize that they were giving up on it. I don't think that was the case. I think they were giving up on Casey Mize, not the season. They gave up on Casey Mize, who's been oft injured throughout his career, let alone this year. It's not arm issues, fortunately, and I don't wish the man ill will. I like Casey Mize, and I was leaning towards let's go ahead and re-sign him. But clearly, they don't think he's going to be able to stay healthy in his career. He had a couple different stints on the IL with a groin issue, and enough's enough. They finally said, we're cutting bait. We're not going to give you a 5-year, $125 million contract because we don't believe you're going to stay healthy. That's my interpretation of what went down. And yes, they're still competing. It's fun.
I wish Casey Mize well. I wish Tarek Skubal hell. I cannot say I wish Skubal well at this point, and I think what this team is doing is as a result of that toxic energy that he had a hand in being gone.
I wonder if it's different if Mize was dealt to the Dodgers and Skubal was dealt to the Padres.
That would help.
Would that change?
It would help matters.
Take a text coming in, 248-539-9797. Keep Carpenter and Perez away from the Tigers. It'll mess up good mojo. Well, Kerry Carpenter looks like he's on track to come back soon, maybe. Although maybe it was a setback. AJ Hinch talking about I guess he's got plantar fasciitis, and it's really, he's got good days followed by bad days.
You ever had that?
I don't think I have. I've had issues with my feet, and I get it. The pounding on the ground when you're running is not going to make it any better. Wenzel Perez
That's scary.
Yeah, Wenzel Perez hurt himself in some kind of freak accident with like a resistance band, came back, smacked him up in the face, and what broke the orbital bone has done some damage to the eye, and the eye is not getting, the vision hasn't gotten a lot better or better enough where I think he's ready to come back. He was on a rehab stint, and then they've taken him off that. So the concern about Carpenter and Perez may not be much of a concern for the time being. Maybe things change in a couple weeks. Maybe things change over the weekend. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it will. And I kind of agree with that. I don't want that to harm them. If Kerry Carpenter is going to come back, I want him to be 100% healthy because his bat matters. He could be a nice platoon with Eduardo Valencia at a DH position where you've got it covered. You got the right-handed bat, you got the left-handed bat, and let's roll. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We got more calls to get to, more texts to get to, more topics to get to next here on 97.1. Dan Dickerson on the call. A lot to be excited about with this Tiger team. And, one of the things we touched on briefly is what do you want to see more out of the Tigers in the last 45 games of the season, or whatever it was, 44 going into last night. And one of the things I said, I want them to run more. I want to see more stolen bases. I don't necessarily need to see small ball where they're laying down the bunt and getting the guy over. But they have enough team speed where they could be stealing a lot more than what they are, particularly when they've added Max Clark to this roster. And you saw Max Clark on the base path last night. Tanner Bybee was preoccupied with him. 3 over there twice at first base.
That is one of the biggest A.J. Hinch criticisms I've heard. And it might be kind of the next tweak needed to the baseball rules because it's one of the most exciting plays. And analytics has essentially removed the stolen base from the game, or at least significantly so. You have one of the fastest teams, and you're not utilizing it because some spreadsheet says it's not a smart play. How many times have you said to yourself, steal the guy over, move him over, you only need a base hit? Tigers don't do it.
No, I'm not a big advocate of the bunt until I've got somebody at second base. Then I don't mind it. Like if there's a runner at second and nobody out, and you've got somebody at the plate who's a weak hitter. Let's just say, for instance, you've got McKinstry's on second base and you've got Matt Vierling at the plate. Would I ask Matt Vierling to bunt? Sure. I have no problem. With nobody out, yes, I want to get the runner over to third base. I could do that. I don't have a problem with it. But it's all situational. You got to have the right guy at the plate, you got to have the right guy in the base pass and all that. But that being said, just being a team that runs more. Look, they go to first to third more than any team in baseball, and that's great. I love that part of it. They're aggressive in that way. But when McGonigle's on at first base and, there's room to steal. Max Clark, I want to see him running. Zach McKinstry's he's always had a pretty good rate of stealing bases. Want to see that. Javi Baez, want to see him run? Yeah, he was caught last night, but I don't mind. I want to see Javi running. He can steal bases. He's very crafty. He knows what he's doing. Not everybody on this team needs to run, but they've got guys that can, and I'd like to see more of that. That being said, this team last night was fun to watch. McGonigle, in particular, Tower gets buzzed. Bybee goes high and tight. McGonigle ducks, and you hear this loud crack noise. You're like, did that just hit his helmet, or did it hit the bat?
And then he behaved like it did hit his helmet.
Kind of, because he's like waiting for the call to see what it is. Obviously, he knows whether or not it hit his helmet. But he gets up and kind of glares over at Bybee. And then Bybee realizes it hit the bat, and Bybee's like, well, you're going to say it hit the bat, right? And they figure it out. Yes, it hit the bat, no problem. But McGonigle gave nothing. He didn't give an inch after that. And you could see he was pissed. And gets out, comes back in the field, makes a great defensive play in the field after that, and then laces that double down the right field line, a 2-run double to put the team up. And it's like, that's the big old FU right back to the Guardians.
Could you have done that? I mean, if that was
I cannot hit the double down the line.
No. But besides that,
against Major League pitching,
could you have kind of come back, stepped into the batter's box, been able to mentally collect yourself in that way? I don't think I could have. I mean, I think you would have seen my legs shaking in the batter's box thereafter.
No, I mean, look, you're talking about professional baseball. I can't put myself in that situation. I can tell you what it was like for me as a kid playing Little League. I was terrified of getting hit when I was in Little League.
Right. That's 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, and some guys are throwing harder, but yes. But my first step was, plus I have horrible eyesight in my left eye, and as a right-handed hitter, I have to turn myself really open stance to try to see the ball better. My first step with my front leg was towards third base. I was in the bucket all the time because I was afraid of getting hit and I needed to see the ball better. It wasn't until I got older and I went to Tigers Fantasy Camp in 2006, and I had an opportunity again to play baseball, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. I would recommend to anybody that's ever played baseball, once you get older in life, if you get into your 30s, your 40s, go to Tigers Fantasy Camp. It's an amazing time. Or go to any fantasy camp in baseball that they have for the various teams. It's great. Former players are out there. It's awesome. It's a great atmosphere, tremendous camaraderie, and you get to play baseball. And you're going against all different types of skill sets. You got old timers up there, guys that are in their 50s, 60s, maybe even in their 70s, but they're just playing for the love of the game, and they're just trying to get the ball over the plate and pitch it to you. And then you got guys that are hot shots in their 20s that want to show you that I got the heater that can get over 80 miles an hour.
Still convinced.
Yeah. So by the time I got there, I had become way more confident in hitting. Like, I know if I get hit, whatever. I'm big enough, I'm tough enough, I can handle it. And I did get hit at fantasy camp by the kid who threw the hardest of anybody. Everybody knew this guy. Like, this guy's throwing hard. And I stepped in the batter's box and I thought, I'm getting hit. I know I'm going to get hit because he's wild and he throws inside. He's right-handed. I'm right-handed. It's just going to be an inside pitch. I'm going to take one in the ribs or in the back. He's not going to hit me in the head. I feel pretty confident about that. But I got up there and I was waiting for it. And sure enough, he hit me. At that point, this is my last game I was playing before I had to come back. And I wanted to keep hitting. And I said to the umpire, I said, do I have to take first base? He goes, no, you don't. You can stay and hit. And I'm like, okay. And then my teammates told me, no, you have to go to first base. We need the runners. And they're all about winning the game. I'm like, all right, I'll take the base. But I really wanted to stay in there and hit. Long story short.
Where'd you get hit?
I got hit right in the upper arm.
Oh, wow.
Just took it right off the
The
right
most
off the
amazing
tricep.
thing to me that I see in pro sports is how MLB players run to first like nothing happened when they got hit with a lethal weapon at 95 miles an hour. I don't
It depends
understand
where you
that.
get hit. If you got meat on the bone there, it's okay. A lot of guys have the armor to protect themselves these days. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Some more text that coming in.
I just want to say, I agree with you, Mark. I mean, I'd be on the ground. Like, they'd have to bring out the stretcher. They might have to call, like, the downtown emergency vehicles, a hospital to come get me. Like, it'd be terrible. Like, me and you are big MMA fans. We watch UFC and things like that. If anyone calf kicked me, I'd call the fight right there.
Exactly.
And then. Honestly, it'd be over. But, like, that's going to leave a mark. I'm out of here. Like,
Riley
I'm
Green,
done.
Riley Green got hit in the calf last night.
Exactly.
And he's down, and he's like, oh, and he gets up, and I'm like, oh, it's the calf, you're fine. And they're like, no, you're not fine. The pitch comes at you at 90 miles an hour, hits you in a specific spot right in the mush there. He gets over to first base, he's got to shake it off, and then Torkelson launches his double in the gap, and now Ronnie's got to run. Takes off, he's going, and he's done for the game.
If I got hit in the foot, an ambulance would be on the field.
Yes.
In the foot. These guys run to first like a mosquito bit him in the arm.
I stubbed my toe at home on the corner of like the bed, the bed.
the worst.
I'm on the ground for like 20 minutes. Like,
I did
this
that
is
today.
this is how it ends.
Yeah,
this is how it ends.
Ever step on kibble in the middle of the night? Bare
no,
feet?
I can't say I have actually a
That's
Lego.
right.
A Lego.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's a Lego.
Yeah,
Kid.
take me to the emergency room.
Yeah.
I need help.
I'm like, tell my mom I love her.
Exactly. We'll talk soon. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're going to switch gears to football coming up later in this next hour here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Major breaking news in the NBA today. Just 14 months after the Lakers were sold from the Buss family to Mark Walter, team ownership is changing hands again. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne reports today that Walter is selling the Lakers to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking $12 billion. It is the largest sale of a North American sports franchise in history. A $12 billion valuation marks the Lakers as more valuable than 30 NFL teams, only behind the Cowboys and Rams. Mark Walter is also a part owner of the Dodgers, but he is retaining his stake in the baseball franchise and only selling the Lakers in this transaction, according to Shelburne. Mark Stein says when Walter bought the Lakers in 2025, it was stipulated in writing that Jeannie Buss would remain the franchise's operating governor for 5 years. The status of that agreement is unclear with the new sale. In golf today, European reporters say that players have been privately informed by LIV that the Michigan Team Championship is canceled. There's still no official public word from LIV on the status of the event that was supposed to be the tour's season finale this summer. And the Tigers will face the Guardians for Game 2 of the series tonight. All-star lefty Foster Griffin will make his second start for Cleveland since being traded from Washington at the deadline. Griffin is having a career year in his third Major League season. He has a 3.31 ERA, but has struggled his last 2 starts. He's got a 10.61 ERA and 9 1/3 innings between his last start in Washington and first with Cleveland. First pitch at 6:40 tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, no cuts. Can't call you 2 cuts if you're not going to play cuts.
2 cuts is rare nowadays that actually happens.
What happened to
anymore.
cuts?
Well, sometimes in the middle of the day, especially in the summer, now that we have no football or basketball or hockey going on, there's no audio to grab.
We had Tiger highlights. We had sound after the game.
I used all of that this morning. I had 2
Oh, I'm sorry.
cut updates this
Are we in the
morning.
afternoon already?
Well, we're in the midday now.
By the way, I can't tell you how annoyed the boss man is that you beat him. He's been walking around the office with this irritable look on his face ever since that happened.
Really? We had a quite affable exchange yesterday. I heard nothing about this.
Well, that's to you.
Right.
To everyone else.
Well, but Jimmy and I took care of business.
Yeah, I mean,
that day.
Jimmy
may not have won the individual against Brendan here, but together.
But just like gymnastics, the individual is really where the prestige
Well,
lies.
the individual didn't come with any monetary compensation.
Oh, okay.
So, that's the part that really matters. So Jimmy won the part that was really important.
Yeah, but he shifted the golf bags around, so you got stuck with Rieger. I mean, that's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Like, it was supposed to be who? You and Gator?
That's just it was a placard on the cart, but we knew what was going to happen.
Yeah,
Jimmy and I are a
that
team.
was the pro club or the pro shop guys just putting names together.
Yeah, Jimmy's my partner.
Well, it ended up being highest strokes Rieger and lowest strokes me against you and Jimmy, who were both in the middle. It was a great match, very competitive.
Yeah, right. Jimmy was brilliant. Got in Rieger's head right at before the 17th tee shot. Was
By
brilliant.
saying what?
Jimmy said, "Hey, so you guys are what? Only a stroke back, right?" And Jimmy said, "Look, watch this." Right before he said it too, because he knew it was going to get in Rieger's head. Of course, it got in Rieger's head. And what did Rieger do on the tee shot? Pull hook left into the woods.
Yeah.
Right.
And the thing is I am a golfer, and every golfer has their own personal preference. And we had actually talked about it at the turn, where I said I'm one of those people who doesn't like to know my score. I don't want to know how many over par.
I'm with you.
Never under par.
Which is hard to do with Rieger because Rieger is constantly adding it.
Why would you admit that? Now you're just going to get more of that.
Well, yeah, we were just talking about golf, right? And Jimmy told me my score at the turn. It was so bad I didn't even care, whatever. I started playing better on the back nine, and we get to 17 or 16 it was, and Rieger was like, to me in the card, he's like, I think we're only like a shot back. We were down so much at the turn. We were down like 9 at the turn. He's like, I think we're only like a shot back. Like, we kind of came back on him, And I'm like, this is my first time playing with these guys, playing with Rieger. I'm like, I'm not going to step in here, but I don't want to know. And sure enough, we get to 17T, and Rieger starts asking around about what the score is, and there's no way I can not hear it at that point. So then Rieger snap hooks it into the woods. I feel like I have to compensate and try to keep our group close, and then I hit 3 bad shots in a row, and in one hole, it was off the rails.
It's all right. We appreciate your money.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brendan.
Anytime.
Some more ticket texts coming in regarding the Tigers. Can we give a little props to McKinstry and Baez and for A.J. Hinch sticking it out with them, and now that they're producing and helping defensively? Yeah, I think it's fair to do that. I've been critical of Zach McKinstry all season long, and waiting to see if he is going to to step it up and be the guy that showed that he was an all-star last year in the first half of the season. Because in the second half of the season, not good. The first half of this season, not good. To the point why is he still being trotted out there? Why are they still doing this? Why not go grab somebody else from the minors, give them a chance? Where's Max Anderson? And by sticking with him, he's looking pretty smart now. And McKinstry's making some really nice plays defensively, no matter where they play him. But been the outfield lately, out there in right field, chasing that ball down in the first inning in right center field. Long way to run. Chased it down, jumped up in the air, made the catch. And he's come up with some really timely hits, and he's one of the fastest guys in the team. All that is playing a role in why the Tigers are playing winning baseball. Javi Baez coming back, same thing defensively.
Of the most unpredictable things in recent Detroit sports, where does thank God Javi Baez is back rank?
It's up there.
Right?
No, I mean, it's certainly up there, but it's a little bit of back padding for me here. Just a little, just a scotch.
We'll
just a scotch, okay? Because a couple years ago I said, when we're going to the offseason, going into the the 2024 offseason, after the 24 season, I said, all right, listen, we're all kind of done with Javi here, right? And I get it. However, maybe, just maybe, there's something to get out of him after this hip surgery. Maybe it's the hip that's wrong with him. Maybe that can explain away some things and why he looks lost at the plate. He's off balance, and it's why when he leans over to start to swing at that sweeper out of the zone, he's always committed to it because he doesn't have the right balance to be able to pull the bat back. He's committed to it, and he's screwed. Maybe there's something there. He had the surgery. He came through and was an all-star in the first half of the season and reinvented himself as a center fielder. Did I think he was going to be a Gold Glove caliber center fielder? I did not. Did not see that coming. But I thought maybe give him a chance. I didn't say that he was going to. I just thought maybe there's something left in there. That's it. Not that he would have something left in there. That's all on Javi. Something was there. He feels a lot more comfortable. He got healthy. The hip is not an issue as far as we know. Knocking on wood here. And look, he's not all-star Javi where he's going to hit 25 home runs and be the catalyst of a team anymore. But what he is he's reinvented himself to be a nice piece in this team that you can kind of plug and play at center field or at shortstop or at second base if you need him to, and put him at the bottom part of the lineup where he's comfortable now. He doesn't have to be hitting second or third, and he does his job.
Remember the end of last year where this team put up 2.2 runs a game, the final 16 games, and we're like, oh, the 40-year-old virgin scores more, and they're never going to beat the Gribe, the Guardians in this playoff series. The end of the year, and in that series, I found myself feeling best when he was at the plate. And I couldn't believe I was feeling that way. I'm like, oh, thank God Javi Baez is at the plate. Thank God the ball was just hit to Javi Baez. And it was at that moment, that's a well-deserved pat on the back, if I'm honest with you, that you realized, oh, snap, it was the hip all along.
And certainly played a big role in it. And I'm glad that he got the surgery and gave it another chance. And okay, now we're no longer counting down the days to get rid of that contract or talking about, can we buy him out of $78 million left on the deal, which is what people wanted to do. And I understood why they wanted it, because he was completely inept as a baseball player at that time. But he's brought himself back with a lot of hard work and determination. I give him credit for that.
I took calls, people saying, Javi gives me Baez remorse. How about that?
I see that. Little East Coast there. Mark is completely right. The reason the Tigers are playing the way that they are is because Skubal is no longer there with his antics. He was a distraction in that locker room, and it's clear as day now that he's gone. Jared Woodhaven. I want to believe that's played a role in that it's galvanized the team. Where I would disagree with that statement is I don't think the word antics rubs me the wrong way a little bit with him. The thing he's done, the misstep I think he has done is try to hide behind his agent. And, his agent is the one that's controlling everything. He doesn't. So when he comes out and he makes a misstep like saying, hey, it's out of my control. No, it's not. Everything's in your control. You're the guy who ultimately makes the decision.
Correct.
So don't say that. I think he's made some bad statements. As far as antics are concerned, look, I defend him vociferously and arduously when it comes to what happened in a playoff game last year. Everybody complains, he only went the 6 innings, couldn't go into 7th inning. He threw 99 pitches. He was outstanding in the playoffs. He was an absolute stud for this team in the playoffs. And the Tigers could have won that game in any inning after that, and they didn't. He had chance after chance after chance. It went to 15 innings, but people get hung up on that. Now that Skubal's gone, good. I'm glad he's gone at this point because they were going to lose him for nothing, and I didn't want to lose him for nothing. I can separate that from who the player is. He's a great pitcher in baseball and will probably have a great career for the next 4 or 5 years to still be pitching at this level, but the Tigers weren't going to be able to afford him. Let him go. And now that he's with the Dodgers, I mean, it's just that's the evil empire right now. I mean, he's over with Satan and the Dodgers and how they're ruining baseball. Yes, AJ Hinch, it's AJ Pierzynski. It's the Dodgers that are ruining baseball, not the Tigers. So he's easy to dislike right now.
The only thing I would add to that, though, is just like if one of us acted a fool, it would wind up on our boss's desk. I mean, it's he, as you said, this is on his desk. He's allowing the toxicity of his agent to create toxicity of all those around him. And now that's gone from this team. Now the weight of that is gone. It's this team on July 29th couldn't win series against the Royals and the Orioles with a decision looming on the trade deadline. And now without that pitcher, a guy that you were only 9-7 with in his last 16 starts, the team is soaring.
Yeah, and I think this team is rallying around themselves. I don't think it's because the antics of Tarik Skubal or, as you wanted to say, the toxicity of the situation. I don't think that's it. I think it's just this team, they look for reasons to get inspired, and I think everybody does. And A.J. Hinch is going to stoke those fires too. Everybody counted them out, right? I said, let's go. Sellers, after they split with Kansas City. You can't split with Kansas City. And I'm flying back from Vegas, and I'm watching the game on my buddy's phone who's next to me, and we're watching the disaster that was the 7-0 lead that turned into an extra innings loss. It's this team can't. Come on, they're done, and they're not. They're not. Now they're galvanized. They're playing well, and they look like a totally different baseball team, and it's a fun baseball team. How does this compare with the last couple of teams we've seen? The 24 team that made the playoffs, the 25 team that made the playoffs. The 24 team stormed into it. The 25 team limped into it. This 26 team is storming into it. Kind of want to look at the three different variations of the Tigers over these last 3 seasons and kind of dissect it a little bit. Which team did you enjoy the most, or are you enjoying the most? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top quality composite decking, and it's brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, they've got the expert team there that's going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time with these materials. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and you're going to discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. Some more texts coming in. Up to the Skubal trade, I wasn't enjoying this Tigers season at all. Since the trade, I've enjoyed the games more than I have in many years. This is great. They've had a real shot at winning the division. That's Brett McComb. And the last text says that Tigers should have moved Gleyber Torres so they can call up Max Anderson, who's hitting .314 down at Toledo, and he's right-handed. Yeah, Max Anderson's hitting .313, an OPS of, I believe, 920, 917 right now at Toledo. And the knock on Max Anderson early on was he wasn't drawing enough walks. Well, now he's got 39 walks into 75 games. His on-base percentage is .400 now. And his 39 walks to only 40 strikeouts. He's another one of those guys. He sounds like he's a Scott Harris guy, but he hasn't gotten the opportunity yet. Well, because Gleyber Torres is there. So should they have traded Gleyber at the deadline? I think this is the part where Scott Harris looked at, okay, if we do that, that's a total white flag moment, right? Because now we're giving away all of the potential free agents, and we're going to take a chance, and then we'll bring up the young guys, and we don't know what they're going to do. It may have been a couple weeks early for them to do that. Like, I don't know if they felt ultra confident that Max Anderson is ready to get the job done as a second baseman here, or what that situation is. But Gleyber Torres has been so good for the Tigers. Really is a guy who just a table setter, gets on base and at a really high rate. The numbers have come down significantly over the last month or so. But Gleyber Torres is still a guy he's a .371 on base percentage guy. Along with Kevin McGonigal's .391 on base percentage. So between the two guys are around .380. At the top of the lineup, that's huge. And there's no guarantee that Max Anderson would come up and hit the ground running like he's done at Toledo, and he's had a heck of a season at Toledo to this point. Although secretly, do I wish that had happened? Yeah, I do. But I'm a guy who admittedly loves prospects. I want to see them matriculate and see what they can do. And, this is one where maybe I can see what the Tigers are doing, but I still wanted to see Max Anderson. I'm not upset by it by any means because the Tigers are playing winning baseball, and I think Gleyber Torres is a big reason why.
Well, look, and I am actually glad they kept him because if you're going to say you haven't given up on this season, which is what Scott Harris did, you have to be able to back that up with action. I don't know what the offer was. He said, the offer for Mize was too good to pass up, couldn't trade away those prospects in his mind by keeping Mize. But when you consider the numbers, for a large stretch this year, the Tigers were scoring like a run and a half more per game with Gleyber Torres in the lineup. You still need a veteran presence. You still need some veteran leadership, even if he doesn't factor into the future of this team. And I'm not sure we would be feeling as cautiously optimistic as we are right now about the rest of the season if Torres wasn't on this team.
Yeah, I think Gleyber Torres is one of the true catalysts on this team, and you see how poorly they played in his absence. He was part of the May swan dive because he wasn't on the roster. He was hurt. It's tangible. You can tell how much of a difference he makes when he's in the lineup, and this is a way that they can say by hanging on to him that they're not waving the white flag. That they didn't have to explain that to everybody in public, that they're hanging on to the guy. Now, it also may just have been that they didn't get any good offers for him. I'd be a little surprised that there weren't offers, but maybe they weren't good offers, right? When Arias got traded, I thought any team that was in on Arias should be on a Gleyber Torres. Even though Gleyber Torres doesn't have the batting average, it's like 50 points less. That doesn't matter. His on-base percentage is better, or was better at the time, than Luis Arias. So I thought that'd be a great fit for teams who want a second baseman and want a guy who can hit and get on base. There it is. But it didn't work out that way. And right now it's working out for the Tigers to the tune of 8-2 over the last 10 games, 7 straight road series wins, which is a franchise record. And now they're a half game out of the wild card and 2.5 games out of the division. And oh, by the way, they're playing the division leaders starting on Friday night. 2 more games against Cleveland tonight and tomorrow afternoon. They win the game last night against a pitcher that has owned them in his career, and they took care of Tanner Bybee last night. Bybee pitched late in the game. They got those extra runs off him that they needed to do, and then things got tight in the 9th inning with Kenley Jansen on the mound and walking batters, giving up hits, and like, oh, God, don't blow this. Please don't blow this. And they didn't. They got the ground ball to Gleyber Torres to end this game, win it 6-4, And it's another one of these, phew.
Yeah, the blood pressure reached unhealthy levels for me last night in the ninth inning. Doctor would not have appreciated what Kenley Jansen was doing to me. But you won the game in this series that you had the lowest percentage chance to win. You won the game last night that, well, you admitted yesterday you're not sure you would pick the Tigers to win that game last night. You won that game.
Yeah.
And now we are looking at this team and we're saying, this is a hell of a lot of fun. Are you having more fun now than you did in 2024? Or do you still need to see more to get to that point?
It's hard for me personally to go back and think, where was I 2 years ago? You know, it's hard to remember what I did yesterday, let alone 2 years ago. And yet 30 years ago, I can tell you what I was doing. But I think I'm enjoying this more now. Maybe it's easy to say because I'm in the moment here. But I think the reason that I am enjoying this more is because I am seeing the younger players. Because I do get to see Kevin McGonigal. I do get to see Max Clark. I do get to see Eduardo Valencia. I do get to see Troy Melton. I do get to see Jackson Jobe. That's 5 players right there. That's a lot of fun to see these guys work and play, and let alone that you've got, the best catcher in baseball in Dylan Dingler. That helps. And we talked yesterday about the core group of players in this team, but there's a lot to like with the younger talent of this team, both pitching-wise and in the field. And the only thing I want more. I want more of Eduardo Valencia. Like, I'm hoping for left-handed pitching because I want to see Valencia play because he hits the ball so damn hard. Howie Lee, I don't want him to get lost in the shuffle because I like his approach at the plate. This guy's fearless. He gets up there and swings hard.
Well, the other thing is also you have those perpetual rebuilders. Certain GMs are tomorrow never comes. They're always about the prospects. Right now feels like, correct me if I'm wrong though, the payoff for all of these years of discussion about these prospects. I mean, we've been talking about Max Clark since I got here in 2024. And now it seems like the fruits of all of that are being seen. Jobe is back. Oh, that's why you didn't trade Troy Melton, who's now melting hearts all over Detroit. And now you're saying, Max Clark, boy, he really wreaks havoc. Yeah, that's what Scott Harris is talking about when he talks about wanting outfielders with speed. It feels like now you're getting to unwrap the presence of all these prospects, and that's fun.
Yeah, and tonight's starter for Cleveland is Foster Griffin, who is left-handed. So does that mean we see Valencia in the lineup? I bet we do. Does that mean we're going to see Howie Lee in the lineup? I think we just might, which would, but I don't know for sure. But I want to see these guys get that chance to play. And, these are guys that weren't around in May. Well, Howie Lee was, I guess, a little bit, but Valencia was not. Max Clark certainly wasn't. Gleyber Torres missed a good portion of it. So this is a different team altogether we're seeing play for the Tigers now than we saw in May. So, yeah, I'm having more fun now, I think, than I did a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, it's also different because it was fun. It was a ton of fun because they came out of nowhere to do what they did. You didn't expect that team was going to – plus they had traded Jack Flaherty at the deadline. So you're like, okay, well, there's the white flag. And, well, I guess it wasn't. Pitching chaos suddenly swept the nation. And, like, that's not a conventional way of doing things. But that's what Detroit is as a sports town. Detroit doesn't do things the conventional way at all. Whether it's the going to work Pistons that went and won the NBA championship in 2004, that was not the way you're supposed to do things. Lit the world on fire with their brand of defense and patchwork team getting players from all different organizations and making the big move at the deadline to acquire Rashid, but didn't expect that to happen that way, right? And this Tiger team personified that too. They came out of nowhere in 2006, went to the World Series.
And how many times have you seen in this particular sport, not the best team, but the hottest team at the end of September win the World Series? That happens more in this sport than it does in any other sport.
Well, but it also goes the other way. I mean, the Tigers are playing horrible baseball last year, and they still got to within an out of making it to the ALCS. So this is another reason why I don't care about percentages or any of that crap or odds. I'm just watching it as it unfolds because anything can happen. I think you said in your show sheet, impossible is nothing. It's true. You can do anything. I'm not going to sit there and lean on the odds and say they should. like I made a mistake yesterday when I said I wouldn't bet on the Tigers here against Tanner Bybee. And what did they do? They took Tanner Bybee and said, thanks for the 5 runs or 6 runs. We'll see you later. Nice job by the Tigers. We'll see if they can continue playing that winning baseball. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to comment on the Tigers and the season we've seen so far? Mark's question about, are you having more fun now than you did in 2024 with the Tigers? That's great. Talk about the teams in the last 3 years. How do you rank these teams over the last 3 years? I want to get into some Lions talk as well. There's some interesting predictions going on for the Lions. Again, they're predictions, but they're not odds. Although one of them is kind of an odds. We'll get to that next year, 97.1. Lions getting ready for their first preseason game of the season, of the preseason. First preseason game of the preseason. There you go. Of training camp. How's that? That's tomorrow night against Cincinnati at Cincinnati. We already know that they're not going to be playing many of the starters. The Lions won't. Looks like Miller will start at right tackle, and beyond that, doesn't seem like a whole lot of starters are going to go. Although Miller's not guaranteed that he's going to start at right tackle. He's in a battle with Larry Borum to see who earns that right. I think all eyes are going to be on the offensive line and specifically on the center and see how Seth McLaughlin does as he's pressed into duties. And it is maybe short-lived with his opportunity to run with the ones until Juice Scruggs is healthy enough to return to practice, and then it's probably his job to lose until Cade Mays gets healthy. But I want to see how those guys handle the position. And all the reporting so far is that, okay, there's some ups and some downs, but the ups are encouraging. The downs are expected, and it's how you recover from getting beat on one rep. Do you step back in the next one and show some grit and determination? And is that what the line's looking for? And it sounds like that's what they're getting out of McLaughlin. Is it sure he'll get beat, by Tyleik Williams or Ali McNeil, but he comes back the next rep and he'll learn from that and he'll look better doing it. And some pass rushing, I guess he's looked pretty good in pass protection. But looking forward to that for tomorrow's game.
I reached out, by the way, to a trusted media colleague in Houston yesterday. I asked him about Juice Scruggs. Here's what he said. Seems to have the physical tools, but may lack the mental ones. Struggles with identifying defenses and picking up stunts. He'll also be playing with better linemen than he did in Houston, which can also make a difference. If the guys around you are weak, they pull you down. It's a fresh start for him. Hope he makes the most of it. The physical tools are there. But struggles with stunts, assignments, things that are not expected, struggles with those sorts of things.
Yeah, and I go back to what John Jansen had told me before the show on Monday when I was or before the show on Tuesday when I was asking about Scruggs, and John thinks that Scruggs is a better option at center than Graham Glasgow was last year for the Lions, and he started for the Lions last year. So I think there's encouraging news there based on what your colleague said to you. That is certainly gives you a little bit of pause, and maybe it puts more pressure on Jared Goff to help make those calls for him and say, okay, look, we got to do this, this, and this. But again, this is why you have training camp and why all the reps are so important and all the work in the classroom is so important. I came across this from The Athletic. The Athletic took a look yesterday at the NFC North division. Did a little preview, little synopsis on each team of the division. Going in alphabetical order, mentioning the Bears. They were 11-6 last year, lost in the divisional round. They project that they will go 9-8 this year. The lingering question with the Bears is, can the defense keep up? They say Coach Ben Johnson's offense averaged 26 points, 370 yards per game, but his defense didn't leave much margin for error, giving up 24.5 points and 362 yards per game with one of the league's worst pass rushes. I'm not confident this year's unit is better. Goes on to talk about the Packers. Packers last year were 9-7-1, lost in the wild card, and says the projection is 10-7. Green Bay was 9-3-1 and 5th in our power rankings before Parsons' injury. Assuming they split the season series in their division, the Packers would need to beat the Dolphins, Saints, Panthers, Jets, Falcons, Buccaneers, and Cowboys to finish with 10 wins. They should. This is still an uber talented team. Biggest question about the Packers, how does the defense fare without Micah Parsons, I should say. Well, they added new defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon is there. They're shifting to a 3-4 defense. We'll see what happens with them. The Vikings, 9-8 last year. The projection is 9-8. And here's what it says about the projection. This is a good team with elite play callers on both sides of the ball. I'm just not confident that Murray elevates this offense all that much, which is necessary in a division with three teams that can score on anyone. But if Murray proves a strong match with O'Connell and Justin Jefferson, this team will be difficult to beat. And the big question about them is, can they run the football? So it was announced yesterday that Kyler Murray has won the starting gig over J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback who played at Michigan. And we've seen a lot of Kyler Murray here in Detroit because it feels like the Lions played the Cardinals every single season. And we've seen him since he was a rookie. I loved Kyler Murray as a college quarterback. He was a water bug out there, had a big arm, could make some plays, certainly made plays with his feet, would buy extra time, and he knew when it was time to stop running. And he would take, there'd be massive losses that he would take, but they could have been worse if he would keep scrambling around to try to get that extra yard. He knows about self-preservation. When he sees that it's collapsed on him and he's not going to get out, he'll just go down rather than take the big hit or take an even bigger loss. He's got more to work with the Vikings than he ever had with Arizona. Now, he had some good players to work with at Arizona at different times of his career, but, I mean, you're stepping in now and you've got Justin Jefferson to throw to and a couple other receivers they have to throw to, and what's considered one of the better offensive minds in football with the coach. Minnesota's an interesting team to look at. And
they're scary, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're scary, but everything hinges on the quarterback position. Yeah, they beat the Lions twice last year. It didn't matter who. They had Max Rosemer out there to beat the Lions on Christmas Day. I still can't believe that actually happened. And maybe the worst Lions game I've ever seen in my life.
Ruined Christmas.
Based on the expectations of what the team is and what they were in that game. I've seen horrible seasons with the Lions when they were bad teams. They weren't a bad team. They played horribly in that game. In a game that should never have gone that way given who was in the personnel. And they lost early in the season when J.J. McCarthy was the quarterback. He was terrible against the Lions in that game, but the Lions were even worse. So Minnesota's one of these teams that I never know how to gauge them, and now they're switching quarterbacks again. Well, I'm not sure how this is going to work.
I'm going to tell you what, they're good enough to give you a very painful late season loss December 20th at Minnesota. They could ruin your Christmas 2 years in a row. How about the indictment on McCarthy that you're getting this announcement now? And Kyler Murray with O'Connell could be Minnesota's version of, Brock Purdy makes 49ers fans forget about the Trey Lance debacle. This could be the Brock Purdy / Baker Mayfield redemption tour for Kyler Murray with a quarterback whisperer. The question you have with him is his attitude. Is he playing Call of Duty or is he studying the playbook? Is he really invested? Does he understand that this could be last chance for you before you go down the Justin Fields backup QB tour, right? This could be it. But I do think that is a combination that could be scary, that's capable of beating anyone in the division. And the prediction by The Athletic of 9-8 seems to support that.
As far as the line, I guess the other comp you could say is with Kyler Murray, what they're hoping to happen is Sam Darnold.
There you go.
That's what I think. What ultimately they're hoping. Hey, it's a change of scenery. There's talent in this player. Let's see if we can realize that talent. Like what happened with Sam Darnold. And wait a minute, the Vikings had Sam Darnold,
and they had Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
and Aaron Rodgers wanted to be there, and all of that resulted in Kwesi Adolfo-Menso losing his job.
So where the Lions project according to The Athletic? Last year's team 9-8 didn't make the playoffs. The headline for the Lions is they've got a new offensive coordinator. The question on the Lions is, how does their secondary fare? I think these are good questions, the questions we brought up. The projection for the Lions is 12-5.
Lofty.
It says a last place finish gives Detroit the league's easiest schedule. That, plus its talent on both sides of the ball, makes it a likely bounce back season after falling from 15-2 to 9-8 last year. The Lions have significant questions, but they are my dark horse Super Bowl pick. The injury luck has to change eventually, right? This is from The Athletic's Jacob Robinson. And this is he wrote this a couple of nights ago, actually. Interesting. 12-5 for the Lions this year is his prediction.
I wish he wouldn't have said the dark horse Super Bowl pick. This team fares so much better when no one is saying that, but I totally agree with him. That's exactly what they are. Is this team the best team in the North?
I think they are. But my reasoning is, first of all, I don't trust Kyler Murray. I loved him as a college player. I just don't know if he's an NFL top 10 caliber quarterback, top 15 quarterback that you need to have to advance in the playoffs. I like the Packers. I think Jordan Love is good, but the Packers have some question marks in what they've got going with them. The Bears are the one that everybody thinks is the easy button, that they've got all the talent in the world. And they've got a lot of talent on that team. I'm not sold on Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams did a great job of not turning the ball over last year. And maybe Ben Johnson's going to unleash him a little bit more. And I know everybody talks so glowingly about Ben Johnson and what he did with the Lions. And yeah, I give him some credit for that. But he learned from Dan Campbell. So I don't want to give Ben Johnson all the credit in the world. I give him some credit, absolutely. And now he's out on his own. And now he's got to work with a whole new team, whole new set of resources. And we think that the Bears are going to be offensively, that they've got some really good good players. I think they've got great tight ends. I think the quarterback is so damn athletic that he can extend plays, and that's always something. But I question whether Caleb Williams has it between the ears.
What
is he the
evidence-
guy? It's
yeah.
not that he's a dumb. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, does he have the right mentality to know when it's time to throw the ball away and when it's time to take off and run and try to extend the play? Because I think that's a tricky thing for quarterbacks to learn when they have the ability to run. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's not the running quarterback. I'm not saying that. He is an incredibly talented quarterback. But you have to learn when it's time to tuck and run or when it's time to throw the ball away. And I'm not sure if that's something that's going to click with him, because I think he always wants to make the play.
What evidence do we have that he's better than Kyler Murray? We know Kyler Murray can play hero ball. We know Caleb Williams can play hero ball. We're not seeing it with the completion percentage from Caleb Williams. Think about how the narratives of those two guys are so vastly different. Kyler Murray's on his last chance. Caleb Williams, top 10 quarterback. People forget that when Kyler Murray led the Cardinals to the playoffs, he was in those top 10 QB lists as well. What evidence do you have that Williams is better? Williams has Ben Johnson as head coach. Now Kyler Murray is Kevin O'Connell, quarterback whisperer, as head coach. By the way, the Lions, I'm not convinced, Gator, they are the best team in the division, but I'm picking them to win the division because the Bears have the 7th hardest schedule in the NFL. The Packers have the 9th hardest schedule in the NFL, and the Lions have the easiest schedule in the NFL.
So kind of unpacking this article from The Athletic, specifically looking at the NFC North, do you agree with it that the Lions will be the team to beat in the division? The writer for The Athletic has them at 12-5, and the next best team was, 10-7? So it's a 2-game margin there. Do you believe in that, or do you think things are a lot tighter? Mark bringing up the idea of Kyler Murray and Caleb Williams. Who's better than the other? Which of the two quarterbacks is the better quarterback? We'll talk about that with you next year on 97.1. So to answer your question about which quarterback am I more concerned about with Kyler Murray or Caleb Williams, I think I'm more concerned about Caleb Williams. I think he's younger in his career. Obviously, he's younger in his career. He's only 2 years in this league, and I thought he made pretty good improvements from 1 year to the next. Threw for more yards, even though his completion percentage is nothing special at 58%. His ability to take care of the football, he only threw 7 interceptions, had 27 touchdown passes. Add to that 3 more touchdowns on the ground. What he's going to have to learn, like is what I said, is when to tuck and run, when to throw the ball away. And he's going to have to take better care of the ball when he is a ball carrier. He had 7 fumbles. He's got 13 fumbles in his career already in 2 years. But those are things you can improve on. His athletic ability is through the charts. You know, he's got highlight reel plays that are insane to watch. We've seen them. And it's almost like he can will his team to come back. Almost no lead is safe when you take on the Bears because they have the ability to flip a switch and just go offensively. And I don't think that's – maybe I'm going out of my way to denigrate Ben Johnson because I don't like Ben Johnson because he left the Lions to go to a division rival. He could have gone anywhere. Just don't go there.
I'm so glad to hear you say that because I thought I was the only one that held that against him. Like
I hold it against him. I hope he fails miserably. I hope he's out of an NFL head coaching job and has to go back to the World of Offensive Coordinator somewhere else. That's what I hope. I'm very bitter about Ben Johnson's split in his decision to go to the Chicago Bears.
That freaking team. You don't do that.
He could have gone to Washington, could have gone to Carolina, could have gone to a number of teams over the last several years. He chose the Bears. He chose that. That was a choice. So, no, I don't like him. So, am I bitter about that? Am I going to say things that might be a little bit left of center? Yes, I will. And is this going to sound hot take? I don't think he's that good. Whatever you want to say, take it with a grain of salt. Understand where I'm coming from. I don't like him. I think that the offense goes as well as Caleb Williams develops. And the sooner that the things slow down for him and he understands the game better, he can be really, really dangerous. But if he continues to have this hero complex where he has to make the play and extend it into to the last possible second, then he's not going to grow as a player. But I think eventually he will. And I think Kyler Murray is defined as to what he is. And I think initially Kyler Murray was battling the critics because of his size, lack thereof. And to a degree, he has kind of eased some of those concerns. But it is still a concern. Players are always getting bigger, stronger, faster, and he's not going to get any bigger, any stronger, or any faster. So I think he's got a shelf life in this league as a starting quarterback. But like I said, I was a big fan of his in college. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt, who's in Westland. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Matt.
Hi, guys. I wanted to answer your questions about the Tigers. I'm a true baseball fan, have been all my life. As a matter of fact, Scott, I remember speaking with you in 2004 on the drive home on a Friday night because I had a 20-game package because I desperately wanted to attend the 05 All-Star game. But anyway, as far as remember which team is my favorite, I'll never forget the 04 team. And for the simple reason that when they traded Flaherty
the 24
and Carson Kelly, 24, Carson Kelly and Andrew Chafin, and I said to my son, I remember talking to him after the trade deadline, who in the world is going to finish these games? I had no idea. They had Skubal and they had Montero, who was, kind of like off and on at the time. Skubal every fifth day. What are you going to do the other 4 days? And the bullpen, it was depleted. And to do what they did, I had never, ever seen anything like that.
Yeah, it was an impressive run that they went on. It really did come out of nowhere. And it was more impressive was the pitching. And thanks for the call, Matt. The pitching was way more impressive than what the offense was because it was pitching chaos. It was doing it with really 3 starters.
And bullpen guys who had failed in Toledo.
Yeah.
They dropped 5 and 6 ERAs, and it defied all rational explanation what you were seeing.
But you had a second half performance from Parker Meadows, who started to find his bearings and was all of a sudden he was becoming a plus player in front of our eyes. was a very toolsy player. He hit for power. He was getting on base. He ran like the wind, played a beautiful defense in center field. And he's the forgotten Tiger because he's been hurt basically every minute of his professional career. Now, Matt Vierling was a contributing factor on that team. He had 16 homers that year, a 735 OPS. Kerry Carpenter was coming into his own that year with 18 home runs, a 932 OPS, which led the team. There was reasons to be kind of encouraged there as well. Colt Keith, I believe, was a rookie in that season, and going through the rigors of being a rookie. But as the season went on, he got better and better. There's a lot to like with that team. Torkelson had spent time with Toledo as well, but when he came back, he was starting to contribute to this team. But a lot to like with that team. But this team it feels like this is more cemented with players that are the core group of this team, the young players. That your McGonagalls, your Max Clark, whether Valencia, if you believe in Valencia or not, but certainly with Melton. In Jackson Jobit's one start this year, but it was one fantastic start, and he's got the pedigree of the high draft pick and all this. These are the guys we want to see perform because these are the guys that have to be good for this team to be good for years to come.
Last 2024 was more improbable. You mentioned hating rentals. It felt like you were doing it with a bunch of rentals in 2024. I'm enjoying this one more because it's shedding more light as to the future of what this team is going to look like. And the proverbial line, the future is so bright you need shades. That's what it feels like right now.
We had the Athletics view of the NFC North Division. Now, what does Vegas say about the NFC North Division when it comes to wins within the division? We've got that number to reveal to you as well. And also a question about, will the Lions rue the day that blank? We'll talk about it with you next. 248-539-9797. Same number to text here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source and an entirely unprecedented development. The Lakers are being sold for the second time in 14 months today, according to multiple reports. Mark Walter bought the team from Jeannie Buss in June of last year and is selling the franchise today to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for $12.5 billion. The transaction breaks the record for the largest sale of a North American sports franchise by almost $3 billion. In a shocking development from ESPN's Ramona Shelburne, who first reported the news, Kushner and Iger called Walter on Sunday to ask if he'd consider selling the team. 3 days later, they are the new owners of the most valuable franchise in basketball. The Pistons NBA Cup schedule was released today. They will play the Nets on October 30th, the Raptors on November 20th, the Magic 4 days later on the 24th, and the Bucks on Black Friday. All games will tip at 7:30 except for the Magic game on the 24th. That's a 7 o'clock start time. And reports say Live Golf has privately informed its players that the Michigan Team Championship has been canceled. The tour has still not made a public statement on the status of the tournament yet. It is still on Live's schedule online for the end of August at the Cardinal in Plymouth. Tigers and Guardians are coming up at Comerica Park tonight as Detroit can take the series with a victory. Framber Valdez hopes to bounce back from his first outing against Cleveland when he gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, and 4 walks in an 8-2 loss to the Guardians back in mid-May. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight right here on 97.1. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I mentioned that there are NFC North win totals, in-division win totals. Go and look through. Not just NFC North. They got the win totals for every division in football. For instance, the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East, their win division total is at 4.5. You bet the over-under on 4.5, considering that you're going to play 6 games against your division foes. Is that the highest? That is, in fact, the highest total of any division leader is 4.5, which brings us to the NFC North. In the rear, the Vikings division wins is set at 2.5. The Packers and Bears are at 3. The Lions are at 3.5. So I think they'll do slightly better than 500, although 3.5 is just a Vegas number to get you to go over under.
By the way, that's one of the easiest over unders I think I have.
You like the over on that?
Yeah, I love it. Pound the over on that one. Could be 5-1. At worst, 4-2. I feel great about 3.5. After the embarrassment of a year ago in the division, this team isn't going to come out with a fire lit onto them. More healthy than they've been, easier schedule than they've had coming into these games. More the version of themselves that we're accustomed to. Oh, yeah.
Well, they beat the Bears twice last year and lost to the Vikings twice last year. Does that flip-flop? Does it simply break even and go 1-1 against both teams, or do you still see dominance over the Bears and maybe a resurgence over the Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is no way the Vikings are sweeping you again this year. I'm concerned that no one's talking about the Packers. You notice none of the hype, the Lions are going to bounce back. The Vikings are starting Kyler Murray. Ben Johnson wants to have the highest scoring offense in the world. Why is everyone sleeping on the Packers? Like, what are they missing exactly? Outside of Micah Parsons being fully ready to go in week 1. Is that not a Super Bowl caliber roster? What are they lacking?
Well, right now, running back's a concern because Josh Jacobs and his arrest, it's a concern with the allegations of domestic violence. His status remains one of the 10 big questions, according to The Athletic. A suspension could still come for him. So that could be a big reason. Not having Micah Parsons for a while, that's pretty big. But they are a team that I think is a pretty steady team. Jordan Love I think he's an above average quarterback. I think he's probably around, in the top dozen quarterbacks in football, somewhere, I would say between 8 and 12, somewhere in that range. I think Goff is better, but I think Jordan Love is pretty good. I'm surprised Jordan Love doesn't use his feet as much in the NFL. because in college, he could move around extraordinarily well at Utah State. Michigan State fans know it all too well. And you go back to that game, a night game, and think about it. He was great in that game. But I think he's a bit underrated as a quarterback. And they've got a lot of, I agree with you. They have some weapons offensively to work with. I think they got some injuries with their tight ends, so maybe that's a question as well. But Packers are always tough.
Matt LaFleur came out this week and he said Jordan Love is the best QB I've had the privilege of working with. As good a QB as I've had a privilege of working with. And people, whoa. You know, I mean, he knows what he's doing when he says something like that, considering who he's already worked with.
He worked with the guy who put a back-to-back MVPs, right?
But he's putting Love in that sort of camp. And, like, to me, the Lions are like this trendy sleeper Super Bowl pick. I'm not seeing anybody say that about the Packers. They traded for Micah Parsons a year ago because they thought that was they thought we're one player away. I don't know how many teams in the NFL are only one player away. They thought they were.
Well, they thought they were, and they got hurt. And you saw right away from moment one, Micah Parsons makes an incredible difference on your team. Kang, when you hear this news that it's not news, it's just the Vegas odds on the in-division wins with the Lions at 3.5. And you heard me talk about what the Athletics said about the Lions in division anyway, that they'll go 12-5 this year. What's your reaction to hearing these kinds of totals?
I think it tells you that the division's tough. Like, I think we always focus when we talk about the Lions season upcoming here, like, oh, they have this easy schedule, right? Quote unquote easy schedule because they were a last place team. But that's outside the division. Inside the division remains the same. You're going to play these guys no matter what. And last year, they were 2-4 in the division. And you mentioned getting swept by the Vikings with terrible quarterback play from the Vikings. I think it just tells you the division's tough. You guys have brought up all the other teams and their possibility of are they better, are they worse? But they all pose a threat. And everyone knows it's not just talk. I think when you play an opponent in the division, it quote unquote means more. They get up for it more because they all know that matters at the end of the day with the tiebreakers and winning the division. You have to beat your divisional opponents. And so I think 3.5, I'm not hammering the over like Marcus. I'm not that confident. I think the Vikings are better with Kyler Murray, and the Vikings swept the Lions last year with less quarterback play, like I mentioned. I don't think you sleep on Jordan Love. I think Caleb Williams, we'll find out if last year was real or not this year with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. I think the logic is, hey, another year under Ben Johnson's tutelage and an offense, you're learning it better, we'll be better. That's not always the case. Caleb Williams does play a lot of hero ball. We'll see if he stays on script, but sometimes he's better when he's off script. Jordan Love, I think you're right, Mark. I think you do not sleep on them. He's shown he can win in the playoffs. Matt LaFleur's a good coach. And if Micah Parsons comes back healthy, that's an absolute game changer.
Now, you know how we do it here on the Carson Anderson Show. Fork to your nose in a dark alley. The number is 3.5. Where do you go?
So let's say they at least split with their opponents. That's 3 wins, right? Yep. So the question is, do they sweep anybody?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes.
To get to 3.5, they have to sweep somebody.
They sweep Minnesota because the embarrassment and humiliation of season ago.
Oh man, I don't know. I could see them going 3-3, man. So fork to the nose, Gator. I'm gonna go no under. I will take the under.
Oh, okay. So are they the best team in the division? Do they win the division, Kay?
I think they are the best team in the division. I think they will win the division, but that doesn't mean they won't just split the division as well. Because like I said earlier, the part of the easiest schedule thing is the teams outside the division. And I think that's where they eat. Is outside the division.
Here's something else to keep in mind, too. When the big news this week broke that Cade Mays is out with a significant injury to his wrist and probably 8 to 10 weeks that he'll be out, you're looking at a return date somewhere around, say, October 25th would be a game day, which is week 7. That is at the Packers. And that is the first game within the division that they will play. They don't play in the division until October
that is, huh?
25th. That's interesting to me. Because with all this predictive talk, it's like we've forgotten about the injury to the starting center, and hopeful because the way the schedule looks on paper at the beginning of it, that they can get away because they're taking on New Orleans and the Jets and Carolina and Arizona, that those are 4 opponents that you feel pretty confident they can win those games even with a compromised offensive line, that hopefully things will go well in those games. And defensively, you're not facing a dynamic quarterback with really any of those teams.
If you were constructing
obviously there's Buffalo mixed in there too, but that's a separate issue.
If you were constructing a schedule for this team and the situation they were in, having just lost their center, you couldn't do a better job than the actual schedule they have, right?
Probably not. I mean, the only other thing you could do is to not have to play Buffalo that early, but I don't mind playing Buffalo early. And
they've got a lot of new pieces as well.
They got a new stadium.
Oh, do they?
I don't know if have you seen the video or the pictures of the stadium? Why people are complaining about this? Kang, I know you've seen this.
Kang was going nuts about this today.
I saw it the other day, and I was like, "Is this has to be a joke?" I'm scrolling through my phone. I thought this was like AI. They had to screw this up.
Well, it bothered me, Mark, because this is like what you were paid a lot of money to do. This is your expertise. Like,
it's a brand new
I know.
stadium. Can't wait to unveil it to the Bills Mafia. Here you go. And you're presenting this to the Don. And what have you presented? A ton of obstructed view seats.
Where you can't see anything, and they're going to be charging a premium. Did you and Kang design this after a few beers?
I don't think we would have messed this up this badly.
Did they use AI or ChatGPT? Because that's what everyone's using nowadays.
It's incredible. Like, there are bad seats in every stadium. But you try to limit the obstructed view, and hopefully the obstructed view, it's not even that obstruct. These are flat out obstructed view.
Describe some of these views to me.
So you've got, when you walk into, you're walking through your portal, your section, and then you're getting ready to go to your seat. You've got that plexiglass that prevents you from falling over.
Right.
You got the rail and the plexiglass. But the way that it's set up, it's obstructing the view of people that are actually sitting in their seats. Like, it's in front of that, as opposed to having it just there in the aisle, and then you have ways that you have seating on either side of it. No, there's like seats in front of it. You've got seats where the structure of the building, the cement structure in the upper levels, is such that it completely obstructs your view in the corner. If you're in the corner of the end zone in the upper part of it, if you look to your left to try to watch and see and follow the field goal, the ball going through the uprights, you lose track because it's gone, because there's this giant cement wall there. They have absolutely
what a disaster.
Screwed it up.
And no new stadium has been more ballyhooed than this new stadium. Oh my gosh! Can you imagine
doing it for the great fans of Buffalo, the Bills Mafia? What a tremendous group of fans, and they're great fans. They love that team, and this is how you repay their fandom with these kinds of seats.
Knowing that they're going to know what seats not to buy, they probably already know what seats not to buy.
Well, the Bills came out with a statement saying a lot of those obstructed viewing seats aren't going to be, like, you can't pay for those seats. They're not going to be used
Then why
for
are they
football.
there?
I don't know. Concerts and other things they have.
Oh, so I don't want to see the concert then.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm just telling you what they wrote in response. And also they said everything's under review. They're taking all the feedback in, and they're going to work this out or whatever. But there's an area where the Bills greats and former players and alumni have to sit. Like, they have an area for them. And Takeo Spikes was sitting in, like, his spot. The corner of the end zone's covered by, like, a stair or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, like,
This big cement structure that's there.
Like,
the foundation of the upper level. It's like, why am I here?
I'm looking at a seat right now that isn't even facing the field.
Come on.
Look at this.
Come on.
It's not even facing the field.
Come on. What?
I'm paying for a seat to look at the rest of the crowd.
Is this one of those swivel chairs that Gator had in his Mustang?
It wasn't me. It wasn't a swivel chair. It meant that the seat was just tilted to a side. I had the football coach that had the swivel chair, legitimate swivel chair. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. What's the worst obstructed view seat you've ever had in any venue? Sporting venue, concert, whatever. What obstructed your view? What was the worst that you had to go through? We'll talk about it next year in 97.1. We're talking about the debacle that is the new Buffalo Bills stadium that's been constructed. Look, at first glance, it's beautiful, right? Brand new stadium, bells and whistles, everybody's happy, bright, shiny things. Here we go. And then you start to look closer at the details, and you're like, what happened here?
Just minor details. Can't see the field.
Yeah.
Just minor details.
I mean, who needs to see the field if you're at a football stadium and you're paying $200 for a ticket? Who needs?
Just minor inconveniences here.
If you go online and just search for, Buffalo Bills stadium problems, you'll see tons of pictures that come up, tons of videos that come up. The obstructed views are incredible. And we're asking people, 248-539-9797, what are some of the amazingly bad obstructed view seats that you've had in your lifetime?
This is the worst I've ever seen. I didn't understand what you were talking about when you said the plexiglass, because you can see through plexiglass, except this plexiglass, because they have bars holding the plexiglass up, and you can't see through it.
Well, right, because they have seats in front of it too. That's the point. It's like at Comerica Park, they have the same plexiglass and the same bars. However, there aren't seats right there. That's like just at the end of, it's like the landing area when you come out of the concourse and you stand there to look around and see where's my seat. And then you go up an aisle, either right or left of said plexiglass. It's not the obstruction. It's crazy.
I'm having a hard time not laughing my ass off at these poor Buffalo Bills fans who have already sunk, $10,000 into season tickets?
My goodness.
For what?
Some text coming in. They sat behind a massive round concrete pillar at the Masonic Theater for James Taylor concert. It wasn't that big of a deal, but why do they even have a seat behind it?
Is that for security or something?
Because you will pay for the seat, and you won't realize what you've bought until you're there.
I mean, King, you're right. That makes all the sense in the world. You have a seat that faces backwards. A security guard seats there looking at the crowd. I get that. At the Masonic Temple in Detroit, which is a venue I love, and I've been for concerts and wrestling events. I once got a seat for a metal concert with a full view of the back of a huge pillar, Liam and Ypsilanti. Sounds like it's the same view.
You didn't go to see the pillar? Really? That's not what you... Friends of mine went to the Final Four last year in San Antonio. They do the Final Four now in
football stadiums.
Massive football stadiums. I said, could you see the action? Not at all. But we were there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see that this year at Ford Field. We've been through it before, and it is what it is. I think having a basketball game at a football stadium is both great and awful at the same time. And it's not my preferred way to watch a basketball game in a football stadium, but
isn't it a lot of time, Gator? Like, even if you don't have obstructive view in those football stadiums for the basketball game, you just end up watching the scoreboard anyways because it's just...
Yes.
So again, which begs the question, why are you there?
Just to be
it's
there.
An event,
I mean, people
just
want,
to say that you went to the Final Four.
He said, this was a direct quote, I think we could hear the basketball bounce.
There is something different about being at a live sporting event, even if you can't see it. There's a vibe, there's an energy, there's people.
Are you really there if you can't see it?
Well, but some people just want to be, they want to say that they were at the event, but I mean, I've said before, I'm a big professional wrestling fan. When WrestleMania 3 came to the Silverdome when I was a kid, I wanted to go, but at the same time, I'm not going to go because in order to really enjoy that, you have to have good seats. And particularly back in 1987, if you didn't have good seats, it's not worth it to me. It's the event, and it would have been nice to say, yeah, I was at WrestleMania 3, but I know what it's like to go to a live wrestling event at a smaller venue, whether it was Cobo Arena or it was Joe Louis Arena back in the day. And if you don't have the good seats, it sucks. And you're talking about an 82,000 seat, and at that point they had 93,000 fans at that venue. I'm like, if you weren't right around ringside, you were screwed. So I get it. Let's get some phone calls with people. If you want to talk about the obstructed view, want to talk about the Lions, want to talk about the Tigers, we're here for you. We'll start with Matt on a cell phone. Matt, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, Matt.
What's up, Gator and Mark? So for the Lions, I'm confident that they're going to be in the Super Bowl. And I was telling Paul, I'm so confident. I thought I was betting on the championship game, but I bet on the conference. But I just placed a bet on the championship. The odds for the Lions is 1,900. I put $100 down, it'll win me $1,900. That's how confident I am. I don't want to ruin your future topic, Gator, about ruining the day, because I feel like I know what it is. But my answer is going to be no. I don't think they're going to rue the day.
All right. Well, we'll unveil that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Look at Matt peering behind the curtain.
I don't think they're going to rule it because of the possibility of what's still to come.
Yes, I agree with you. We can speak very vaguely about it, and I agree with your reasoning, and I will.
By the way, Matt, let me segue back
reasoning.
to your previous point. Guess who had worse odds than the Lions to win the championship very recently? Here you go. Ready? Bueller, Fry?
Someone in the division?
The New York Knicks had 22-1 odds to win the championship when the playoffs began. How about that?
Well, yeah. As far as the obstructed view, Michigan State, there's a section I actually like to sit in where there's a giant concrete pillar, and you can't really see that well, but I just go to hang out with the friends at the game.
Well,
but,
Matt, at Michigan State, the obstructive view is actually a better seat because you don't have to see the
Oh, stop
game.
it. Stop it. Thanks for the call, Matt. How dare you? As I'm wearing my Spartan shirt today, too. How dare you? Completely unnecessary. Jake is on a cell next year on 97.1. Hey, Jake.
Hey, so as far as obstructed views go, I don't know, like, if you guys remember Michigan Stadium before the big renovation, like, with both sides now have, like, suite seats and stuff. Because prior to that, I went to a game, and we were right in the back row, right next to the press box.
Yeah, you
and
don't
the
see
press
half
box
the field.
was just jut out.
Yep.
And you couldn't even see the M on the 50-yard line. So whenever they were on the other side, you had to look. Did they have a Jumbotron back then?
I don't know if they
remember,
had
but-
one on both sides, and even if you did, you're at an angle on it where it's not an ideal angle. There were some bad seats, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So in all, I approve of the renovation at Michigan Stadium. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, it's definitely worked out better now that they've smoothed out that the section that jutted out is now all the way across the sideline, so it's not obstructed anymore.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. If you're high up in the upper deck in LCA, the view is disrespectful looking down through the halo. I can see why that would be. It's such a unique construction up there, and if from the standpoint of me going to Red Wing games and sitting in the press box where we're in our own gondola area there.
That terrifies me, by the way.
I think it's a great view for us in the media. You're looking straight down, and you are way up there. There's 7 flights up there, but it's a great view. However, if you turn around in the press box, 50 feet behind you, you're seeing seats.
I've looked at
from
those
fans
people.
in the stands, and I'm like, are they able to see up there? And they are, but yes, there is a little obstruction. You got to look through some wires occasionally if you're way up in those seats. It's tough. Like I said, the view is disrespectful looking down through the halo. At the old Tiger Stadium, being in the lower bowl behind one of the columns that support the upper bowl was always a problem. Yep, you knew that going into it. The old stadiums are going to be like that. That's why there aren't many. There's 2 left. That's it, because everybody knew.
How is this legal? How are there not lawsuits for not getting what you paid for?
Well, those stadiums were built in the early 1900s.
Not this one.
Well, no,
Not
not
the
this
Bills
one.
Stadium?
Not the Buffalo Bills one. No.
No, this was built in the early 2000s.
You bought tickets to a movie you didn't get to see.
You're in the building. I think the ticket gives you access to a seat in the building.
Yeah, what do you really need?
It's like,
Right.
what if someone tall sits in front of you? They can't control that either.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you my obstructed view coming up in 5 minutes here on 97.1. Hey, you've heard us talking about how great Shana Roofing is for a while now, but you don't just take our word for it, right? You want testimonials. You want to hear what actual customers have to say. Well, here's one we found online. A big thanks to Shana Roofing team. Their work and communication that went on during my roofing project was outstanding. They kept us updated on all aspects of the project, and if I could give 10 stars to this company, I would. The entire team was outstanding. My wife and I can't thank Shana Roofing enough on such a fantastic job. Unmatched reputation is what Shana brings you, all right? They've got a 4.9 star Google rating that they've gotten from thousands of satisfied homeowners just like this one. And it's a reputation that's been earned through decades of doing the job right. The no pressure promise, this is great. You forget the high pressure sales pitches. Instead, you'll receive a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. They go up into the attic. They inspect the roof. They'll let you know if it's a simple job, a simple repair, or if it's an entire tear down. They will be honest with you. Over 30 years of trusted service, it's a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. And get your quote today by visiting mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shaner Roofing, Windows and Siding. The name that Michigan trusts. Go to mymichiganroof.com. As far as obstructed view seats are concerned, look, I grew up going to Tiger Stadium. Certainly there were plenty of obstructed view seats there. But to me, the worst one that I had, and it was not the fault of the stadium itself, had nothing to do with the construction of the stadium, was at the Super Bowl in Dallas, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh.
You're there?
I was there. Yeah, we went to. We had a chance to go to 3 straight Super Bowls actually, and that was the first of the 3 that we went to.
Thanks for rubbing it in. Not been to a single one.
It was great. We went to Dallas.
Humble brag by Gator.
That's right. Went to Dallas, went to New Orleans, and we went to Indianapolis. Thank you very much. The Dallas trip was fantastic for so many reasons. But flying into Dallas, and it was a snowstorm and an ice storm, and the whole city was screwed. They didn't know. They had no idea how to handle the snow and ice. And then the next day, it was like 65 degrees, and everything was melting. It was perfect. It was awesome. But anyway, we get to the game, and we had great seats. The NFL gave us some great seats. We were in the upper level of Jerry World, which is so far away, but we were close to the 50-yard line. It was crazy how centered they were. And Doug and I settle down, grab our beer. We're hanging out there, watching the game. We're all excited. And then some jackass in front of us is a Packer fan. And what do the Packer fans do? They wear the cheese head. This guy kept that damn hat on for close to all 4 quarters. I mean, at some point where I said something, hey, man, do me a favor. Got to lose the hat a little bit here.
You said something.
Yeah. And
I always wonder if people would say something. Would you say something?
We were pretty cool. And he was actually,
I don't think so.
He was pretty cool about it. But after like the first 2 quarters, Doug and I were like, come on, man. Are we going to put up with this? Really? This is too much. We can't do this. And eventually the guy would take the cheese head down, but then he also put it back on at some point too. And it's like, all right. I already.
Were things going well for him? No. That was
the
when
Packers won.
Okay, that's the game the Packers won.
Aaron Rodgers' Super Bowl that he won. But he honored it for a minute, and then that was about all he wanted to do, and then put the hat back on. Yeah. And we got this cheese head, these brilliant seats, but we're so high up we have to look straight down, and I've got this cheese head in front of me. So we spent most of the time watching the game on the ridiculously large screen that takes up 50 yards in the middle of the stadium and the top of the stadium.
There's a movie reference here as well. Jeff Goldblum, Jurassic Park. At one point, do you have dinosaurs on this dinosaur tour? At one point at Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, do you get to see football at this football game? Anybody? No?
It's a long way to go for that kind of reference. I don't mind. I don't mind it, Mark. I don't mind it. Doug's not going to make that kind of reference.
Thank you. Obstructed view.
Even though, but you didn't even see Jurassic Park.
What are you talking about? That's the best movie ever.
Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
I thought you were against CGI.
No. Listen, most of those were actual dinosaur creations. Most of them were. And it was also believable.
Would you stop? Now you're going back on your whole stance.
I'm not. Listen,
the
story's got to be there.
We're going to save that for Friday's show.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good.
Because your stance and your policy on movies is wild, and we're going to have fun with it coming up on Friday.
Wildly accurate.
Wildly impossible, but we'll talk then. Back to the phones we go. 248-539-9797. John is on a cell. John, welcome to 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Hey, John.
So obstructed views. Gator, you'll get a kick out of this one. Going back to the WCW Monday Nitro days.
Okay.
My dad come home from work one day, and he, this was back in the day when you could call Ticketmaster and pick up tickets from Will Call.
Yep.
So my dad had absolutely no idea where these seats were or anything like that. So he comes home, hey, got tickets to Monday Nitro, get ready, let's go. So we get up to the Palace, going and looking for our seats, walk in, and, you're familiar with wrestling, where they have, like, the entranceway, and then behind it they either have, like, a really large curtain or something like that to block off the seating behind it.
Yes.
We were behind that curtain, pretty much on the edge. I don't, and like your story, it was no fault of the construction of the Palace.
No, it's how they set up the stage entry to get to the wrestling ring. So you're basically watching all the stuff behind the scenes, but you're not able to see the stuff behind the scenes.
We could see, like, oh, okay, here comes Hulk Hogan. He's getting ready to come through the curtain. You could see that stuff. But once he came through the curtain, all you had to do was watch. You could just watch the TV.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait. He's going to get to the ring at some point. I know it. And when he does, I'll be able to see it. But
I hope you sue, John.
No.
Sue everybody.
Well, no. The bigger problem was when they got to the ring, we only actually got to see, like, a corner of the ring.
Oh. Because of the way the curtain was set up.
Yeah, so we were like pretty much directly behind it, up in the very corner of it. So we got to see just a very corner of the ring. Me being a kid, people around me were a little bit more, forgiving and let me kind of come into their sections and watch a little bit. But
did your dad sue Ted Turner?
He was like, I can't believe. I'm sorry.
Did your dad sue Ted Turner?
Hopefully.
That's why he went out of business.
Right, exactly. Thanks for the call, John. I appreciate it. U of M Penn State game a few years ago at the Big House, bought a couple student section seats on the golf course. Bought the seats from somebody on the golf course. I was saying, what are you talking The seat was located directly behind Hunter Dickinson, the Michigan center. Watched the entire game on the video board. That's Detroit Rugby.
Come on, man. Hunter Dickinson? He's like 7'2".
Right, he was in the student section. That's how he got his seats, and that's who he's got to sit behind, is this guy.
If you bought a movie ticket behind Victor Wembanyama, do you get your money back?
Honestly, so like if you're that tall, okay, and you know this, of course, do you even think about that when you go to like public venues or movie theaters, like you said, Mark, or whatever? Or do you just like, hey, man, this is what it is. Someone's going to be unlucky and sit behind me. Or do you...
No, I'm not the guy that does nothing. I promise you that. I'm not doing
get up
nothing.
And go, well, get the heck out of here.
I go, hey,
you
be shorter, Victor. Be shorter.
Can you stoop down a little bit? I remember being in a Michigan State football game in the mid '90s, and they started the season playing Purdue. Actually, it was like 1996. They started playing against Purdue. Cedric Irvin was a freshman, and it ran for like 5 touchdowns, and the game was great. But the seats we got through Michigan State's football office because we interviewed Nick Saban each week at that time. And we got these seats, get led onto the field, and we're sitting behind Mike Poplawski, who was an alumni basketball player at the time. I think he was in the NBA, just got into the NBA. And Pep is 6'10", big guy, and we're like, well, this sucks. But fortunately, he also knew, and at some point, would either switch seats or would just leave and went to watch from somewhere else. But I get it. Yeah, basketball players and they're sitting in front of you. That's going to be an issue. Let's pick up Keith, who's in Romeo. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Keith.
Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. How are you doing? Look, I don't know who's building these things. We have Little Caesars Arena, and I don't know. We got rid of the Palace, which never had a bad seat in the house. And we get Little Caesars Arena. I go to buy tickets for an Elton John concert. I'd never been to Little Caesars Arena at the time, and it's on the side. It would normally be very good seats at the Palace, but I get there, and as you walk in, where I'm walking in is a handicap area for like the people with wheelchairs. Well, of course, they got plexiglass all the way around it. And then to the left of it, where I had to go down the stairs, we go down 2 rows. And so we're actually looking through the plexiglass for the handicap area, and we're sitting below that area somewhat. And it's all obstructed view. And I'm like, I paid $500 for these 4 tickets.
Did your seats, when you bought the seats, did they say OBS View on them? Like,
no.
Did it have a way for you to look at and see what the view was like online? Like a lot of times when you buy tickets,
at the seating.
Yeah,
I was looking at the seating, but I couldn't tell that there's a handicap area there or anything. I don't know what that is, right? When you're looking at it, like I said, I'd never been there. And I just said, well, this is the last one and only time I'm going to Little Caesars Arena. I'm done. The hell with, geez, I've had better seats at Cobo Arena for a concert in Tier C, good God.
Well,
it was terrible. And $500 later.
Yeah, well, that's Elton John for you.
Some of these seats at Buffalo, they should pay you for attending. Quite honestly.
I don't disagree.
All right.
I don't disagree. I love LCA as a venue, but I also haven't sat in the stands too much. I've always been in like a press box situation.
We're coming off spoiled here.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I'm saying that, I'm admitting that. But I think the biggest problem you get with concerts is that the dynamic completely changes because it's now going from being a hockey arena or basketball arena to being a music venue, and it's all dependent on where the stage is set up, and you could be screwed with that. I saw a Bon Jovi concert when I was in high school at Joe Louis Arena, and we got the last seats for the first show. We didn't know there was going to be a second show. Otherwise, we would have waited 5 minutes and bought seats for the second show and gotten our pick of the litter. Instead, we got the last seats for the first show that were behind the stage, and we knew they were going to end up. We're screwed. We're behind the stage. Fortunately, during the show, at some point, John Bon Jovi would come around towards the back and address the people that were behind there. But for the most part, we're watching the concert from literally behind the stage, and it kind of sucked. These things happen with music venues. It's like the guy calling in talking about the wrestling
they
show.
They don't, though. I feel like I deserve to be punched right now.
Well, they shouldn't sell the tickets.
You have mentioned 8 different occurrences where you had an obstructive view. King, I haven't had a single one.
Like, I probably deserve to be punched. I don't remember a single time where I've purchased tickets to something and I couldn't see.
Either you're lucky or you just don't take that crap, huh?
Yeah,
Is that what the deal
I don't
is?
think he
Yeah.
takes that crap.
He already, you mentioned more than once. You're the guy that says something.
Well, I am going to move.
Mark Ryan don't put up with that.
No, he doesn't.
We don't play.
Here.
I don't put up with that.
That's Mark Ryan.
Tough guy over here, right?
Sound like our RV driver to New Orleans. I don't put up with that crap. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Maybe you're just lucky, Mark.
But you ever?
Have I ever? Yeah, I mean, I'm not tall already, so I mean, most people. I mean, it's like I'm like Kyler Murray. I got to find my lanes, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, all the offensive linemen are going to be taller than me, and it is what it is. I got to find my passing lanes, and that's exactly where I look through to view whatever I need to watch.
I went to a show downtown, see Candlebox perform, and I forget what the name of the venue. I always get the name of the venue mixed up, but basically they're all floor seats. And then they had like a balcony area too. And normally I'm like, this is great. You know, I'm 6'1", this would be great. I got no problem. I felt like everybody that was over 6'4" that lived in the state was at that show. And I'm like, what is going on? Like literally everyone around me is a giant and I can't see anything at a venue that is seating like 2,000 people. That's it. And like, how do I not, why can't I see anything? This sucks.
I cannot get over how often that's happened to you.
That's the first time I ever was in Atlanta
That's
Giants, but then I
insane
feel
to me.
bad for like someone like Kang who is more diminutive in stature than I am. And it's got to be like that. I mean, floor seats, that's going to suck.
Yeah, Kang, you paint the picture of you attending an event like reading something through a sniper scope. You got to find your sight line.
More of this next year, 97.1. Ah, yes. Get your obstructed view seats. Only $500 to see Elton John behind this plexiglass.
Who could resist?
Hey, you want to be at the new Bills Stadium to check out the season opener against the Detroit Lions, or the home opener against the Detroit Lions? Sounds good. Probably the get-in price is probably, I would guess, around $500 for a ticket for that one.
I think it's up to $600. It's like the most expensive seat so far this year.
Yeah.
They tell me there's a football game going on here.
Well, if you're in an obstructed view seat in that new stadium.
This is the worst I've ever seen. I just when you guys get a chance, just look up obstructed view Highmark Stadium, Buffalo. The number of seats from all different seating points in the stadium that you can't see squat in is patently absurd. I don't even know how I don't know how you just don't blow it up and start it again at this point.
I mean, I think you give severe discounts for those seats is what you do. That's all you can do. Michael's on the cell. Welcome to 971. Hey, Michael.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you.
Hey, so you're talking about obstructed views. This isn't concert related, but at Ford Field during the Lions game, something that drives me nuts is if you're lucky enough to have end zone seats, those stupid 3 signs that everyone is told to hold up. You know, if you're sitting behind someone, you've got this wave of 3s in front of you, and you've got to kind of bob and weave to try and get this tiny angle to see the actual game, and it's third down. I want to see the field, and I can't because all these moving 3s. It drives me nuts. Yeah. I don't know if everyone likes them.
When
Maybe
fan participation goes wrong, that's what that's all about, right? Like, hey, we all want to be part of it, but there's a price to be paid there, Michael, and that price is I'm not going to be able to see on third down. Apparently.
Michael, by the end of the game, you've seen 3 plays. So I guess if the shoe fits, right?
Yep, here you go. We were, a section to the right of that section one year, and, my first thought was, it'd be kind of cool to be in that 3 zone. And then we moved sections, and then it was cool for about 5 minutes. And then every other game we went to, every third down, I'm like, oh, my God, come on, people. We can't see. Why are we doing this to ourselves?
We're not going to do it anymore. Thanks for the call, Michael. Appreciate it. Russell's in Commerce. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Russell.
Hey, Russell.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
All right.
I had 2 worst seats situations, but the best one was at Tiger Stadium to see the 3 tenors. My wife and I paid over $200 a ticket. We're sitting about 15 rows up the third base line behind a pillar. I went over to one of the ushers who was dressed in a tuxedo shirt. She gave me another ticket. They walked me down to the gate onto the field, and we were sitting probably in row 10.
That's awesome.
That works.
Yeah, and it's something like that at a concert, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Russell. Like a concert at Tiger Stadium, they're not going to have, 50, I think Tiger Stadium is set like 52,000 people. They're not going to have that many people to check out the 3 tenors. So they can move you around. My cousin came in from Wisconsin to see the Badgers play in the Frozen Four here at Ford Field. And my brother and I, we got tickets and as well and met them down there. And our seats weren't great. They weren't obstructed view, but they just weren't that great. And neither were my cousins. And he had gone down and asked an usher if he and his wife could move to a different section. Hey, is it okay if we just get up and sit in those seats? And the guy's like, I knew one better. He gave him like sweet tickets.
Oh,
says,
my.
We'll put you up over here instead. Sometimes it pays to complain to an usher about where you're sitting. And look, it depends on the crowd that they can move you somewhere else. Unfortunately for the folks at the Buffalo Stadium, that's not going to fly because the seats are at a premium. Every seat is sold out. You're screwed in that situation. And yeah, Tiger Stadium is notorious for it.
Who are the design architects on this thing? Who are the engineers?
We had a text earlier from somebody talking about, hey, I went to Patriots Day at Fenway Park, had horrible obstructive view seats in right field line due to the pillars. Highmark, that's Thomas in South Carolina. Is that another one of the guys?
I think so. Apparently.
Didn't want you to post the picture and get you posted. But yeah, the old stadium, Wrigley Field, Fenway Park, Tiger Stadium, these are places that had the obstructed view. They were notorious for them, and that's why, one of the reasons why we
viewing
have
optional at Buffalo's new stadium. Viewing optional.
Who needs to see the game? Yeah. Dennis is on a cell. You're next up, 97.1. Hey, Dennis.
Good afternoon, guys. I wanted to tell you about a story very similar to Gators Cheesehead incident.
Got to make it
happened last night at the Tigers Guardian games. I have a 15-game package, and my girlfriend and I were sitting in our seats, and directly behind us was a young fellow who had one of those monotone voices, and he talked constantly through 3 innings of play about nonsense. 1/2 inning was about polar bears. So we wanted to get up and tell them what we thought of them, but we thought better. We got up and we moved to other seats, and then my girlfriend affectionately referred to him as Chatty Charlie.
Yeah, it can ruin an experience. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It's like the cheesehead, right? The cheesehead was obstructed view. This was just some annoying dude behind you. But got to get up and move sometimes. I've been there. It's just I can't handle this guy. I got to go.
Depends on how strict the ushers are being.
It does. But there were enough empty seats last night. It looked like it had a pretty decent crowd there last night. But you can find another seat at Comerica Park typically. All right. Is this team going to rue the day that this happened? We'll talk about it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Lakers are being sold for the second time in 14 months today as Mark Walter is shipping the franchise off to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record $12.5 billion. Walter bought the team in June of last year for $10 billion, and selling the franchise for a profit of $2.5 billion breaks the record for the ownership sale of a North American franchise by that margin. Walter is still the majority owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, among other sports ventures. He's currently under federal investigation by the SEC and U.S. prosecutors for alleged tax fraud involving insurance companies he controls. In Dylan Larkin news, Michael Russo of The Athletic said on The Sheet podcast, hosted by Jeff Merrick yesterday, that the Vegas Golden Knights and Florida Panthers are no longer interested in trading for Larkin at this time. He maintained that Bill Guerin and the Minnesota Wild are still after the Red Wings captain. Live Golf told its players today that the Michigan Team Championship is canceled, according to a report from The Telegraph. The tour still has made no such public announcement. Pistons NBA Cup schedule came out today. Their home games this year include the Raptors on November 20th and the Bucks on Black Friday. Both games tip at 7:30. And Framber Valdez faces Foster Griffin tonight as the Tigers and Guardians will do battle in the second game of the series. This is Griffin's first season back in the major leagues after pitching the last 3 years in Japan. He's having a career year with a 3.31 ERA and was an all-star with the Nats a few months ago. Cleveland traded for the lefty at the deadline. First pitch here on 97.1 at 6:40 tonight. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:15. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. Doug will be back on Monday. Mark Ryan with us today. Kang is back. We are back in studio. And now I'm upset with Kang, our producer.
Why, Gator? I'm back. I thought you'd be happy to see me.
No, I'm happy to see you. I'm upset that you sent me a story.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I send a lot of emails out during the show.
I don't like this.
I'm going to send it to Mark, too. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't like this story at all.
King, you and I are doing so well today. Why would you threaten that?
Because he thinks maybe you'll be on his side and laugh about it. Laugh at one of my phobias.
Oh, okay. I have
That's
a phobia. What is your chief phobia?
I mean, I've got some.
He's got a lot, but
yeah.
this is one of them.
I admit to them.
Mine involves a story that I will get made fun of, much like the posting things I'm not supposed to post. So I'd like to refrain from that story.
Yeah, no. With me, it's I'm squeamish about snakes and creepy crawlies and spiders and stuff like that, but I'm fascinated by them at the same time. Like I'll watch videos.
Oh, I saw this. Oh my! Oh, dude, no.
I'll watch videos of there's some dude who's out in like I've seen him out in the Everglades where he's hunting down like 20-foot pythons and he's goes and plucks at all the things in nature. Like, oh, hey, here's a coral snake, or here's a king snake, because it's not about. Here's a king snake, yoink, and he pulls them out and says yoink. That's his thing. Or he'll go boop and he'll touch a frog on the forehead and all these different wildlife, but typically it's with snakes. So Kang has just sent me a story. It says a high school football player in Arkansas found a 2-foot-long cottonmouth snake inside his helmet last week. The pit viper was so reluctant to exit the helmet, the police officers had to pour water into it to force the snake out and into a bag. So what they did was take the helmet, put it into like a bucket bigger than the helmet so the helmet could fit in there. They filled the bucket up with water, and they waited for the snake to pop its head out, and then they were able to pull it out.
No,
I don't know why.
And how do you continue on with your daily activities not knowing that's in there? I'm deeply disturbed by this. I mean, this guy's incredibly lucky he didn't get bitten on the brain at this point.
I mean, I don't know how you grab your helmet. The last thing you're thinking about is, oh, do I have a snake in my helmet or not? Whether I'm living in Arkansas or in, Metro Detroit.
Do you think Doug ever thinks about this when he puts on his bike helmet?
I don't think he does.
I'm going to show him this video.
He will now.
Yeah.
Kang, how much would you pay for hidden video of Gator finding a snake in his house?
Oh, no, I don't wish that upon Gator. But since you asked.
Wow.
I'd pay some money for that.
Listen, you want me to release some birds in your house?
Hey.
We can play this game all day long. Yeah, that's snakes terrify me.
Bridges are my phobia. I can't stand him.
You and Doug. What, you're afraid? What are you afraid of with the bridge?
I can't stand him. It drives me nuts.
All bridges?
All bridges.
All right, Doug, it's just the Zilwaukee Bridge going up north.
No, there's levels to this. There's levels to this. There's one in Florida called the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It literally kisses the sky. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean kisses the sky?
You have no idea how high this is. There is no ship that big that needs to go underneath it. It's like if a bridge is the size of the height of a skyscraper, it can fit under that bridge. It makes I'm absolutely terrified. Terrified. Went to Canada here. You know what they said to me? They checked my car. Why is there a ticking clock in your car? They said when I got to Canada here. Why do you have a stopwatch going? They thought I had like a bomb or something. No, it was that I was timing the amount of time that I needed to get over the bridge to avoid having a panic attack.
Interesting. I looked it up. It's 431 feet high. So the difference is like here in Michigan, and we joke about it on the show that Doug he's got a phobia of going over to the Zilwaukee Bridge as you're going up north. But
where is that? I can avoid it.
Saginaw, Flint area, Saginaw Bay City area. It's really Saginaw. It crosses the Saginaw River up I-75. Less than 2 hours away from here. It's but the bridge has gotten a bad rap over the years for some construction issues when it was built. And it's not like it was built 100 years ago. And this thing was built, I think, in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. And they've had some reconstruction to it. But the problem when you go over it is that you're driving up, and then there's like a dip.
No.
And then you go up, and there's another dip.
No.
And there's another dip. And it's just not very...
No.
You know, I don't want to say it wasn't well constructed.
I'm having palpitations. Please stop.
So the difference, though...
I think that same guy built the Bills' new stadium, by the way.
May have. The difference is Zilwaukee Bridge is only 125 feet. So initially I was going to make fun of you. I'm like, oh, big deal. But it's 4 times basically the height of the Zilwaukee Bridge. I did see a picture of the Sunshine Skyway or whatever. It looks beautiful. I don't think I'd have too much. Well, that's not true. If it were a 2-lane bridge, I'd be terrified. But I'm guessing this is like 4 or 5 lanes wide or something like that.
No, it's 2.
It can't be 2.
It's 2, and you get up there, and when you see over it, Gator, I would rather die than go over that thing again.
All right, I should restate this. It's 430 feet, but that's at the highest point at the top of the towers. It's not where the bridge is. The vertical clearance is about 180 to 190 feet above the water. So it's, what did I say Zilwaukee was? 150. So it's 125 feet. So it's not that much higher than the Zilwaukee Bridge. Let's relax, Mark. Okay.
No, I'm not relaxing. I had no idea Doug and I had the same phobia. Kang, your phobia?
That's not the same phobia. For Doug will go to his grave defending it. He's not afraid of bridges. He just doesn't like the Zilwaukee Bridge because of the up and down factor.
Okay.
The Gordie Howe Bridge, by the way, is 151 feet above the Detroit River, it says. So it's not.
It's even taller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Kang is clearly not going to admit his phobia on the air today, right?
No, it's not a phobia. I don't like birds. That's a thing. No, I'm
You
serious.
don't like birds?
Really?
Yeah. He says,
If
no,
there
I'm
was a
serious.
bird in my house, I'd be kind of screwed. I'd open up every door and window and just hope it flew out.
What's the history there?
There's no history. I just don't like the way they look.
He doesn't like them.
Don't like the way they look.
Doesn't like them.
Are they even real?
They're real. Oh, they're real. Got them.
Somebody gets
housing in various parts of my house.
Somebody gets you a pet pterodactyl.
Those are unreal. Those are dinosaurs. Those are CGI. It's totally different. We'll get to that on Friday. Totally weird take by Mark Ryan on that. All right. So the NFL, one of the great things with the NFL each year is the Hard Knocks show that they do on HBO, and they follow around team during training camp. It's great. It's brilliant television. They find compelling stories, or they'll find a story and they'll make it compelling. And it's usually around guys that are on the verge of getting cut or not, guys are they going to make the roster or not. They'll follow the star players as well. But, Kang, you saw this, right? This is with the Seattle is part of the Hard Knocks right now?
Yeah. They had Terry and Arnold in for a workout and a visit, the whole 9. And, they had him, running drills and things like that, sat him down for an interview. And McDonald was, according to what we saw, was very impressed with everything. And they obviously acknowledged the fact that he's got some legal issues going on right now. But as far
just
as
a pittance.
Yeah, they're going to do their homework and all that stuff, and they're going to trust their guys up top. And so I think I don't want to say it's imminent they're going to sign him or anything like that, but they sound pretty interested.
Well,
and it's Seattle who just won the Super Bowl.
Yes, and they're not alone. because other teams are willing to talk with him as well. I think the Giants were mentioned, the Saints. I think they've kind of kicked the tires in Terrion Arnold. And look, we heard about this weeks ago when his agent came out and said there are at least 3 teams that are interested. Now there's actual evidence that he has visited with teams, and you have the video of him talking with Seattle and all that with the workout. But I think it does beg the question, and yeah, one of the previous callers said he got a hint when we teased the topic, what we're going to talk about. And that is, will the Lions rue the day that they decided to punt on the career of Terrion Arnold and release him from the contractual obligations here with the Lions because of his impending legal issues that he's got in the state of Florida with the kidnapping and the assault and everything was going on there. Personally, I don't think that they're going to. I think just as an outsider looking in, this seems like a case that is not going to go his way. I think at the very least he'll be suspended by the NFL at some point, but I think he'll be very fortunate to avoid jail time. I really hope that he had nothing to do with this, but I mean, it sounds like he had something to do with this. Let it play out in the courts for sure. But if you're another NFL team and you're going to bring in Terrion Arnold to work out, it's really just for that. You just want to see if he still has the skills. There's no way I would imagine that a team can say, yeah, let's sign you right now, knowing that this legal case is still undecided.
Not only will they not rue the day, it's hell no they won't review it. And the fact that he's getting NFL interest right now is the most shocking NFL story that I have seen this year. He's indicted by the FBI, okay, for being the ringleader of kidnapping the wrong people and abusing the wrong people. So the indictment is because his hands are at the controls. He was released by the Lions because he lied to the Lions. What are other NFL teams even thinking bringing him in? Like, I just can't even tell you how disappointed I am with the Seahawks. Oh, did I mention he actually sucks at the thing that he does called football? He has no change of direction whatsoever.
I wouldn't say that he sucks. I think the injuries played a role. I thought that he was a guy that was getting better as his rookie season went on because he got called for lots of interference penalties and then made an adjustment and was starting to kind of become a decent defensive back, and then injuries start cutting in. I guess I'm not going to kill the player. I mean, for his ability on that. Well, and you're welcome to it. I'm just saying, I thought that I started to see some improvement, and I was really hopeful that this third year in the league that we were going to see something from Terrion Arnold, other than being with an ankle bracelet saying that he's got to stay in Florida or whatever. This is a really unfortunate turn for him, but it's his own doing, and we'll see what the courts eventually say. I do think he's got talent. I think he's got ability, but he has to be on the field to realize that. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to. I mean, before it was because of injuries, not seeing the field. Now it might be because he's going to have to serve time in prison.
Well, just the on-field portion, okay? Pro Football Focus grades are not the end-all, be-all, but 60s is average for a season grade, right? 70s is good, 80s is Pro Bowl. Year 1, the grade was 49. Year 2, the grade was 50.3. Why is he leading the league in penalties? Because he has to hold to catch up. Any change of direction, he doesn't have the acceleration to keep with. And then you've got this on top of this, and you've got NFL teams brazenly bringing him in. Do you guys even understand what you're doing? Have you researched the story at all? Is this not the most shocking thing? That teams are bringing him in? How desperate are you? You just won the Super Bowl.
I'm not shocked they're bringing him in because they want to see, okay, do we have an inside? Once we find out what the legal situation is, if he is able to play football and stay out of prison, can he help this team out? And they want to know if he can help the team out. So I don't have any problem with them working him out. I'd be amazed if he's signed to a contract before his legal situation is cleared up.
And when is that going to happen?
Exactly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Do you think the Lions will rue the day that they decided to waive Terrion Arnold? He's already been at a couple of camps, including Seattle, who just won the Super Bowl. They're kicking the tires on him. The coach liked what he saw.
Oh, God.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1. So here's a story from Pro Football Talk regarding Terrion Arnold, because he just met with New Orleans as well. I said head coach Kellen Moore said that they visited with the former Lions first-round pick, but didn't work him out during his time in town. He said, just collecting as much information as we can, having as many conversations with people who have spent a lot of time with him over the years. that Kellen Moore said in the press conferences. Obviously, there is an outside of football part of this that has to be added to this, but I felt like we had a good visit with him, good experience. Moore also noted that Arnold has a history with Saints cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry from their time together at Alabama. Arnold, who has also met with the Seahawks and the Texans, is expected to meet with the Giants next. That's 4 teams that are kicking the tires on a former first-round pick in Detroit Lion and Terrion Arnold, who's only played in the league for 2 years, and it's really been a year and a half. He only played 8 games last year because of injury. Played most of the season, his rookie year, 16 games. And it was certainly a learning curve in that first season. I was encouraged by how he was finishing that first year up, but the second year cut short by injuries and also bad play. But his off-field issues are serious as a heart attack. He could be spending a long time in prison.
Do we have a number on that?
I thought initially I saw it could be life in prison.
Right.
But maybe things have changed. That was from months ago when I first started.
20 years to life, and you don't expect him to get life.
No.
Henry Ruggs didn't get life, right? So you didn't expect life.
Different crimes,
right.
But yes.
Sure, but the consideration of what was done here and the seriousness of the FBI indicting you, how that doesn't blacklist you from not only the NFL, but any employer anywhere. I don't get it. What am I missing? How is this okay?
I don't know. Because if you try to defend it, then you look like you're defending a potential criminal. But at the same time, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. Have your day in court for sure. You bring up Henry Ruggs' name, which is interesting because the former wide receiver who was vehicular manslaughter, right? And he killed somebody.
And her dog,
in a car
120 miles an hour. She's at a stoplight and he's inebriated.
At like 6 a.m. or something.
6 a.m, right? She caught on fire. She died. She was still alive when she died from burning.
Horrible, horrible accident. He's doing his time, and teams are still like, well, when he gets out, we'll.
I don't get it.
It's sports.
But see,
and then there's part of it where people say, in some respects, I get it. Everybody's due a second chance in life, and with this one, you're still letting it play out with Terrion Arnold. Don't know what the courts are going to say with this case, but the Henry Ruggs case, guys doing jail time, you kind of know. But teams, they were still going to let Ray Rice play.
See, and the thing is too, look, all these things are awful, but sometimes if somebody punches somebody, they had a really bad snapping moment where it was a split-second horrible decision. TA allegedly masterminded this whole thing. The amount of premeditation that was involved, this isn't I snapped and Gator and I punched each other because we got in a bad debate about something. This is, no. I'm going to get these people and they're never going to forget the name TA, and I'm going to abuse them. And then I got the wrong people and I'm going to kidnap them. I do not understand how Roger Goodell and the NFL are even allowing visitations.
Because you're taking the 1% chance or 10% chance or whatever it is that the allegations are false. That's what you're doing. And until he is proven guilty or cuts a deal and reduces time or whatever, until a judgment comes out on it, that's how jurisprudence works. You're innocent until proven guilty, no matter what we think in the court of public opinion. This is why they're doing it. It's a preemptive search almost, right?
Right.
Like, hey, okay, you worked out nice. We appreciate that. We think that you could do really well in our defense. We'll let you know. And that's how it goes. Because right now it's hard for us to commit to you because I don't know if you're going to be free 6 months from now.
In your mind, if you're giving an educated guess as to why the Lions went from this isn't that big a deal to you're off the team, what was it?
I would, for me personally, I would think that they've got a pretty good handle on what happened there. I think that they've talked to him and interviewed him, and if there's something that leads them to believe that he's due some responsibility of this, they just want to wipe their hands clean of it, and they don't want that part dripping into their culture. They've tried really hard since hiring Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and bringing in this whole new regime to completely change the culture of the Detroit Lions organization. And they've done so. And they've done so by not taking chances on players that have a little bit of a checkered past. They passed on players that were really good players that other teams were willing to look past, traffic incidents or whatever. And they want to keep it that way. So this is an opportunity where, okay, this guy's got something really serious going on, and they just don't want to deal with it, or they know more from talking with the player himself, and they're like, well, that's too much for us to handle. We're going to release you.
And I don't think it helped that TA, if remember Dan Campbell's initial comments were, we don't think there's much there, or I'm paraphrasing for Dan Campbell, it's not that big of a deal. They read the indictment. That's a big bleeping deal. And it ties Terrion Arnold to it as the alleged mastermind. And you got to choose your words carefully when you say this. But I can't. I'm flummoxed that these teams are bringing Terrion Arnold in. I'm flummoxed that any of that is happening before the conclusion of this is known. And with no definitive timeline in sight of when a decision on this is going to be reached, boy, what a waste of time by these organizations.
Well, it's not a waste to just talk to somebody, or working them out doesn't. You're not taking away time of your practice to get it done. And it just may be that it's a cursory. We talked with you for half an hour. Sound like a good guy. We'll get back to you. Boom. Some text coming in on this. Has Terrion Arnold made any plays that would indicate that we would rue the day that we got away from his contract? Again, I go back to that rookie season 2 years ago, and I thought that he improved as the season went on. Last year was hurt, and what we saw when he was healthy didn't look good. Who cares what Terrion did on the field? A professional athlete with multiple kidnapping allegations. Why would anyone want him on your squad? Well, if he's proven to be innocent, then why? That's why. If he's proven to be innocent,
and Gator, you're a public figure. Me less so, but you're a public figure. The reality is, a false accusation has crossed all of our minds at one point, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, like, would my company stand by me if somebody made a bogus allegation against me? The difference between that and this is you have an indictment by the FBI.
Yeah, and initially they weren't going to, and then eventually they did. It clouds it a little bit, but obviously they have evidence that they think was enough to go for it, and they have the indictment. The Lions didn't cut Jameson Williams when he was going through his troubles because he was upfront and honest about what was happening. I have a feeling Terrion lied to them, and that's what helped them make a decision to cut him. That's from Jamie. I think there's a lot of validity to that.
Completely.
Yeah. If he was keeping something from the team, I think that's probably very wise to say that they're not going to put up with that. And then there's this. I had a cottonmouth go right over my cleat while I was in the outfield. I played college baseball down in South Carolina. Yikes. If I saw a snake out in the field when I'm playing a sport,
Gator, innings over. 3
done.
outs.
I'm done.
Was that you read that South Carolina?
Yeah.
You're from you were from the Carolinas, right, Mark?
Yep.
Do you have to check things before, like helmets, shoes? You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, I'm not kidding. Like,
right. Does this surprise you, being a Southern guy? That
yeah.
Is this normal?
I feel like South Carolina guys becoming almost Florida man. To a degree.
Well,
I have
you do strive to be better, right?
I look. It's you got some weird behavior there for sure, but no, man. There's not snakes on your yard. There's not snakes on a plane. There's not. I didn't see any of that.
Did you check your toilet seat before you would sit down? Like,
It's
I feel
funny you mentioned that.
in Florida.
A friend of mine in South Carolina had a snake in his toilet.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
In his
Gator?
toilet.
All right.
Gator?
All right.
Well, we now got to get
Nope.
Gator a trip to South Carolina.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nobody. Nope.
Oh my
97.1. This snake talk still gets me, man. I just reached out to one of my South Carolina peeps.
Oh, you got South Carolina peeps?
I got some South Carolina peeps.
I used to have South Carolina peeps. I don't anymore. I used to have friends from college. I don't anymore.
My friend Fred was a scholarship golfer at South Carolina State back in the day. So I was asking, he goes to South Carolina at least once a year. I think they have a timeshare down there. Go down and check it out. So I need to find out, is this snake thing real? Like, are you actually, do you have to lift the toilet seat up, look in the toilet before you sit down to make sure there's no snake in there?
Uh-huh.
Are you looking in I can't admit, you're not looking, are you looking in the tank? I guess, I don't know, man. I hear this stuff and I don't want anything to do with it.
Because first of all, the fear is, even if you open the toilet seat first and you see nothing in there, it can still at some point come up and get you.
Like, oh, I'm sorry, I was busy swimming in the tank. Let me come back out.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
The how of those things getting into your toilet and in your house even defies logic, doesn't it? Like the explanation. I always see them in people's house. There's no opening large enough for that thing to get in your house. How did this happen? But Gator, we gotta help you overcome your fears. You know, we're gonna insert some birds into Kang's house, and you know we're not gonna
insert snakes into my house.
We're gonna watch you climb on the couch and have the broomstick in your hand and try to do what you can to.
And like I said, I'm fascinated by snakes. I will watch specials on snakes all the time, and I'll be uncomfortable watching it. But I also like, wow, this is incredible. And I think they're beautiful creatures. They can be. The patterns can be incredibly beautiful. I've been in this business a long time. At some point, we had there was an animal show that was on the weekends, and the guys would bring in various animals. And if I were in the station at the time, I would check those out. And like they would invariably bring in snakes. And they're like, oh, come on, just touch it. I'm like, very reluctantly, but I do. And it's like, what? This is leather. Okay, I got it. They're not slimy. I get all that. Unless you're pulling them straight from the swamp, and then they're going to be slimy. But no, I know.
All right. So
when I see a snake in the helmet, a football helmet of some high school kid in Arkansas, he's like, oh, wait a minute. I think there might be a snake in here. Call the cops. The cops come over, and they submerge the helmet in water so as to coax the cottonmouth to come out, and then they take it out with forceps, and the thing's flipping around. No.
Name your price. Jimmy Fallon show, you're the guest. Okay, you're the guest. So you have a national TV audience watching you, no pressure. Animal guy comes out, you got to do the snake around the neck thing.
No, not doing it.
Name your price. Life-changing money here.
$10 million.
Okay, what'd you do? You do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got to be $10 million.
It's got to be $10 million, yeah. But, and thanks for giving me the money. I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got the price, but I also know that if you're on a talk show like that, it's going to typically be an animal that's not going to kill you at the time. They've got the expert handlers there. If anything goes awry, they're gonna be on it.
Are you sure?
But I don't want to do it.
No, they'd give you like a non-venomous snake, if anything.
Yeah, okay, here's a python or a boa constrictor.
But Gator, what if you were like, you played football in high school? What if you had picked up your helmet in high school and a snake was in it? Would you quit that day? Like, I'm done.
I probably would.
Yeah, right? You'd be
probably
done.
would.
It's over. I quit.
To our radio-only audience, if you could only see the stress showing up on Gator's face right now.
You can watch us on Twitch or YouTube, and you can see it. But, yeah, the stress is real. I mean, because, yeah, King, I mean, I think back to now we're actually in the time of the year where the two-a-day practices, and I think back to my senior year in high school going through the two-a-days and how incredibly hot it was, and now I'm thinking even more about it. The practice field, I think there wasn't a swamp nearby, but there was some tree-lined areas there by the practice fields where it wouldn't surprise me there were some snakes in there. And is one going to get? I mean, it's not going to get into my helmet, right? I mean, it's too easy to spot for. I would think that it's not going to happen.
I don't know.
I don't know.
He's in denial.
It literally just happened. That's what we're talking about. Gator, check your email. I sent you a bunch of texts, man. This is not uncommon to find.
It's not uncommon. So would you say that a snake would be able to do something that no other football player would? Get you to leave? Get you to stop playing the sport?
I'm saying I would be so skeeved out by it that I would have to have like all new pads, new helmet, and I need assurances that was an anomaly and it ain't coming back.
Yeah, all I can say is Gator is not going to come back, and that's about the most assurance you're going to get.
Right. Here we go. My wife pulled out of the garage and a snake fell on her car's hood from the garage door, and we live in Shelby.
Oh my God! What?
That's from Boz. Really?
Macomb County, Shelby Township.
What kind of snake are we talking about, though? I mean, if it's a garter snake, those are just, they're a little snappy. They can bite at you, but they're not going to cause any harm. I'm from Tennessee. You have to check everything for black widows, brown recluse spiders, copperhead snakes before putting things on.
Nope.
Always hit my shoes and boots on the ground before putting them on. That's from Mike.
They say you're supposed to check your shoes before you put. Does anyone ever check their shoes?
I do, actually. I do.
You?
It's kind of. I kind of pound the shoe. And God, I'm going to say this. This happened on Friday afternoon. Came home from work. Phone rings, and I'm talking on the phone with a friend of mine. I walk outside, and I think it was a beautiful day on Friday. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit outside with the dog out here, and I grab the cushion and flip the cushion over, and there was a giant spider on the cushion of the chair that was, I mean, the size, like when you go, okay, like that kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about. Like a big circumference.
He's got a silver dollar sign.
This is like a wolf spider that was, and I'm like, nope. I'm like,
no,
I got all
that's
freaked
in your
out by it.
house.
This was outside my house.
Oh,
this was in the back patio. And I was like, nope. So when I went out the next night and lit the fire, had a fire in the fire pit going at like 11 o'clock at night, got the music going, I poured myself a drink, and I made sure that when I got to the chair, the wicker chair, I was banging it on the ground. I'm hitting the cushions, making sure nothing was there. Just totally freaked out by it.
Worst
Even though the
bug
spider's not going to do. I mean, a bite from a wolf spider is not going to kill you.
Worst bug experience. What was it?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, thanks.
I don't want to
Everyone, I lived in Colorado. Everyone in Colorado left their garage doors open. We left when it was day, came back when it was night, couldn't see anything in there. An entire horde, whatever the large group is called, of black moths had entered our garage. When we opened the car door, slammed the car door, we were engulfed by
that's gross.
Millions of black moths.
Lived in North Carolina. If you leave your shoes outside or in your garage, you always needed to shake them out because black widow spiders love dark places.
Well, don't leave them outside or in the garage.
Right? How about you bring them in the house?
What?
I check for spiders in my shoes in my cabin up north. Wolf spiders specifically, big bastards. Yeah, they are huge. They are huge.
Hence the name wolf.
Yes.
Avoid them, please. I don't get the leaving the shoes in the garage thing either. Like, why would you ever, a hat, shoes, you're asking for, like, that is the dumbest thing ever. Shoes in the garage?
Well, that's where the insects are, huh?
So I just got a text back from my man Fred. Definitely had water moccasins and gators to deal with on the golf course. If your ball went around certain swamp areas, we would get a free drop. Never had to deal with snakes and toilets, though.
No, go get the ball in there. Go get the ball.
Wow.
That's absurd. Yeah, it's nature out there, man. We had a black bear in the neighborhood there. How do you do with black bears? You good?
Yeah, as long as you have a football, you're fine.
Coyote in the neighborhood, black bears in the neighborhood.
King knows about me and the black bears and the football.
Gator's theory is if you have a football
you're
around,
fine.
You could throw it to the.
You see it, yeah. You see the black bear, and if it's in the distance, if you have a football with you, you're fine. Just go, hey, buddy, and you throw the football at the bear. The bear will make an effort to catch it, and then you go right back. And the bear will probably try to throw it back to you because that's what happens when you've got a football.
Yeah.
You see somebody anywhere on the street. If you go, hey, and go throw a football, the person's going to catch it, and then you go right back. The obligation is to throw it back. I tested this at the Super Bowl in 2006 and Radio Row in 2006. It worked like a dream.
The problem is I have the accuracy of Trent Dilfer, so that's not. That's not
so
going to help
maybe
me.
the bear would have to go over and pick up the ball where you threw it. Right?
Yeah.
Threw a football to Roger Penske
There is
walking out
no
Radio
way
Row.
you
Here
would do
go.
well with a bear.
Right back.
No way.
Did you guys see the video of, I think it was California, where the bear was swimming in someone's pool in the backyard?
I
recently?
just saw that.
I can't get enough of those videos. I love those.
Was that a
videos.
grizzly? That was a grizzly.
That looked like, oh,
it looked like a grizzly.
Look, it ain't my house, right? But I love watching those videos of the bears that get in there, any wild animal that gets into somebody's backyard and they're hanging out.
I wouldn't live there anymore. Like, there's a
No,
chance.
I'd sell the house. Don't get me wrong. I'm selling the house. I'm taking the loss, whatever in this market. I don't care. I got to get out. But
I think the
it's a
right
cute video.
size spider would get you to sell your home. I do.
I've had a couple of big spiders in my house. I get freaked out by them, but I also have a policy with spiders. As long as a spider doesn't step to me, we can coexist.
Don't step to you, Snoop Dogg?
That's right. If I see a spider on the wall and it's crawling on the wall, as long as it's crawling towards the ceiling, we're good. Now, if you're on the ceiling, you start to crawl down, you got to go. And that's when I'm going to grab the Kleenex, I'm going to squish you, and you're gone. Or I'll try to, I have made efforts lately to grab them with the tissue and then throw it outside so as not to kill them.
Favorite thing about Michigan, I have not seen a single cockroach since I've been here. There's more cockroaches in South Carolina than people.
Yeah, that's a whole other issue nobody wants to deal with. Yikes. 248-539-9797. All right, I think we're done with the creepy stuff. We own the creepy stuff?
Yeah, unless you want to read more text later. It's up to you, man. I don't care.
We can always get more text and there's calls too.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to that next year. 97.1.
We just learned the Jimmy shoe trick.
Yeah.
Tell the people about the shoe trick from Jimmy.
Jimmy's shoe trick is that every time he grabs shoes out of the garage, like his grass cutting shoes or his cleats when he was playing, back when he was living in Georgia, but does this still to this day, he'll grab the shoe and spin it up in the air, flip it like you're tossing a coin and let it hit the ground to make sure that there's nothing in there. And then Mark goes, so did you find that a spider ever shoot out of there? And Jimmy's like, oh, hell yeah.
What?
So he takes his shoes and throws them in the air like chalk toss, like LeBron James or something?
Like just flip it up in the air like you're tossing a coin.
Make sure it does the full 360 rotation.
Around, and the centrifugal force or whatever, and then it hits the ground and bounces. So whatever's inside is like, I'm getting the hell out of here if there's something inside. And he has, on a number of occasions, seen something inside.
This is not healthy for me.
This
not
is
healthy
really
for
not.
any of us. I never look in my shoes when I put them on.
Well, and you thought you were safe in the state of Michigan. Not so much. Ed's in Clarkston. Ed, welcome to 97.1.
Morning or afternoon, guys. Not to freak you out a little bit more, but I used to work in radio on the southwest side of Michigan. And one day went to do the weather report, opened the mic. Through the mic and my headphones, I could hear a giant wolf spider running across the counter next to the board.
No.
What do you mean you could hear? Like it was stepping? You could hear the steps?
Yes, you could hear his little...
Come on.
Yes, through the headphones. So I quickly punched the commercial that was queued up and aborted the weather report and vacated the chair rather rapidly. And also, wolf spiders can give you quite a wicked bite.
Yes, but they're not venomous. I mean, everybody's different with how they react to getting bit by anything, whether it's a mosquito or a spider. But yes, it can be bad for some people. But for the most part, they're kind of harmless.
They have to scoop out the bite area with...
No, I scoop ice cream, not bite funk.
You can hear it? Was he wearing Timberland boots or something?
No. That's Ed's story, and he's sticking to it. I don't buy it necessarily that you could hear with your headphones. Like I've got headphones on right now, and all I'm thinking about is, would I be able to hear a wolf spider walking across? And my answer is no, I wouldn't be able to hear it. But as I just took my fingers and went like a spider. I'm like, well, wait a minute, maybe you can't, or you can feel it on the. No.
Yeah, anything big enough that you can hear the footsteps coming. It's just go ahead and shoot me. Put me out of my misery.
People who live in South Texas have to watch out for tarantulas and scorpions in their garages. Yeah, I know the scorpion
and yet
for
our
sure.
boss willingly has his shoes in there.
Flips them up in the air.
What are you
though.
people doing?
He's protecting
Hats,
himself.
shoes, cleats. Don't put any of that stuff in the garage. First of all, that thing
You
could
can't put
be
your car in the garage. The snake's gonna fall from the garage door for crying out loud. That's what we just learned.
The animal could be in the toe, and you're not going to see it anyway, right? You're only going to see what's in the heel, not the toe.
Well, the point of the flipping it in the air is so it
That's so
jars
it'll
it
get
loose,
out.
so it'll come out. Like, what was that? I gotta get out of here.
I trust Jimmy. Look, Backwoods Jimmy. I love Backwoods Jimmy stories. Not in the Carolinas, but we have a place in rural Texas. After not visiting for a while, we went there, and in the toilet was a full shedded snake skin. Also, one time in the middle of the night, I went to the bathroom and realized there was a snake wrapped around the base of the toilet. LOL. I calmly moved it outside and went back to bed. There is nothing calm about that situation, and there is no LOL.
I am wearing the L. No, out of here. Boom.
Was in South Carolina a couple weeks ago and rented a Verbo on a pond. We were getting ready to go swimming, and then a 3-foot snake swam by. Needless to say, we did not.
I got to get you a trip to South Carolina, Gator. Yeah, you'd love it. I mean, you with nature, the bears, the snakes all around you.
Right time of the year, I don't have an issue with going there, and I would like actually when we used to go on the spring training trips to Florida. Occasionally, when we would go golfing, there might be some sighting of a snake, or somebody would say, and I actually did see a snake a couple times. I'm fascinated. I want to see this thing. I'm going to keep my distance. Somebody said, there was an alligator on hole number 3. I want to see that gator, but I'm going to keep my distance. I'm fascinated, but I'm also terrified. BJ is in Westland. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, BJ.
Hey, BJ.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Creeped out.
Hey, yeah, right. So years ago, I was going to school for golf down in Arizona, and it was like the first or second morning that I woke up when I moved down. I had two. I mean, they were probably a little bit smaller than the palm of my hand, but two small scorpions in my bathroom sink.
Oh, God.
Not one, but two. Any idea how they got there, BJ?
To be honest with you, I have no idea. But they say that they will come up through the pipes.
Can't those kill you? Can scorpions kill you?
No. They're venomous.
The smaller they are, the more deadly they are. But, I mean, I would find them.
They'll hurt you.
But back to the shoes, you'd find them in your shoes, under the rugs in the living room. My actually last golf tournament, before I moved back to Michigan, I was like, I want to see a rattlesnake before I move back. And my buddies were always like, you're crazy, you're crazy. Well, my last tournament, I'm in the middle of the fairway, and the ranger comes around and says, hey, we got word that somebody's been hearing something over in the desert up by the fairway. So we get up there, and right in my backswing, all of a sudden I hear something, and I turn around, and there's like probably a 4 or 5 foot rattlesnake coming right at me. And obviously I was aiming straight. The ball went straight to the right. I turned to my buddy, and I said, nope, I'm moving back to Michigan.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank BJ and Gator and Kang for ensuring I don't sleep well for a week.
Yeah, that's
thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That's just, no, I don't want to,
There was a football player who had a snake in his helmet.
In Arkansas.
On. He wore it, didn't even realize
Well, I don't know if he wore it or not. He saw there was a snake in there and freaked out, and they ended up...
You heard of the movie Snakes on a Plane? Now it's the sequel is Snakes in the Helmet.
You've spent time in Arizona. You ever seen anything crazy out there in the wild, or are you're not necessarily in the desert? When
no, I mean you see, snakes like will just cross the street like a dog or a cat or a squirrel. Here you'll just see them slither across. I think the thing that got me was
big ass spiders.
No, when you go to Home Depot or Lowe's out there, they have scorpion repellent. And I just stopped. Like,
it's called a hammer. It's called a hammer.
You can buy like stuff for scorpion problems, and I found out, big scorpions not a problem. It's the little ones you need to worry out for. Like, okay, never knew that. Things you learn.
Quickly, what's coming up on your show?
You know what? I got to start off the show by giving Mike his flowers reluctantly. You know, he's been anti-college football for so long. Somebody said something today that just reinforced what he said, that college football is not the same anymore.
Look forward to it. Coming up next, Rico and Valenti here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Tigers continue their 3-game series with the Guardians tonight. Manager A.J. Hinch said they would know more about Riley Green's injury today. He will not play tonight regardless, though. Green remained in the game after getting hit by a pitch. He scored a run and then was lifted with a hamstring soreness. It'll be Framber Valdez on the mound for Detroit. He started to turn it around, giving up just 2 runs in his last 14 innings. He'll face newly acquired arm Foster Griffin, who had a bit of a rocky welcome to Cleveland after the trip. That's Guardians voice Tom Hamilton here, the 6:40 first pitch here on 97.1. The NBA released their cup schedule for the season. The Pistons will have their first game against the Nets on the road October 30th. They'll also play the Raptors, Magic, and Bucks. The LA Lakers have been sold again. The ownership group will make a $2.5 billion profit after they originally acquired the franchise back in 2025. The overall sale price of $12.5 billion marks a record for a pro sports franchise today. A report by The Telegraph says that Live Golf has informed their players the team championship in Michigan is officially canceled. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, all. Welcome in. And I'm terrified of what Rico has put on the show sheet. It's going to be exciting. Anytime you just type a few things that are cryptic, it always makes you go, all right, well, here we go. I'll just walk right into the rake.
I learned from the best. I learned from,
taught you well.
Don't click on this. Just leave it alone. Just some weird thing that I probably can't say on the air. On the show sheet. Just leave it to me. I'll explain it at 2:00.
Well, it's 2:00, so explain Mike, giving Mike his flowers. I don't want any.
You're getting your flowers.
All right, what does this pertain to?
And this is, I am reluctantly giving you your flowers, Mike, because it's something that we've been going back and forth for the longest. And you're starting to weigh me down, and it's almost starting to swing to your side of the world of college sports.
Ooh.
And you've been Mr. Boats and Hose. You're a founding member.
I'm a founder.
You're a founder.
David. We're gonna have founders gear.
You are, with a little
a crest
with a girl on a boat. That's you. You've been saying these kids don't care about anything but money. These kids, they don't care about your team. They don't care about rivalries. They don't care about the school. They only care about getting a check. They only care about getting paid.
I know, David.
And I wanted to say, no, not everything. It's got to be some things that some kids hold sacred. There's things that you just can't break, no matter how much you could pay them $10 million. They will still say, no, I want to beat this team. I hate these people. Coaches may come and go, but right now with the players, it's a paycheck. And I'm realizing more and more, Mike, it is a paycheck. I know you're big on the Army-Navy rivalry, but I think the biggest rivalry when it comes to college football could arguably be said it's Michigan and Ohio State. David, am I overstepping my bounds here?
No, you're not at all.
Paul, Sarah, you're an outsider. Am I overstepping my bounds here?
No, you're not. It is the biggest rivalry in college football.
It's called The Game. Fox sold their soul to make sure that thing will always be played at 12 noon on Fox. Ooh. It's called the Big Noon Kickoff. Why? Because we have The Game.
What? This is okay. I think I know where you're leading this.
I'm going to land the plane.
I think I know what's going on.
David.
We're going to get in big trouble for this.
You have the sound?
Oh, jeez.
So you would think that everybody would be fired up. Willingham, the new coach of the new coach of Michigan, got asked at media day, and he kind of stepped in it, saying, "Well, we treat it like any other game." I excuse that because
you ain't from around here.
He's not from here. We saw with Jonathan Smith. This ain't the Holy War, right? But when your starting quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines come out and says this, well, let's go back a year ago when he's calling out LeBron James saying it's over for Ohio State. It's over. To, it's just another game. It's just a different team and different color. You would think he would be fired up to play in this game, Mike, and this is why I got to give you your props. It is about money. He was 8 for 18 for a whopping 63 yards, 1 interception. Team didn't score a touchdown at the crib. And when asked about Ohio State, man, I can't wait to get my revenge. I've been thinking about this for the last 300-some days. They're in my crosshairs. Instead, we get this. Okay. So,
didn't he say he would never lose to them?
He did. He'd never lose to him. Told LeBron James it's over.
He also said he'd be the greatest QB to ever leave Michigan, right?
Yeah.
All right.
This is me giving you a fly. Mike.
You're sensing a pattern here?
If it was ever just about the money, that statement right there said it's just about the money.
Well, that's a tough one. That's a tough remark.
Buddy, here you go.
Jeter respect.
Jeter respect. I am fighting a losing battle. I'm trying to stop a river with a plastic bag.
Okay. So I can throw the number out, but then we have a number of conversation points here. So 248-539-9797. If you want to weigh in on that. Look, I'm not going to yell and scream about it.
You should. You take your victory.
I try to be careful. There are a lot of things he could have said. That's not one of them. So
he did not.
Yeah, you could just say we circle that game every year. Mm-hmm. Most important game to this university and our fans and this team, and we're going to do our level best to put on a better showing than last year. I mean, at a bare minimum, you could say that.
No disrespect to the other 11 teams.
Right. There's a way to do it.
But yeah.
The problem is, I think he kind of said the quiet part out loud. People can pretend these rivalries are still real. They're not.
That's it.
Let's say Michigan has a great year. You'll go into that last game, and it won't matter who wins it. You're both in. You know, it's not what it was even in 2021 and or 23 and these emotional scenes and different things. It's just the problem I have with the Bryce Underwood thing. Anytime he talks, he says something stupid. He's got scuba-litis.
I like that.
It's just, again, and then it's, he's young. Well, he's old enough to vote, and he's old enough to go to war, and he's old enough to collect $12 million. I don't know, man. You got to pick a lane now. This isn't an 11-year-old who pooped his pants accidentally. You're the quarterback at Michigan. You're one of the highest-paid players in college football. And every time they put a microphone in his face, he has verbal diarrhea. So what do you want me to say?
Scuba light. No, Mike, you say nothing because the one thing I couldn't fight you on was by the time you get to the conference championship game, both teams will be in. I couldn't fight you on that. I wanted to fight you. I can't.
I know.
I got to lay down the sword. But I thought there were still certain things that teams held holy and sacred.
Correct. That would upset me. Look, here's what I can say. If it upsets me as a sports fan anytime I hear a player try to minimize a rivalry. I don't like that. It's okay to just say it. Yeah, it's important. I don't need Bryce Underwood to say he hates them. I don't need Bryce Underwood to do what he did last year, basically saying I'll never lose to him. He sounded like LeVar Ball. Never lost. But you can't say that. And the problem is, before you say, well, he's just a kid, or no, there are PR people. These kids are prepped, they're coached, they are taught, they are guided. I don't know, dude. Look, you can go wherever you want with it. It's your school, guys. If the guy played for State, I'd be furious if he said it about Michigan. For you, you feel however you want. I'm not trying to tell you how to feel. But I'll just tell you this. I start to question whether this kid's got his act together because anytime he talks, he says something egregiously dumb.
He does, Mike. And maybe I thought maybe that's just how it is. So Julian saying – the quarterback for Ohio State.
Well, surely he said it's just another game.
He just said that Michigan team. He didn't even say the team up north. He said Michigan, right? David?
Oh, so a well thought out answer. Interesting. Sorry. Like at a certain point, you say enough dumb stuff, I start to think that you're dumb. So there you go. I don't know what to tell you. Sayin said what he needed to say. Underwood, it's every time he talks, it's bad. I mean, it was bad enough when you say you're going to be the best QB to ever leave that school. Really? Let me help you. Tom Brady on line 6. So it's just every time he talks, even last year, had to hear about how he's tight with James Harden, how he talks to him all the time, and how he told LeBron it's over. It's like, this is the byproduct of being told that you have a platinum hang-dang from the time that you're 9 years old. This right here. This is what happens when everybody says that you bleep Gucci and fart Chanel, and you can do no wrong. And you are the chosen one, and you are God. And then you are handed money, even though you can't play the position. And then you're handed a starting job because you were handed money. And then you were absolute dirty ass. You were horrible last year. And what do we get? More dumb stuff. And then this. Hey, if you say it doesn't matter, I just want to watch the games, cool. You've admitted to me then college isn't what it was. Oh, you just want to watch the game? That's not what rivalries are. You can't be the starting quarterback of the University of Michigan and call Ohio State just another game. It's like yelling bomb on an airplane. Bomb, 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 bomb. You can't do that.
You can't.
But I leave it to the look.
He did. And I want to hear from David. I want to hear from other Michigan fans. This was just, when I heard this, I just was like, oh, Mike, you know what? I'm going to beat you to the point. I'm just going to come into the show with flowers.
I asked David, I said, dude, how come the Underwood stuff isn't on the show sheet? And David got all sheepish. And then I started to connect the dots of the whole flower thing. And David's like, just trust me, it's there. You just don't see it. I'm like, oh. Then I'm like, all right.
This is you, because you've said that these players, they care about a paycheck.
That's
it.
it.
And it kind of comes across that way.
Rivalries.
Now, does he want to win? I'm hoping he does. But
of course.
That's not what you hear.
But rivalries are born and incubated and developed over the course of years of being immersed in the culture of your school, in the battles that you play every year against that other team, the familiar faces that we've now lost. I truly don't believe these players even understand the games they're playing in. And here, just before any of you panty wastes get tie your balls in a Bavarian pretzel, it's the same at State. Our players in this whole we hate Michigan stuff, you don't even know who Michigan is. You don't even understand what this is about. You're nothing more than a hired escort. Put the money on the end table. Honestly.
I mean, a few of them can tell you all about it because they were there last year.
All right, Jordan Hall might be one of the only guys who can speak on it. Or if you're at Michigan and you're a third-year guy, speak on it. Bryce Underwood should know better. You played in that game, and it was one of the worst quarterback performances in history.
You should know better. You grew up in the state of Michigan. So you should know what this is all about.
David? He's right, you know.
Yes, he is.
This isn't, I grew up in Utah. I grew up in Wyoming, and I'm trying to figure it out. Right.
248-539-9797. I want to hear from the people, but go ahead. Do you have an issue with what Bryce Underwood said or didn't say? The idea of labeling the Ohio State game just another game. I think it's a sign of the times. And I also think somebody in that program probably needs to just tell your quarterback you're not available to the media. This isn't for you. Every time he talks, it's something idiotic. Stop talking. Same as Google. It's the same crap. He's got, what is it? The dysocicliosis of the mouth. Where the lettuce got everybody sick?
Oh,
what was that
what
called?
Talking about.
The super duper water slide world diarrhea.
Right.
He has that. Him and Scooble both. They have that of the mouth.
But wait, if it happens that he gets benched, does Rich Eisen go on his show?
Okay.
And cry about it?
Stop. We played that audio yesterday. You stop it right now. All right, 248-539-9797. Football season. Elevate your tailgating, even for run-of-the-mill games like Michigan and OSU. Signed B. Underwood. You can go to Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all training camp coverage at 971.com. It's very simple. Great tailgate starts with the right truck. Silverado Crew Cab V8, ready for game day. Or if you're tired of the gas prices, the 26 Trax. There's a reason Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Nobody's going to beat them on price or service. So go to MoranExpress.com. Stop by in Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. David, I want to give you and Paul a chance. Go ahead. I mean, for me, it's silly. Don't say that. Don't also inflame anything, but just do what Julian Sand did. They've been our rivals since the dawn of time. We know the date. We know the game. We hope we can play a hell of a lot better. That is the most important game of our year. That's all you got to say. You don't need to say what he did last year. I ain't ever going to lose to him. Or tell LeBron you're gunning for him. You sure as hell don't come back and do this. I mean, even Kyle Whittingham said more than this. Whittingham came back yesterday and at least said, like, what? Is it going to improve our odds if I hated them? Here's what I'll tell you. Take it from a school that has hired outsiders before. It's never a good sign. Like you have to understand the rivalries, whether it was John L. Smith, Jonathan Smith, both of those boobs, they didn't get it. In the same way, you never wanted to give Rich Rod a chance. He didn't get it. But Rich Rod at least showed up and had the backyard brawl. West Virginia and Pittsburgh used to be pretty nasty. But you didn't give him a chance. He was an outsider. Now, Whittingham's here. You got to do better than this. I also tell you this. I can't understand hiring a guy who's friends with Urban Meyer. That's just weird to me.
And Urban's invited to practice.
It's just weird. And I know what you're going to say about Bo and Miami, Ohio, and the whole thing in the 60s, but it's just, look, just say it's our rival. Just say how important it is. Say how much it means. Say how much it matters. And call it a day. Bryce missed the mark 2 years in a row. And by the way, if you lose this game, those comments, you may as well tattoo them on your ass. You can't say these things. Because if you're going to hit me with, well, nobody will remember if he plays great, okay, then fine. What about the other side of the coin? It'll go down in infamy. You can't say it's just another game. It's not. That's crazy.
Mike, I'll say this, and I'll say the quiet part out loud, and David, then I'll let you say what you have to say. Based off of what I saw in the spring, come out, get bombed by Oklahoma, and things go off the rail quickly, you may not be playing in that game, son.
Whoa, Kemosabe. Hold on a minute now. You going to whiteboard that deal?
I'll whiteboard it.
Damn.
No, that's it. I need to see the Oklahoma game. Because if you come out there and based off of your spring where you threw a whopping, 40 yards in the spring game, that's one pass. That was your whole outlook for that day. And, yeah, the defense ain't that great. That it shut you down. Because if you're the greatest player in Michigan, you throw for more than 40. The crowd is chanting for, was it CJ Carr?
Yeah, no, Tommy Carr.
Tommy Carr. That's the one that I know it's one of the Carr boys.
CJ's at Notre Dame.
Right. Yeah, he's going to be staring at you the whole time. And Whittingham doesn't really owe you anything because he's a new coach. He didn't recruit you. He didn't bring you in here.
Other than getting benched, it wouldn't matter if he's not playing in that game because it's just another game, right?
That's true.
It's just another game. That's what he just said. He can't say that. Okay?
I can't wait for Big Noon Kickoff to intro it with Gus Johnson saying, it's just another game.
You just can't do that.
You don't even get to, well, it's just another game.
Like, you grew up in the state of Michigan. You grew
the Holiday Bowl, Gus.
Oh, boy.
Touchdown, black guy.
No, he grew up in the state of Michigan. He understands what that rivalry means to this state, to that fan base, to everyone here. And you to go and say it's just another game, it makes it feel like he's just here for the money. Like he doesn't care about anything with the rivalry. He doesn't care about anything about the...
Okay, can we say the quiet part?
The Michigan tradition.
He was headed to LSU. He was headed to LSU until Michigan boosters ponied up a ton of money to get him to stop at the airport and cash that ticket in and just drive down.
Yeah, so you don't dive into their tradition. You don't dive into everything Michigan. You just collect a check. You lose the game and you come out this time and say it's just another game instead of saying, you know what? There's a reason why they call it the game. I played in it last year. I don't want to lose another one. It's important.
We are in a bit of a rough spot, though, when we're not even asking him to be sincere about what he says. Just don't say that. You don't have to be sincere about the game. Just don't say that.
Well, right. A politician, a lawyer, just give us a good soundbite and move on. Both teams played hard. There you go.
Paul, my bar is pretty low, buddy. I mean, I'm trying to be pretty real with you. The bar is low. What David Enrico said is also true. I mean, you don't get to rewrite history. The kid said it. I want to go somewhere where I'm going to be developed. He had 2 years to commit to the school 15 minutes from his house. He never wanted to be there. Then he goes there. You start him, which was the worst thing you could do for him, versus him sitting behind Nussmeier last year. And now you're here. And I got Rico talking about possibly him getting benched. I didn't say that.
No. And this is, Mike, this is Michigan people that I talk to are like, yeah, they're looking at Tommy Carr like maybe he should be the guy. And I was like, are you really going to pull the plug? Yeah. So Oklahoma game will tell me a lot.
No, and look, I want to hear from the texters. We'll see if we can have a decent conversation. I don't care who you are. If you are, I mean, pick. Like, if you're a Notre Dame fan, you can't say the USC game's just another game. State fan can't say a Michigan game's another game.
Alabama, Auburn.
Yeah, like your players, man, much like an escort, I guess you do. You have to put on a front, okay? I don't think you're exactly excited about sleeping with a vacuum salesman. Here you are. Like, you got to put on a front that the rivalry matters. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But again, this is nothing new. Bryce never says the right thing.
Well, and it's why I hearken back to the point of, Mike, you were right. I knew the conference championship games became meaningless, but I still thought that certain games, man, it still meant something. Not everybody. You've taken Michigan, Ohio State, and broken it down to Arizona State.
Hey, what is that? Isn't that the...
They don't care about it.
No, it's not the Coronation Cup. What the hell is that called?
Yeah, exactly.
David, they play for... It's not the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth's Kentucky and Louisville.
They play for a cactus.
Arizona and Arizona State play for something, and it's a cup. I'm telling you.
I'm looking it up now. It's Duel in the Desert. They play for the Territorial Cup.
Territorial. See, I'm not crazy.
There we go.
Let's talk about the Beehive boot. Oh. All right, let's go. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's good?
Hey, so I was calling because I was born and raised in Utah, so I'm very familiar with Kyle Whittingham and how he treats rivalries. So basically my opinion is college sports is not lost. Bryce Underwood, everything that he is saying is directed from Kyle Whittingham to say, but inside that locker room, he is telling them we're not losing to Ohio State. He's not even going to say Ohio State's name, and the game will be as fierce as ever going before. It's just he tries to come across calm and collected and not raise any sound bites like the media wants, but inside that locker room, he is telling them we are not losing.
So let me play what you're describing. I want you to listen to this audio. All right, this is what calm and cool and not even saying their name sounds like, but it's not saying it's just another game. Take a listen to this, Jason. That's what you're describing, not what Bryce did. You cannot say it's just another game. There's no world that Kyle Whittingham instructed his quarterback to say it's just another game with people in different uniforms. Jason, no world.
I'm telling you, that's what it is. I mean, I know you guys don't respect the Holy War out here.
First of all, you're wrong. That's one of the elite uniform games, and Rice Eccles at night is one of my favorite places. How dare you? I love the Holy War. How dare you?
It's a great game. I'm just saying he was directed, and come the time Ohio State won't even be mentioned, they won't say their name, and he's
okay. Jason, that's fine, but then Whittingham doesn't get it. You might be able to get away with that at the Holy War. You're not getting away with that here. You cannot, as the coach of Michigan or the quarterback, say it's just another game. All right, that may work in Salt Lake City. That ain't going to work here.
Right. Along with Urban is one of your better friends.
That just strikes me as a little odd, but hey, whatever. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. 97.1. David, a few of the texts. We'll get to the people reacting to Bryce Underwood's comments regarding Ohio State. It's just another game with people in different uniforms. Look, if you feel that way, you don't say it. I'd be annoyed if you feel that way. I hope you don't. But again, Bryce Underwood, you could hand him the answers to the test. He's still going to say something stupid. Every time he talks, he says something dumb. Just like last year when you said you were never going to lose these guys. Just like when you said you're the greatest player to come out of the school. Just like when you said, you told LeBron you're gunning after. Dude, it's all dumb. Stop it. Cut it out. Julian Saying gave you the playbook how to talk about the rivalry. You just say it. I don't need you to say you hate him. I don't need you to do any of that stupid, school up north crap. Or
you don't have to go full WWE.
You just say, I know how important it is. We didn't play well last year. We got to make that right. But we got a lot to do before that game. Like something like that. Simple, respectful. Don't tell your fans it's just another damn game. Cut it out. That's ridiculous.
Especially after your performance in that game last year.
Justin in Clinton Township texted in and says, Underwood's comments just remind me of why I've become less invested in college football. No fun, no rivalries, no nothing. Another one, I'm sorry.
Nope. That's on me.
Another one comes in and says, Bryce is simply not a great public speaker. He doesn't understand that his words will always be scrutinized, but he needs to learn quickly.
Yeah, you do. You're being paid a hell of a lot of money. And I'm sorry, but this is part and parcel of the money. You're not a great public speaker? Don't talk. There's an idea.
Yeah, maybe avoid the national shows. Maybe.
Don't go on Rich Eisen's therapy couch and talk about how you're boys with James Harden and boys with LeBron and how you're the sweetest thing ever. Cutscene, 65 yards passing. Dude, it's the whole show. But it's at a certain point, it's not even Underwood's fault. As I said, he's had people drinking his bathwater since he's been in the 6th grade. Why do you think LeBron is such a weirdo? LeBron was told he was the second coming of Christ from the time he was 8 years old. It messes with you, man.
He was called the king in high school. Yeah.
Little weird.
I'm disappointed that Bryce said OSU is just another game, but I am not going to worry about it if he has a great season.
Cool. Didn't ask you that, but we appreciate that.
Underwood said what he said as a shot at Ohio State, meaning they aren't important. It just came out bad. But he wasn't saying he doesn't care about the game.
So then fine, I'll play your game. He's taking a shot at the number one team who put you to sleep in your own house last year. Now you got to go down there?
Right. That's a circle game.
Come on, man. Cut it out.
Whether you're Michigan or not. But, David, going back to the other guy, the other texter, so if he has a great season, he'll forget about it.
And if he doesn't?
The inverse of that is he has bad season. Okay. You see where I'm going.
We'll go to Melvin, 97.1. Melvin, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, Rico, David, guys, how y'all doing today?
Good, Melvin. What's the good word?
Hey, family, listen. I was just saying earlier that I think us as fans, fans are more into the rivalry than the players, right? I mean, I think what you guys hit on earlier, he would have never ever been at Michigan anyway if it wasn't for the $12 million, right? So. This was a kid who wasn't necessarily vested in the culture or the school. He was vested in Bryce and $12 million. And, I just kind of look back at some of the things that JJ had said, I mean, it's just a different tone, when JJ says that, hey, this is a game that we rather win more than lose. We understand the importance of it. And so I also think that Bryce is creating somewhat of a soft landing for himself this year, right? If this thing doesn't go well, now the stupidity of saying you're going to be the greatest quarterback ever in Michigan or whatever, that's just dumb. You can't, but, people could probably overlook that had you beat Ohio State. But if you don't beat Ohio State, I think that this is kind of the year that, Bryce leaves Michigan, transfers out, and, hey, it is what it is. It wasn't a big game in the first place. And the last thing I'll say before I go, if I may, you guys haven't given us any update yet on what you're doing this fall. No 5-star zone, no cash the ticket. What's going on, guys?
Oh, Melvin, I have talked about it. I didn't think there was going to be some, press release. No, look, for me, I'm putting my attention towards the national NFL stuff and cash the ticket. That's a complicated thing. I'll just say for me, and I'll speak for Cookies on this, we were in communication with the company the whole offseason. There were a certain set of things that we were going to need if we were going to do this. Those things were not met. So, no show, no go. And I'm going to take the fall and actually have a normal fall for once. Now, I'll still do my kickoff show. I can't speak to 5 Star Zone. I don't know what's going on there. That's your purview. But no, Cash Ticket, I've said for months, I'm going to take a break from that deal for the fall, and we'll see if we gear it up in 27. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Am I breaking news there for you?
No, you're not breaking news for me. We're trying to retool it to see how we can get this better.
Okay. Yeah. Then stay tuned for updates. We'll go back to the people. And the last note on the Bryce thing. The soft landing part is very interesting because today, unlike any other time in history, players have like PR agencies. Players have teams, if you will. And I ain't talking about their teammates. There is elements of that you're seeing in the college game. Now, look, I want to be very clear. I have no idea if Bryce is going to be amazing or terrible. Okay? I told you that last year. I try to be very fair to the kid. I told you I thought he would stink as a freshman because that's what freshmen do.
I tried to warn that he should have redshirted. No, you got to play him.
But I'm not making this out to be that he won't be good this year. Nothing would surprise me. He just has to be a completely different player than he was last year. He was terrible. There's no other way to put it. He was terrible.
Right. And at some point, I'm going to need for him to hit that switch and all of a sudden just start to light it up. And I think, and not against directional schools, because we saw that last year was at Central Michigan when he had that great game. And I remember like, Mike, look at, he's like, no, show me in a big game. And he did not.
We'll go to Monty, 97.1. Monty, what's up, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Afternoon, sir. What's going on?
This is what I think. After hearing those clips back and forth, I think that Bryce has come to the realization that he can't beat Ohio State. And because he's come to that realization, now he needs to convince everybody else that it's just another game. So when this loss comes, and I've been a fan of Michigan since I'm a 50-year-old man. I've been a fan of Michigan since I was single digits. So no fan or no player I've ever heard has ever spoken about the game being like this. So for him to come out and say that, juxtaposed to the Ohio State quarterback who comes out and says, I understand this, I get it, I'm putting Ohio on my back because I understand the rivalry and how important it is. I think he finally has come to the realization, I can't beat them. So I need everybody else to calm down about it so that the heat doesn't hit me when I lose. My opinion only.
I know, Monty. We have arrived at a point where people are afraid to give their opinion. This is sports. This isn't Middle Eastern politics. You have every right to have a damn opinion. It's okay. You don't need to couch it. I mean, it's sports talk. And people get so damn bent out of shape.
Or Iowa's Children's Hospital.
No, I just said I'm done. Those kids don't even want to watch that team. Stop waving to them. Let them rest. Oh, good. I'm back at the window. They just punted from plus territory again. I've had it. But, Monty, you're just fine. And I'm kind of with you. I mean, I don't know any Michigan fan who thinks they're beating OSU this year.
It used to be a guarantee, used to be a given, and now it's...
Well, when you cheated, yes. 248-539-9797. David, we told you the cost of doing business. We'd let you enjoy your little run there, but then the afterwards, come on now. You suck. We'll get more of the people in the mix, and we'll play you the audio, and we can juxtapose what Underwood said and what Julian Sayin said. It's really not a difficult assignment, but he has scubulitis.
I like that, scubulitis.
Well, it's because I don't remember the name for that diarrhea that's caused people to miss a month of work.
Because I had to hear, he gets paid to throw pitches, not to speak words. Okay, but he should know better than to say the stuff that he is saying. And now, sir, you're a Dodger. Can you please stop talking about it?
It is cyclosporiasis.
He's got cyclosporiasis in a jaw.
I like scubulitis.
All right. Now, does Bryce get paid to throw a football? Because I didn't see a whole lot of that. All right, warm weather's here. Everybody's on the road. Distracted drivers. Lighten up, Francis. Relax. People flying up north like there's no speed limit. It's simple. David Femininio, the accident response team. You get in an accident, this is your first call. They're going to help you get your life back on track, and they'll fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, hit the music. What the hell are we doing here?
So I thought in honor of Rich Eisen's beautiful tribute to J.J. McCarthy yesterday, where he gave him some wise words of wisdom and really was disappointed that J.J. lost out on the starting job with the Vikings.
Paul, you can just say it. It was one of the most embarrassing radio segments by a grown man ever.
It was pretty cringy.
Next.
But I thought since he was devastated by J.J. McCarthy's benching, so to speak, I wanted to see if you guys could guess. There have been 9 Michigan quarterbacks since Tom Brady was drafted that actually played a snap, that took a snap in the NFL. I'd like to see if you guys can guess who they are and maybe give a grade on what their NFL career looked like.
9 since Brady.
Yes.
Can I start with one of the better true freshman QBs I've ever seen in my life? And a guy, once you realized he was good, you knew you were stuck losing to him for a few years. I give you Chadwick Henne.
He is on here.
Chad Henne was a badass, certifiable from day one. Now, you want me to grade his NFL career?
Yeah, what do you think of him?
I'd give it a 4 or a 5. He's got a pension. He was a rock-solid backup for a long time, and he made some money holding a clipboard. I can't be mad at that.
No, I'm trying to think. He was with the Chiefs
For a long time.
backup, yeah.
Yes.
When they in the AFC title game, he actually won them the game.
He was the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins for several seasons until I realized he couldn't be a starter in the NFL.
And he realized you can't play football in Miami. It's going nowhere. Rico, you're up.
Denard Robinson.
That is correct.
Oh, boy.
He did not take a snap as a quarterback, though.
Oh, okay. So I can't use that one?
No, you can. He's on the list.
Okay.
He just had to take a snap, but it was at receiver and punt returner, kick returner.
He was a 0 in college.
Shoelace.
Yeah, he was empty calories. That's what he was. They play garbage teams, he'd light them up. Anytime he faced real teams, he looked helpless, like he played with his arms tied behind his back.
Wait, but didn't he have a great game against Notre Dame?
No, he threw arm punts, and one of them landed in his receiver's hands. His NFL career is a 0.
I don't know. It's surprisingly, if you look at it, he did start for but he played 4 seasons. He had over 1,000 yards rushing, I think 400 yards receiving, several hundred yards in kick return, so he wasn't terrible.
All right, you want to do the kick return thing?
Okay.
Cool. I'll give you a 2.
Okay.
2 out of 10.
Okay.
No, I respect what Paul's saying. Special teams matter. Okay, 2 out of 10.
Okay. You're up.
Trying to think, and they had to have been drafted, right?
No, they just had to take a snap in the NFL.
Okay. Shea Patterson.
He never did. No.
He was with the Giants practice squad.
There's a bunch of guys that were on practice squads and got cut when cutdown day happened and never actually saw a snap.
Well, I mean, JJ, obviously, but we're not doing that as a part of this, are we?
Well, yeah, he's on here.
Oh, he's another 0. I mean, he was awful. 54% completion rate, more picks than touchdowns. The weird 9 memes. I don't know. That's a 0 to me. You got replaced by a 3-foot-tall quarterback.
In your grade?
0.
John O'Corn?
No.
Oh, my God. You mean it only rained when we had the ball guy?
Huh. David, can I phone a friend? David, can you help me out?
Give him a hint, Paul.
I got one.
The quarterback right before J.J. McCarthy.
I got one. Here, let me give a hint. We'll see if Rico can get it. Early Harbaugh era. Transfer from another Big Ten school.
The kid from Iowa? No.
Played for...
Yeah. Now you're getting somewhere warmer. Okay. Jake Rudock.
That is correct, yes. Played for the Lions and Dolphins.
Atta baby.
Okay.
His career would also be a 0.
Jake Rudock.
It's a lot of zeros on this list, guys.
I get them.
I got one.
I got O'Corn and Rudock confused.
I got one. I know I'm right on this because I remember him playing in the league. Former New York Yankee draft pick. Reason Brady didn't start. Yep. If this guy didn't exist, they might have won the 99 game in East Lansing. Yep. Come on.
Oh, you got it, Rico.
Come on, Rico.
You got it, man.
Come on. He drove like a yellow Lamborghini around campus. Come on, Rico.
Oh, man.
Do it for Southwest Detroit Polytech State.
I know
Come
you got
on.
it. You just can't name
Come on.
it. I know you got
He
it.
played for Bill Parcells and the Cowboys in the league.
Oh.
Come
Greasy.
on. No. Drew Henson.
Henson.
Yes. Drew Henson is on the list. Yes.
Now, what do we do in his career, Paul? What info nugget you got? Did he return punts?
He did not do any of that.
I mean, how many games did he start in the league?
That I didn't look up.
Okay.
I just know he took snaps and threw some passes.
You got to the league, you took snaps, threw passes, and things. I'll say a 1.
Okay.
Drew Henson, he started one game in the NFL.
He started for the Cowboys when they wore the throwback white helmets. It might have
Yep.
been Thanksgiving Day.
He was 10 of 18 for 78 yards, a touchdown, and an interception.
All right. I give you one other guess I got, and I'm going to see if Rico can get this one. 2 words, large human. 2 more words, absolute statue. Guy was like 7 feet tall. Early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
When I say statue, could not move his feet. He was like one of the magnetic football players.
Not Matt Gutierrez.
No. Statue. 7 feet tall. Large human.
Ryan Mallett.
Before him. I'll just say it. John Navarre. That's my guess.
John Navarre is on the list.
Yes.
You also
You
within
also
that
named
guess,
2 of the people.
named 2
Rico,
guys.
I did?
Yes.
Ryan Mallett on the list.
Yes.
Matt Gutierrez
Yes.
on the list.
Ryan Mallett, one of the biggest 5-star busts. Him, Mitch Mustaine, Brock Berlin. There were some of the 5 stars that just bombed.
Yeah, Ryan Mallett's one of the several quarterbacks the Texans cycled through once Matt Schaub left.
Oh, my, Matt Schaub. Was that in the post-Osweiler era?
Yes.
Oh.
Ryan Mallett started off with the Patriots as a backup to Brady, and then he went to be with the Texans, that's where he took his starts in games, was with the Texans.
He was another kid. He was like 6'5", 230. Got a
You guys are
cannon
missing
front.
one guy, though.
Give me a hint. Then we got to go.
He was the quarterback directly before JJ. People thought he could be Cam Ward. Or not Cam Ward, Cam Newton.
Oh.
Not Mike
Joe
Orgy.
Milton.
Oh,
Yes,
my
Joe
God.
Milton.
He was the inaugural winner of the Golden Penis Award.
Yes.
I remember there was an article in the Free Press. He's a little bit of Mahomes and a sprinkle of Josh Allen with just a touch of Johnny Unitas.
If I had the number 1 pick, I would take him over Mahomes.
Yeah,
He
everyone
could throw
thought-
a ball 90 yards.
Everyone thought he could be Cam Newton. The problem was he was Cam Newton then, not Cam Newton at his peak.
90 yards from his knees. Only problem, you're down, son. Doesn't count. But yes, Joe I forgot because he left.
It's tremendous work. 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers continue their series against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. With a win, Detroit can reach the 500 mark for the first time since May 4th. Framber Valdez on the mound for Detroit. He threw a 7-inning shutout his last time out. Cleveland will send trade deadline acquisition Foster Griffin to the mound. He signed with the Nationals after 3 seasons in Japan. He made his first All-Star appearance at age 30. He's given up 11 earned runs in his last 2 starts, though. Hear how he does tonight, right here on 97.1 at 640. A.J. Hinch said he would likely sit Riley Green tonight, regardless of what the tests indicate, after he was lifted from last night's game with hamstring soreness. The Tigers' first-round draft pick from this season, Cameron Fluke, will make his minor league debut tonight for Lakeland. The Pistons learned who's in their group this season for the NBA Cup. They'll be joined by the Raptors, Magic, Bucks, and Nets. This just in, Russell Westbrook is retiring after 18 seasons and 1,300 games in the NBA. He was a 9-time All-Star and took home the 2017 MVP. The Lakers have been sold for a record $12.5 billion to former Disney CEO Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. A report by The Telegraph says Live Golf has informed their players the team championship in Michigan has been canceled. Michigan State announced their annual Meet the Spartans event will take place Wednesday, August 26th from 4 to 6. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, great to have you with us. Jam-packed phone lines, and we're trying to see where you guys are at, because for some of these topics, Rico and I are kind of the old dudes at the opera and the Muppets. I'm going to play you some audio. One is from your starting quarterback at Michigan, and one is from the starting quarterback of Ohio State. I want you to tell me what you make of it. I will just tell you, it is a pattern now that anytime Bryce speaks, he says something stupid. So here's Bryce Underwood being asked about the Ohio State game. And of all the things you could say about it, you can't say this. It's very much like, what was that? Meatloaf. He'd do anything for love, but he won't do that. Well, okay, you can say anything about this rivalry. You can't say this.
Fair.
Yikes. Now, juxtapose that, because, again, he doesn't need to do ad hominem attacks. He doesn't need to do anything inflammatory. Here's how an adult answers it, a.k.a. his contemporary, Julian Sayin. Reasonable, complete sentences, and acknowledges the importance. Now, again, last year, Underwood said he ain't ever going to lose to Ohio State. Last year, he was up there with Rich Eisen, sharing a fruit plate. Maybe Rich was, feeding him fresh slices of pineapple like a Roman god. And he sat there and talked about how, I'm boys with James Harden. I told LeBron, F you. I'm going to be the greatest QB to come out of this place. All of it's bad. Right. But if you are you arriving at a point where you're coming to my side? Today's college football players, they don't give a damn about rivalries. I mean, think about it. Bryce Underwood is here because of money. You can lie to yourself and say he was always true blue. No, you're not. No, you're not. And I'm not T.I. either. But the point I'm making is he was going to LSU. He had 2 years to commit to you. He wanted to go where they were going to develop a quarterback. He didn't want to be the next John O'Corn. And what happened? The money. And then you go to a place, you play terrible your freshman year, and now we're kicking off year 2, and year 2 is, it's just another game. If you think it, you can't say it. It's bad enough if you think it. You can't say it. But what do you make of it?
And it's why we started the show, Mike, because I had to give you your props, your flowers. You've called it. I've been fighting a good fight. We're getting to Hail Mary time, or else I don't know, because I thought that this was one rivalry game, kind of like Army Navy. It's going to always be there. Like, you're going to always hate that other team.
Right. You can't say that. And I don't want to hear about Whittingham trying to downplay the rivalry. Whittingham even acknowledged, what are we going to win more if I hate him more? I understand he wants to come here and kind of settle in, but this is why it's hard to hire a coach from Nowheresville. I mean, I loved Whittingham at Utah, but there's never a world I thought he would coach at U of M, period. Just like Jonathan Smith, it's the same thing. You got to be careful with the rivalry stuff because fans will turn on you super quick. And if you're Underwood, and now this is where I need to hear from Michigan fans. You guys have to tell me. It seems like, sounds like, feels like, as hopeful as everyone is that this kid's going to be good, there's going to be a short leash. Like, it feels like if they come out and get dusted by Oklahoma and he throws for 68 yards again, things going to get hot in a hurry. Well, that's what happens when you make that money. But you start talking like this about the rivalry, and then if he goes out and doesn't play well in that game, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
So I would love to know where people are at. David, the text, what's the general consensus?
The Wolverines are the Dodgers and Underwood is Scooble. I just don't need to hear from him anymore. Why should I care about a backup QB who's probably going to be playing for another school next year, thinking about my rivalry? Don't care about him.
Okay. And like I said, this wasn't, Sparty, you're hating on him.
No, that's their answer for everything.
There's been a lot of Wolverine people who have said, hey, look, watch out for Tommy Carr. That's starting to be their guy. You know, maybe it's the pedigree. It's Lloyd Carr's grandson. He actually cares about Michigan. But you see the tide is starting to turn, and Bryce ain't helping himself with this.
Oh, to your point, this text just came in. Calling it right now, Bryce will have an absolute meltdown against Oklahoma, and he will never start for Michigan again, and I wouldn't be happier.
Well, see, it's weird, and like I got a text from a buddy of mine who has season tickets, and he's like, I'm tired of this kid. I'm tired of him. I was texting him during the break. I go, tired of him. He's been here for 1 year.
Bruh.
You need him to be really good.
Bruh. My oldest childhood friend, huge Michigan fan, was just like, yeah, he's hearing the rumblings. It's Tommy. May take him and take the job from him.
Now, what happens to all the people who said he was going to dominate college football? Like, do they have to own those remarks?
No.
Because we got trashed for saying he's probably not going to be any good as a freshman. Why? Because no freshman's really any good.
Same people who said Joe Milton, Shane Morris. I mean, you name the quarterback.
What
Tate
about
Forcier?
Oh, the tot.
Right.
The tater tot.
That's
another weirdo.
The original September Heisman.
Oh, please. Super punchable face. All right, continue along.
You guys are usually a bit too hard on Bryce, but my God, he can't say that. Time to look for plan B and pull his NIL.
Nah, none of that's happening. But it's just, all he had to do was the simplest thing. It's the most important game on the schedule. And we were not very good in it last year. We have work to do to make up for that. That's it. And everyone would walk away going, cool. Yeah. And even if you want to sell me a conspiracy that Kyle Whittingham told him, hey, don't inflame your rivals. Noted. There's no world Whittingham told him, go out and say, it's just another game. No. Are you kidding me? You just made it worse.
No, because he went out there and said he's going to be the best player. Even Whittingham was like, that's probably not something I would have told him to say, but he's going to have to live up to that.
It almost feels like, you know how SNL, they have the cards, you know, so you can know the lines. It feels like he needed that during the interview. Read
Cue
this.
cards.
Cue card. Read this.
I think he did that. But yes, it's Bryce. It's very simple. You had a bad performance. You know what? We got to do better when we play Ohio State this year. We absolutely have to do better. Can't have what happened last year.
We'll get to the people. Let's go to Aubrey, 97.1. Aubrey, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I had to hang on because my head is spinning. Look, I can't believe it, what he said. You know, on a random Saturday in September against Northwestern, okay, just another game. A random Saturday in November against, pick your team. Okay, just another game. But the reality, guys, this is the game. He needs to understand that this is the game. I got a text from some friends in Ohio that used to live in Michigan. They said, don't worry, Aubrey, the hatred is alive and well in Buckeye Nation.
Well,
just that simple.
Yeah, no,
It is not
Aubrey, it
another
is.
game.
No, and look, it's troubling enough if you think that. I think that's the other side of this is we only focus on the fact that he said it. If he actually feels that way, you're up poo-poo creek without a paddle. I mean, but again, this is why I can't take the sport serious, Aubrey. I don't think these kids care about the rivalries. I don't. How do you care?
Well, you know, no, go ahead.
No, I was
Sorry,
just going to
Mike,
make
go
the
ahead.
point is like, and Aubrey, I hate that I have to do this, but like, there's a big portion of your fan base that are kind of dim-witted, so I have to really explain it to them like they're second graders. I've used the same example with Michigan State. None of these guys know what it means to be a Spartan. None of these guys know what it means to hate Michigan. They don't even know what they're hating. You're supposed to not like that helmet. Like, what are you talking about? You've been here for 10 minutes. They don't know where Ann Arbor is on a map.
Let me leave you with this. We were watching a Michigan-Ohio State game as a family many, many years ago. My sister-in-law thought I didn't like her because after the game, I got up and simply left and didn't say anything to anybody. That's what that game means to us at Michigan.
Yeah.
And we should never, ever forget it.
I don't think fans have, Aubrey. I question whether players have. In real time, you are seeing the erosion of what rivalries are. That's if they're even played anymore. And you might see some faux stuff. Coaches will work on players. They'll tell them what they're supposed to feel, but you can't just adopt it. You got to burn. You got to learn it. Like there was a reason all those years State used to get their heads kicked in. You start to own that. And it burns and it becomes this thing. And it's a lot like what Michigan went through, before the boats and hose era. You couldn't beat OSU. We could have had
your season was tainted.
So that's the whole premise. This is all a lie. Now you get a kid making $12 million who stinks, and he says, just another game. Well, where's that come from? Don't let him off the hook by saying it comes from Whittingham. No, if Whittingham told his quarterback to say that that's just another game, Whittingham should be fired. And I told you I have infinite respect for Whittingham, what he did at Utah. But what did we say when he got here? Kind of a weird deal. Feels like he'll be here for 2 years max. I don't know what to say. So, yeah, we'll get with more to people. Sorry.
That's okay.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1. All right, so that's Bryce Underwood, and you guys feel however you want to feel. I'm not telling you. I can only offer you how I feel. It's annoying. I also, look, let me be very, very transparent. Every time Bryce has spoken, he says something stupid. Mm-hmm. No, you're not. You do not say you're going to be the greatest QB to ever come out of there. You can think it. Think it every morning when you wake up at 4:30 for winter conditioning. Mm-hmm. Think it at training table. Think it at practice. Think it at film study. Tell your friends. Tell your family. You can't say it. Just like you can't say I'm never going to lose to Ohio State. You can think it. You can believe it. And you should feel that you can't say it. But it's all he keeps doing. And then now you go from saying those things to it's just another game. Don't say that. And I know what it is. It's this faux arrogance thing. Just don't do it. It's not just another game. It's okay to say it's the most important game in our schedule. We got a lot of respect for those guys. We clearly don't like each other. We weren't very good in that game last year. We got a lot to own up to. Mm-hmm. That's it. Done. Julian Sayans sounded like an adult.
Yeah.
But the whole crux of the matter when you're calling in to talk about this, Rico started this by breaking my stones, and it's funny, but I have said basically the quiet part out loud. I don't believe players care anymore. I don't think they care about rivalries because they don't understand them, because they're not there long enough to understand them.
I thought there were two rivalries that would never go away. Michigan, Ohio State, and Alabama, Auburn. I thought in the end, if there were only two games played in college football, it was going to be those two games.
Imagine a player on Alabama saying the Auburn game's just another game. I mean, come on. That's silly. Don't say that.
Yeah. Kalen DeBoer and everybody would be kicked out of Tuscaloosa.
I think
you're gone.
I think your guy's in a lot of trouble.
He is.
I know you like him.
No, Mike, sometimes
he's in a lot of trouble.
You're a good coach and a bad fit. And I think that's what Alabama, don't trust me. He'll be somewhere in the Big Ten next year.
David, text, talk to me. We have jam-packed lines on it. We'll get to the people. Go ahead.
I'm a 19-year-old kid putting myself in his shoes. When you make that much money, why would he care? NIL has ruined the game.
Oh, that's as if I wrote that.
Michigan fans calling for Tommy Carr will be the exact same as when they called for Dylan McCaffrey. It will always be the next quarterback is the best.
Yeah, that's fair to a point, but let's use this as the example. If Bryce is not exponentially better than last year, they would have a right to call for it. That's all I think the comments are. Look, I have no idea. I'm not writing this kid off. I wrote off last year because I'm an adult. I know football. It's a 1 in 1,000 freshman. There's one Trevor Lawrence who walked in and dominated. Mm-hmm. And before that, there's one Chad Henne in school history. It's brutally difficult.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, one second, this is important. Guys, he went to a place that only produces busts. You come from Belleville. They do not produce players that produce. They do not. Shout out Julian Barnett. They do not. So you didn't come from a football powerhouse that produces real players that are ready to do real things. You didn't have a quarterback coach. Your coach was too busy trying to get his wick wet in anything that moved. And you weren't ready to play. He was a debacle last year. I view it, he's starting from ground zero. The problem, you've hired a coach now who hasn't had a quarterback drafted in 20 years.
These are also facts. Okay.
So, look, it's okay if fans go, I'm not going to sit here and watch a kid make $3-4 million a year and be bad. This is the new college football. The old days, Bryce would have had a full 2 years. Mm-hmm. He also would have redshirted. If he went to LSU, he wasn't starting because he wasn't ready. That's all. Carry on.
You've said everything. No, it's when you look at it, like I said, certain games, you just think that, okay, it means something to you. You're going to be angry. You heard what the Ohio State counterpart quarterback says. Yeah, without trashing Michigan, but you know what? Hey.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Devontae Dobbs memory? We'll go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, guys, I'm furious listening to this conversation.
Okay.
Listen, look at it from a completely different perspective. I mean, 180 degrees. What Bryce Underwood said is genius because he's the only guy that's telling the truth. There's no history anymore. There's no tradition anymore. College football has been destroyed. And what he said is an exact perfect example of what has happened because of all this. He doesn't care. None of them care. They're like a bunch of 9-year-old girls in a bounce house. And then after a year, they bounce out, and the girls get a little cup of Kool-Aid in a solo cup, but these other guys get millions of dollars. Do you realize the average salary in the NHL is $3.5 million? Dylan Larkin's salary right now as C1 is $8 million. And these kids are bouncing all over the place. They don't care. They're right out of high school.
That's what I believe.
They don't care what school they go to. They don't have any knowledge of the history. It's disgusting.
No, and that's
sorry for my strong language.
No, Jay,
not
you're
strong enough.
Jay,
It's fine.
that's why we started this, because I had to tell Mike that he was right, that maybe it is just boats and hoes, and you don't have the same level of passion that fans have. Fans have never let their guard down. If you're a Michigan fan, you detest Ohio State. You probably won't let somebody in the lane if they have an a license plate. You probably like, no, you can't move and merge in front of me. Why? Because you're from Ohio and you probably like the Buckeyes. That's the level of hate that you see, and you don't get that anymore for the players because, heck, some of your players may be from Ohio State or they may be from your rival school, and they were there last year.
Let's go to Al, 97.1. Al, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so also honored to be after the Thanksgiving guy. But anyways, these comments, I mean, from Bryce, it's like almost I love Michigan. They've been a fan since I was like 5 years old, whatever. Every time the guy opens his mouth, I want to like him. When he came here, I was super excited like many other fans. But every single quote that comes out of the kid's mouth, I'm just like, I don't like him. He's super arrogant. He clearly doesn't understand the rivalry, doesn't really care. And I don't really get it because he grew up like 20 minutes away from Ann Arbor or whatever, went to school around here. So you'd think he'd at least be a Michigan fan, or if he was one, he would understand rivalry a lot more. But to your point, Mike, you said this like 2 or 3 years ago in the middle of our like little success run there. You said people are going to like NIL now when your team is really good and they're being successful, but as soon as the shoe is on the other foot, you're going to really start hating this era. And I can't agree with you more. And it's almost like you foretold that, and I feel dumb for not believing it.
No.
So,
No. Don't do that. Don't say that about yourself at all. No, Al, look, I'll be right about a lot. I'll be wrong about a lot, but I've never been afraid of just telling you how I feel. You could see this coming and you've arrived at a place now. Think about this. Al, how old are you?
I'm 31.
All right. So, Al, if we go back to like you're in high school, right? 15 years ago. If I told you we'd be questioning whether players care about the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, you would have thought this guy's on crack. What kind of question
100%.
is that? Now,
100%.
we're very accepting of this conversation.
It's super boring too. It's like it's making for a boring product that I don't even want to really care about as much.
Yep.
Like I don't even care about basketball that much. But when we won the championship last year, it was a lot of fun. But in the long run, it's not really something I'm going to care so much about because it doesn't really feel like how it used to be.
No.
And it's the thing that's happening to football, and the sport is just starting to suck now. And I don't know what else they want to do about it. I don't know how it's going to make money in the long run.
No, it's
That's
not,
beyond
but
me,
it's
I
not
guess.
meant to be long term. Al, you got to understand something here. And I mean, I stand on this one. All of these things, and this is happening all over society, but in the world of sports specifically, the decisions being made are about the next 10 minutes. They're not about the next 10 years. These people making these decisions and making all this money, they're not worried about tomorrow because they're not stewards of the sport. They're just corporate hoes. This is private equity. This is Wall Street. This is TV network. And again, the networks have a place in sports. Who are we kidding? But they were never meant to run leagues. They are running college football. The power vacuum of the NCAA being blasted into the sun, the networks have stepped in to be daddy.
Not just college football, Mike. Pretty much all sports. Like when the Lakers are basically getting flipped like houses.
Yep.
On HGTV. Yeah, there's a problem.
Do you see what the Yankees just did?
Yeah, you sent me that.
Same thing. And how do you take it serious? I mean, even I was talking to my dad about it. Now you got teams like the Giants breaking off a 10% slice of the organization for $700 million. And who owns it? People you don't want owning it. It's all pointed in the same direction. And none of it is about the health of the game. Right. Like we've got to keep certain things have to be sacrosanct to anything else.
No, and that's flowchart. That's how we got here because I thought that there were two rivalries that were untouchable. Well, now there's just one.
Maybe. It's a question worth asking. That's all, especially when the quarterback says it.
That's your captain. That's your quarterback. That's
Is he
your
seriously
leader.
their captain?
Yeah, I believe so.
Guy threw for 6 yards against OSU. How the hell are you the captain?
He's quarterback at Michigan.
No, Marsh should be the captain.
Who throws him the ball?
First of all, Marsh is going to end up in traction the way this kid throws the ball. Marsh is a fantastic player. You got to pick somebody out. He's seriously the captain?
I am a 99. Yeah, he's captain. Yeah. Woo. That's your captain. That says something.
That's my quarterback. David hates us both. All right, 97-1.
Well, you know what? When I'm ready to watch just another game, I can watch it in the basement thanks to Matrix Basements. And look, for just $495 a month, you too can have a brand new basement built for you. Let me say that again. Just $495 a month. That's all it takes to get the ultimate game day space with a cool new bar or a beautiful family room or a home theater you've been dreaming about. Matrix Basements can come up with a design specifically tailored for you. So that unfinished basement, that can be a thing of the past. You can now watch any other game, the game, all football, basketball, hockey, you name it, in your man cave. Just tell Matrix Basements your vision. They will build it. Visit matrixbasements.com today for your free in-home design consultation. Matrix Basements, built for you.
All right, we'll get back to the phones in a second. Bryce Underwood has kind of lit the candle. And again, I want to be very clear. I feel like a portion of Michigan's fan base, it doesn't matter how you explain things, they're just in a constant state of aggrievement. I'm not telling you how to feel. You don't have to be upset by the comments. Hell, you don't have to care. But we've had conversations on this show for a long time about the erosion of passion in college football, of rivalries, of geographically relevant opponents. And I've said, I truly don't believe players care the way they used to care. And part of it is no one is in the same place long enough to care. And the people you're playing, those faces and names change so quickly. You don't hate the guy across from you because you don't know him. I hearken, like we were joking earlier. The minute Chad Henne stepped on campus, I knew I was in for it for another 3-4 years. Oh, boy, I hated that guy. But he was damn good. Mike Hart, same thing. Jake Long, Mike Martin, like Woodley, the whole thing. That's gone in this sport now. Right. It's totally gone.
Right. Going back to like the receivers and like the Braylon Edwards of the world, you're like, oh, my goodness, will you just go to the pros, please, and just leave? But yes, you're right. In current college football, I hate to say it, but you wouldn't have Mike Hart say the things that he had and D'Antonio flip that into 7 out of 8 victories because he said that. He wouldn't be able to tell every person who walked through that building this is what they had to say and play it for him. And you wouldn't get that anymore because it's become sterile.
They'd say, who are you?
Like, wait, which team was he on when he said that?
Abilene Christian.
Okay.
David, some text. We'll go to the call. If you got something to say it.
This is just not what I want him to say. I don't want Bryce to be this. I just want you to go out there and say the game is important, period.
But David, here, may I, as the kids like to say, push back on that
Sure.
a little bit. Isn't Bryce just a byproduct of this stupid sport and the time we're living in?
Well, yes, yes, he is. Because the problem is, it isn't that he doesn't know it. He grew up in Michigan. He grew up in this state. So, yes, the byproduct is he just wants that money, man. And it doesn't matter about anything else. As long as my check clears, that's all that matters. Get me to the NFL. Give me my check. That's it. Sickening. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, especially coming off of the performance of that game, you would think that it would stick with him. It bothers me, keeps me up at night. You don't have to go that far, but it should be. You know what? I don't feel like I represented my university well enough in that game at home to our fans. We have to do better. Answer. Boom. There it is.
And I hope that's what he's doing behind the scenes. I truly do. And this is just a blip on the radar. Just wasn't smart. He was trying to say something else, didn't come off right. But he feels that way on the inside, and he's doing that at practice every day. But
this, David, this comes off the heel of saying you can be the best player in Michigan.
Right.
Oh, he was. And basically, Angelique was like, are you sure about that? Yes.
Trying to help. Walk it back, son. Walk it back.
You don't really mean. Yes, I do. Okay.
A text here says, as a Michigan fan, the game doesn't matter anymore. You can win a national title without winning the game. Ohio State has already proven that. Another texter comes in and says, is there any chance, guys, he was saying it, acting like OSU is not worth the time? Please say he was, because I'm trying to make it feel better for me.
Yeah, but where would you get off saying that? You got made to look like a school child. Who are you?
Yeah, if he were coming off of 3 straight victories, I would buy that. Like, come on, are we really talking about them? We beat them all the time. Not after that game. No.
Being from Ann Arbor, text in and says, Mike, Belleville product Ian Gold. How dare you say that Belleville doesn't have the product?
Hold on. You cite one name.
That is only one.
Why don't we go up and down that list? Why don't we hearken?
I didn't realize Ian Gold went to Belleville.
Yeah,
you get my point. Okay, you'll always find an outlier. Noted. But come on, man. You know the drill. That's like when you recruit defensive backs from Kaz Tech. Ain't none of them gonna be any good either.
Come on.
Don't make me go down that list. And whatever you do, keep Boubacar away from the taxi driver.
No.
I'm just going to read this next text here. Right. Says, college football used to be a big dog with big nuts, and NIL has neutered it. I want to see teams play with hatred in their heart, but they make too much money and don't care anymore.
There you go. Enjoy your ham. All right, we'll go to Jared.
And then don't forget Jordan Lewis, Gas Tech, played in the league.
Thank you. But that's
I
only
gotta help.
one.
Okay,
that's only
okay,
one.
David, I'm trying to help.
Cool outlier.
I'm trying to help you,
let's
David.
do the rest. Jared, 97.1. Jared, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for taking my call. I've been wanting to call in on this for a while, and today's topic just fits perfectly. I was in high school and college in the 90s, and I remember some things like, it always felt bad, like that students couldn't make any kind of money outside of, they just couldn't make any money. Like I remember there was a basketball player that was in Hoosiers that almost got kicked out of the NCAA because he was in the movie playing a basketball player. And that kind of stuff just seemed wrong. So I was somewhat in favor of NIL initially because I thought it would allow students to go out and get like shoe deals, or they could do commercials and represent themselves and make money, just like a regular job, like a student worker at a school, goes on and works at Starbucks. But no, it's been turned into this pay for play. And this whole Bryce thing is just a byproduct of that it's a job and it's not tied to school dreams anymore for some of these athletes. Now, I think there are some that it is, but not for the big name kids that are making millions of dollars just to go to a school. And it's a shame that what it's turned into.
No, and understand. I mean, Jared, we did a segment yesterday. There was a really good long form piece about, okay, here are the general costs of NIL and in the portal. And dude, you're talking about backup defensive tackles that are $500,000. This is way more than just the quarterback. I mean, you're talking about kickers making $150. Jared, if you handed me $500 in college, I would have felt like Rick Ross. I mean, what are we talking about? Like the idea that you have backups making mid six figures? Well, we've lost the plot.
More than I make.
It's crazy.
That's more than I make.
Right, Jared.
I went into the wrong industry, I guess.
No, and I don't begrudge players the ability to make money. I supported the idea of them making money. I did not support no guardrails, no oversight, no rules, nothing. No, now you've turned this into a whore market. It's ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. Jared, Rico showed me. Yeah. I'm going to say this, and I'll probably make myself look bad. I don't care. Jared, Rico had an MSU roster on his desk, and he goes, take a look at this. This was yesterday. Jared, I looked at this sheet, and I have to leave out one word. I said,
you said sheet, right?
Who the F are these guys? I asked him, I go, who's this? Who are these people? Jared, I couldn't name 10 guys. You go back 5-6 years, I'd name all 85 scholarship players. We've taken away what the whole damn thing is supposed to be about. And then you get Bryce Underwood going, it's just another game. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Michigan motto was, you stay and you'll become a champion. And I guess if they pay them enough money, that's what we can get now.
Yep. It's Jared. It's and I don't know how to put the toothpaste back in the tube. I don't. I mean, do you realize Georgia's paying tens of thousands of dollars to high school kids to stay committed? It's only getting worse. You imagine you're paying a high school senior?
Don't open that mail, son. Don't answer that call.
Stay committed?
Yeah. Don't open your mail. Don't answer the call. Just visit here. Come to Athens. That's it.
248-539-9797. Get more to people coming up next. FanDuel, new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here how it works. You bet $5 daily. You can unlock $200 in bet resets every day. New customers can place a $5 bet each day. Receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. I don't know about you. This confuses me. So I'm just going to tell you FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel, your home for home runs. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. This copy sounds like Rico's Xfinity copy. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Oh, my God. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's Bryce Underwood when asked about the OSU rivalry. You do what you want with it. I think it's another sign of, as they say in No Country for Old Men, the dismal tide. This is where the sport is, man. Why would he say it if he doesn't mean it? If he's saying it to flex, that's kind of weird considering you threw for like 12 yards against these guys last year.
Yeah, you don't get to do that to flex. No.
Let's go to Mark and Howell, 97.1. Mark,
Hi.
the floor is yours. What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Good. Listen, my blood is not boiling today. I'm at a simmer. I've been on board with you since the get-go. I'm surprised how many people are just now peeling the layers of the onions back to see what the NIL has exposed. And, it's kind of like college football is like the Titanic. They're like the Gilded Age, and they are not unsinkable because if fans keep on going, they're just going to keep on dishing out what they're dishing out, And as far as Bryce goes, I'm actually an MSU fan, but I like Michigan as well. I like the fact that we have two college teams. There's only a few select states that have dual college teams. I think California is one of them, and amongst many others, but a few others. But anyways, that's what you're seeing. That's what we're bringing. Big dollars. You're opening up the playing field here. You're talking 16 going 24 in the college league here. It's Pandora's box. And I want to mention also, I like the Scoobalitis, Mike, and I want to say Scooble Dooby Doo to you guys. And also, what do you guys think about Scott Harris' comments? Is he massaging his blank when Derek Scooble becomes a free agent again?
No, I'm just not a believer in a Boris client being traded away and then coming back. Look, we have to see what the economics of the game are. If there's a cap, if there are certain teams that are unable to be in the bidding. I mean, Mark, we'll get there when we get there. For right now, I don't know what side of it you're on with your own team. If you're excited about this run they're on, invest in that. I don't even, respectfully, Mark, and I mean this, I don't want to talk about Derek School. I need a reprieve. All right, I'll see you in December for the winter meetings, if there are winter meetings. I can't do it.
Or unless he says something tomorrow.
Great. We'll go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. I was listening to the rest of the callers before me, and I was thinking, Mike, and let me just finish. To me, when OSU went on to win the national championship, that game, it ruined it for me. I'll be honest, I'm 37. It was all or nothing. That was the game, right? If you had a chance, you were undefeated up until that point. And when they went on to win the national championship, it felt good beating them, but nowhere near what it used to feel like, when you knocked them out. And then the second part, Mike, is last year we won the men's basketball championship, and it was okay. Like you said, I hardly knew some of those guys. Even May was just kind of all right, you had a good year one. I don't know what year two is going to be, but it wasn't like winning the national championship back in, 97 or the last one in 23. But what I'm saying is there even for the game, they have a way to right their wrongs in terms of bracketing Michigan and OSU in the playoffs together, right? And then it's the all or nothing scenario again. But is there a way to even correct this? It's depressing.
Well, Mariko, go ahead.
There is a way, Jay, but I don't think that the adults in the room are ready to admit that they made a mistake. But if you come up with some hard and fast rules, and then it's going to have the NCAA to have a backbone and say, we don't care, sue us all you want. This is a league. This is a privilege to play college sports. It's not your God-given right. But here are going to be the new rules. Here are the new guidelines. And, yeah, I think that you can get this back to where it should be. Because right now, as I told Mike, I equate this to the steroid era in baseball. It was fun while it lasted, but then even baseball realized we're about to ruin our sport. How about we get back to the fundamentals and what we are all about?
Well, the sport is ruined as is. Buddy, like a 720 OPS is considered acceptable. I don't know what planet I'm on.
Well, they swung it back 180 degrees the other way.
It's for me, it's terrible. We'll go to John. He's out in Kazoo. He's up next. Johnny, what's the good word, bud? How you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, John. What's up?
Yeah, I understand everybody's doesn't like to hear Bryce Underwood, the starting quarterback at Michigan, say things like that. But I think he's just verbalizing where things actually are at the moment. Like the previous caller said, Ohio State's already proven you can lose that game and go on to win a national title, which is really what you're there for, especially when the schools are spending $50 million on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part of it is it's turned into more of a, I think Kyle Whittingham said it at the Big Ten Media Days, it's turned into almost like a minor league system for the NFL where these guys are being paid so much money. Why would I care more about this game when my paycheck is the same every week, no matter who I'm playing?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, John, you realize I agree with you, right? Like you're verbalizing everything I've said. I think it's a reality check for people who like to yell at people like me and Rico or deny reality. And it's like, guys, no, the sport is dead. The fact that this kid could say this with a straight face and then you call up to go, he's right, like, John, that's what I'm highlighting. I agree with everything you said.
Right. I think the thing to consider is there aren't really any rivalries in the NFL.
Agree again.
If the Lions were to lose both games to the Packers but still win the division and go to the NFC title game, no one would care.
And John, that's why, and again, it is why I have said for years, I do not want the NFL on Saturday. I like that college was distinctly different. I have the NFL on Sunday, but what do the networks want? All right, we can't give you more NFL. Let's turn this into the NFL welfare. And that's the problem. And John, they're going to go to a 2014 playoff. Just wait till that happens. You think rivalries don't mean anything now? Forget about it. You might have kids sitting the Michigan OSU game out. And oh, by the way, the Big Ten championship won't exist either. They're going to get rid of that.
Okay, the sad thing is when you said the 24-game playoff, I'm like, wait, the NFL? Oh, wait, you're talking college.
Yes, correct.
But I can see the NFL expanding their playoff as well.
It's all just attacking at the threads of what the sport is about. It's still why I didn't understand why people were so mad at me on Monday. All I said is, are you guys excited for this stuff? I'm not. Here's why. Well, State's bad, so you're not excited. Idiots. State's been bad my whole life. This was my favorite sport. Make some sense, Spank. You look great today.
You're a closet Wolverine fan.
Go Blue. 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick
Mojo.
GMC. Red Wings beat writer Ted Colfin told me the latest he's hearing on Dylan Larkin. The Tigers continue their 3-game series with the Guardians tonight. Outfielder Riley Green still being evaluated after he was lifted with hamstring soreness last night. Corey Jolks is in Detroit in case Green hits the injured list. He has an 800 OPS with Toledo this season. Emmanuel DeJesus also back in the pen after one night on the paternity list. It'll be Framber Valdez on the mound for Detroit against newly acquired arm Foster Griffin. You can hear that 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. The NBA has been slow leaking their schedule. The latest has the Pistons matching up against the Cavaliers on MLK Day at noon. NBA star Russell Westbrook has announced his retirement after 18 seasons in the league. The Lakers have been sold again. The ownership group will make a $2.5 billion profit. Well, at the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hit the music, David. All right, what do you want to know? What can I do for you?
Yes, we are a day away from the first preseason game. Training camp's been going on for 2 weeks now.
Woo!
So I wanted to go through some news and notes on some things, get your idea on some things. First, let's start in Washington. Laramie Tunzel is going to miss significant time with a torn bicep. So what impact does this have on the Commanders and maybe more importantly, the NFC East race?
Should I approach this like an adult or a Lions fan? Which?
You know what? I'll be the adult. You can be the Lions.
All right, I'm going to be the Lions fan. I'll do what some of the shows on this station do. That's no big deal. Next man up. We got Bobby Ciccione backing him up. It'll be all good.
If you think about it, they're actually better.
Yeah. Ciccione gets to have experience while one of the best left tackles of the last decade is dead.
Yeah, the backup is actually better because he's going to be out of position.
No, you're supposed to be the adult, Rico.
Right, I'm just adding
We've got Larry Borum.
Here's the thing. It's going to hurt Washington tremendously.
How dare you, hater? That's it. Cancel the season.
Jaden Daniels, coming back from an injury, needs all the protection that he can get, and he's not there.
So I think they're in trouble, and I'm sorry. I don't see it with Philadelphia. I truly think this is Dallas's division, and maybe the Giants are the wild card. Like the wild card of could be good, could also just be ass.
And that's
again.
what I was really asking about the Commanders. Can they still fight for the wild card?
I'm saying no to it. I don't buy it.
Yes, but see, I'm still buying Philadelphia because I think it's addition by subtraction. AJ gone, team gets better.
Let's move over to the NFC North because we did talk about this yesterday. But I want to know what this does for them because Kyler Murray is named the starter in Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Does this put them in the driver's seat to now win the NFC North?
Well, I just wanted to start out by saying my heart goes out to JJ for enduring this tragedy. Regards, yes. Rich Eisen.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they had to bring in someone. They knew JJ was terrible. Kyler Murray, Kevin O'Connell. It'll be one of the storylines of the year. Can O'Connell bring the best out of him? They have a win now roster. Yeah, it makes them better. And they weren't terrible last year. Can we remind everybody? They didn't go 4-13 last year, and they played 17 different quarterbacks.
Right there. They had all the pieces in place that I think if they were able to get like a high draft pick, that guy could have walked right in here and still he would have took the job from JJ. I think, David, they will be better. The fact that Kyler's going to get all the reps in the preseason. We're not going to do this dual quarterback thing like they're doing in Cleveland. No. You're our guy. First team reps. Let's hit the ground running. Let's try to win this division.
So I'm glad you mentioned Cleveland because are they really doing a QB competition? All we see nationally, they're talking about it, Watson versus Shedeur Sanders. But is it really a debate or a competition, or is it Watson's job by default?
I think it's Watson's job by default. I do think that the money does play a part in this where, man, we're paying him a whole hell of a lot of money. We haven't gotten any return on this investment.
Bryce, is that you?
So, yes, they're going to play him knowing that he's got experience and just hope that he can shake off the rust from not playing from like two seasons.
I don't know. He seems baked. Plus, his shoulder looks like it's just toast. Whatever, man. I don't care. Cleveland's irrelevant to me. We'll see when you open your new stadium in 2029.
Are you still Lions fan right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh, you want me to approach the Brown situation like a Lions fan? Yeah. Well, we got 2 awesome options. That's better than 1.
Oh, my gosh. Let's move over.
This town is incorrigible.
Move over to a team in the NFC South here because Vita Vea, he's continuing his hold-in, looking for a new contract. It's my question, though. He's 31.
Yeah.
Very impactful player. I found this crazy when I looked it up. He's never made an all-pro team his entire career. So what do you do with him if you are running the Bucs?
You let him pout. I'm not paying him deep into his 30s. I mean, he's a very nice player, but what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Give you a Quinnen Williams deal? Is that what you want? Because I'm not doing it. Quinnen Williams was an all-pro. Quinnen Williams is about 6 years younger than you. It's just a different thing. I'm not doing it.
So basically, Alex Anzalone him.
Yeah.
Dude, we'll pay you, but it won't be what you think.
Look, I'll get you a gift certificate to Burns, but you're going to show up to camp if you like making money.
So Travis Kelce spoke to the media, spoke about a lot of things, his offseason, his wedding, all this stuff. But he's quoted as saying, I can still play at a high level. Can you?
Okay, I'm going to say this. When you have to tell people you can play at a high level,
there it is.
You can't play at a high level because if you can, they already know that. They won't say anything. They're just like, wow, he's still getting it done. But no. Hey, guys, remember me? I used to be good. I'm still good. Throw me the ball. Watch me catch it.
He's terrible. He was done last year. He's toast. He's toast. If I were the Chiefs, I wouldn't even want him around. I know politically why they have to have him around. Mahomes, the whole bit. Bottom line, guy can't play anymore. Toast.
This next question here is for Paul because he dealt with for years this quarterback down in Miami. So Tua has been named the starter for Friday's first preseason game. Should he be the starter in Atlanta?
I mean, right now, Penix is hurt still, so he's coming back from injury, trying to work his way back into being a guy that could even compete for the job. But you
don't have a choice.
You don't really have a choice, and you can't also expect Tua to play more than half the season because of injury issues.
It's a bad situation. But again, what options they got? They don't have any. They have weapons, and if Tua's provided a clean pocket and some time, he can make good anticipatory throws. But I'm with Paul. I mean, he just can't stay healthy. He lacks confidence. It really went south in Miami. But Rico's guy, basically Penix and Kirby Joseph should get together and see if they could scrape enough cartilage to put one healthy knee on the field. I don't know.
I wish I could fight you on that, but I really can't. So, yeah, his best days may have been at Washington.
Yeah, I think so. So let's get to this here. As the music you hear, that is CBS on NFL. J.J. Watt has been named the replacement for Tony Romo for the number one team there for CBS. CBS did release some quotes recently on Tony Romo saying it's an evolving situation and we are still assessing. Then they continue saying there's no timetable or final decision at this time.
Do you know their problem? Their problem's going to be every time this guy sounds like a space cadet on the air, people are going to assume he was drunk. I mean, hell, don't tell me you've been watching the games for years and haven't thought Tony was having some fun with something. It's like, dude, what are you on? Seriously, that's not Gatorade. What's going on? So I don't care. The problem, J.J. Watt is the equivalent of one of these home robots that washes your dishes that they're starting to invent. J.J. Watt is the personality of a brick. What is it they just can't find somebody with an effing personality to go on TV, have a little fun, maybe make a fart joke, and then break down a play? John Madden didn't cure cancer. He was just entertaining. Like, what is this?
Or maybe Watt is just good enough to be a seat holder, just so we all forget about Romo, and then we'll beg for Romo to come back.
He's like a bad AI creation. Him, Matt Ryan, none of these guys have a personality.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, let's put him out there, and then maybe people will be like, you know what? He's too sterile. Bring back Romo.
See, I don't know. My question was going to be if we
Bring
ever
back
see him
Romo.
again.
Okay, bring back Romo.
I don't know.
Anyone who ever tells me bring back Romo, I want you to go rewatch Bills Jags in the playoffs. Tell me what you see and hear. One of the singular worst broadcasts I've ever heard. I think Nance wanted to shank him like a scene from Oz. He had had enough. He didn't even know what he was saying. Where'd the music go?
Shout out for you. Oz. Great show. Way ahead of its time.
It was. It was.
So, then they all went on to do insurance commercials.
Also true.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Mayhem. Yeah, they're all there.
So we always have lists of coaches, hot seat, make or break it years, all this stuff. I just have two coaches here. Which seat is hotter? Shane Steichen for the Colts, Zach Taylor for the Bengals.
Taylor. I think the fate of Joe Burrow in Cincinnati hangs in the balance this year. If it goes poorly, he's going to ask out and be the Jets quarterback in 27. Heard it here first. Whiteboard.
Okay. I'll put it up there.
Steichen. He's sitting here going, is the real Sauce Gardner going to show up? What the hell was that this weekend?
I saw those videos.
Oh, boy.
And Sauce came back and said, you guys got all worked up. It was one video. And that's it. You know, it was an 8-yard route.
Right, but what did we not see? What other things are out there
and
that
I
we
guess
didn't
the other
see?
reporters were like, no, he actually had a good day against AJ, but they showed the one where he got beat. And, you know, in this world, you do one thing and people will, they'll just trumpet it around. I would say, I don't know, Mike, because I think with the fact that Burrow is being injured, if he gets injured again, I think that's another kicking of the can. I would say I would go with Steichen and the Colts because you paid the money to the running back. You got Daniel Jones there. You basically you went all in with Sauce. You have to win right now because you traded away picks and there's really no future for you if this thing doesn't work.
I'll meet you in the middle. David, they're both effed.
Okay.
Next.
You know, I just wonder if Irsay's daughter just wants to make an impact, and if they don't do well, she's going to make her impact and fire the coach. So that's all I brought it up for.
Will she have the clipboard on the sideline?
Oh, dear God. Here we go.
All right, that is your
Here we
NFL
go.
Blitz 97.1.
That's factual. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So stop by and check out the massive inventory at Hamilton Chevrolet. The 2026 Chevy selection, it's best right now, and it's ready for immediate delivery, including the August Rico deal, a new Chevy Trailblazer as low as $179 a month. Think about that. A 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, $179 a month for 24 months. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, before we get back to the people, we're wrapping about Bryce Underwood's comments. I want to mix in something Jeremy had in the update because I would really love to hear from the hockey elite. This Red Wing thing is turning into something very bizarre. I mean, we are sitting here on August 12th. You do not have a general manager. Your star, according to every report, is not backing off of his trade demand. You heard that Jeff Greenberg would be in consideration to be the GM of the team. You know, the current GM of the Tigers, who spent 10 minutes with the Blackhawks. That's not now. While Greenberg might be qualified as a table setter, a placeholder, let's be clear on something. This is the Detroit Red Wings. This isn't the Columbus Blue Jackets. It's an original six franchise. They've got a great arena. They have tradition. We're thinking of doing what? Having a guy who works for the family's baseball team just slide down the hallway? And then you hear the Ted Kaufman report, and it's like, well, they think Larkin will come to camp because money and things. While Larkin might begrudgingly come back, you do realize the fans in this town have made up their mind. You will be creating one of the ugliest situations in the league. That's before we get to you had a non-starter offseason. It's like if you do so little of your school assignments, you didn't fail the class, you were given an incomplete. You didn't have an offseason. Right now, the Wings are one of the three worst teams in the Eastern Conference. What the hell is going on here?
I don't know. It's to the point where it's almost like not the Tigers are expecting a strike in baseball, but it's like they're expecting a strike in hockey. It's like, guys, wrong sport. You're going to be playing next year. What are we doing? Is Dylan still on the team? Is he the captain? Who's going to run the team? Like, there's so many questions. And I guess what bothers me, there's no sense of urgency. It's almost like, oh, well, the regular season, I mean, the Stanley Cup was just handed out, so we got months ahead. No, you don't. You got weeks before we're going to kick this thing out, and there's so many questions, and nobody's come out to talk about this, so we're all in the dark. You don't know if Dylan's going to still be here, who's going to be the GM. What are we doing? And it feels like, to me, looks like, seems like, feels like you've just pretty much said, okay, well, this next season doesn't count. We'll start fresh the season following that. That's how it feels like to me.
It's really bizarre.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
So now you have what? Sean Horkoff behind the scenes running things, but he's not going to be the GM, and it might be Greenberg. And all the while, two more Larkin teams on the list have essentially pulled out. You have reports today and yesterday that Minnesota offered multiple first-round picks, multiple players. Wings don't want what they're offering. And you're on a collision course to bring in somebody back who doesn't want to be here, who hasn't changed his stance. The firing of Yzerman didn't change anything. And your team didn't get better. What a mess. Just a total mess.
That's the best way to put it is, yeah, just no sense of urgency, just kind of dragging their feet, showing up to work. Gonna do anything today?
See, that's the thing. It's the dragging of the feet. Because July 15th was the day that Yzerman announced that he was going to step away. And that was already late in the offseason process, right? We know this. And yet over the weekend, Elliot Friedman, who knows a lot about this sport, knows a lot about the inside that happens, over the weekend had a report that this is the week they were going to start their search. I'm sorry. That's a month after Yzerman stepped away. So now you're already late in the process of him stepping away in the offseason, and now you waited a month to then start the process to find a replacement. And then, Mike, you mentioned it. This week, reports of what you may want for Larkin, teams that want to get involved. Well, how can that happen when you don't have someone running the show? How can you agree to wanting prospects or wanting players?
Well, because it'll also hurt your ability to hire the full-time general manager. I mean, you could make a move, but is an interim, like let's say Horkoff is your intern. So you're going to make a move, and then what if the guy you would have hired is like, yeah, nah, that ain't what we're doing. This is my whole problem. And I'll say it again. This is just a bigger, more exacerbated version of the Pistons offseason. The Pistons couldn't have the offseason they really wanted to have, A, because their GM is a lightweight and can't get anything done, but B, they had the Duren thing hanging over them. And when I say lightweight, let me be clear. When you try to play the card with the team-friendly media, hey, we tried, or we made calls. No, there is no try, there's only do. Mm-hmm. Well, this is just a bigger version. You've had no offseason because your captain wanted out, and then your hero quit so he could go play golf.
So then what are you supposed to do with Van DeBrincat? No clue, because you have nobody running it.
If I'm
Simon
DeBrincat,
Edmondson is out there.
Hey, you're lucky DeBrincat's from here. And if I have to hear he's raising a young family here again, my head is going to cave in on itself like the Titan sub. I can't take anymore. If I'm DeBrincat, you know what? My kids will like it somewhere else, and we'll have a summer house in Michigan. Right. I can't do this anymore. This team blows. Like, it's just unbelievable to me how lucky they are. Like, I'm waiting for someone to offer sheet Edmondson.
You wanted that. You called that a long time
I choose
ago.
violence.
Out of chaos, but
Yes.
now it's like,
I do.
You know what? It's going to force you to do something. It's going to force you to say, you know what? This is the person who's going to be in charge, because I think you put it best. Interim GM, okay, I'm going to make this trade. Next GM is like, well, I wouldn't have done that.
Correct.
What? You know what? I don't want this job.
The only way it gets better is if Sider asks out. I mean, I need something to shake up the echoes here. Is this franchise alive? Oh, they're confident he'll show up to camp. I don't want Larkin at camp. He doesn't want to be here.
He's going to be there, buddy. Just be prepared.
Okay.
Where's my C?
It's with the dude from Switzerland or Germany, wherever the hell Sider's from.
Moritz. Another thing I didn't like about this offseason for the Wings, though, is they in the middle of between when Yzerman stepped down and now, they've also seemed to change their strategy. Because when Yzerman left, the team said that he was going to stick around and continue to facilitate day-to-day activities, ensuring a seamless transition, and that he'd be part of the search committee for the new GM. Well, now all that's out the window. Horkoff's actually running things. Who knows what Yzerman's actually doing? You've hired a third-party firm, so Yzerman's not helping with the new GM either. So they've also completely changed their strategy in the offseason.
You hired a third-party firm to end up on an interior candidate?
And the idea that they told a third-party firm that a hockey background isn't necessarily something they need to have.
Hold on,
also,
it's third. I believe you called it a third party. It's a third party. I just want to make sure you don't get crucified on text.
Okay,
that's that Florida accent.
It is Lake Okeechobee. He meant third, not turd. Carry on, Paul. You're doing great.
Well,
brought to you by the same firm that brought you Jonathan Smith.
But the thing is, it's like, why are you looking for guys that might not have a hockey background? Why wouldn't that be a major thing?
Analytics. Maybe. Look, hockey.
I guess.
Look, the hockey is kind of the last bastion of being data friendly. And it's becoming more data friendly. And the team that just won the cup was data friendly. Paul, I'm just trying to explain it, but I'm with you in that it can't be this way. How the hell can you be without a GM? You're the Red Wings. It's just the Jeremy auto and the audio was just like, what are we doing? It just feels embarrassing.
Doesn't feel embarrassing, Mike. It looks embarrassing because as of now, it is. Because because we don't even know what they're thinking.
What about a third party solution? Poor Paul. Go ahead.
I mean, it's kind of being run that way.
I've never understood the search firms. Have you?
It's a good grift.
It is.
It's a great grift.
Because so many coaches suck, but they're all recommended by search firms.
The only thing better grift than that is to have your own law firm and then audit your own old university.
Ooh, boy. If you know, you know. I'll leave it alone. David, the text communications. Damn.
That's a rough one right there.
That was like, you were like Will Ferrell and Elf throwing the snowballs 800 miles an hour. Damn.
Hey, guys. Mike in a truck here. You hit it right on the head. I've been telling the guys at work, it's like the Red Wings are out of business. They're not even a team anymore. Someone else says, I also don't know what's going on. Questions with Sider, questions with Raymond, questions with DeBrincat. No one can answer them because no one is running the organization.
And by the way, nice press conference to address Yzerman quitting or being fired or whatever it is. Oh, wait, there wasn't
Oh,
one.
you missed it. It was while you were at Saratoga. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Maybe it was Monday when I was out.
Only in this town could an owner get away with that little two-step. Steve Yzerman left. This wasn't some goofball people didn't like. This was the legend. He disappeared out of thin air. He's golfing. No press conference? Boilerplate chat GPT Gemini statement? That's what we get? Mm-hmm. Awesome.
And that's all you'll like it. That's it. We're working on it.
From Steve, I don't think third party is all that wrong. Just saying.
Just a big sign on the LCA, back in 5 minutes.
It's like when MSU uses these firms to hire coaches. It's the same thing.
It's a grift.
Who recommended this guy? Oh, golden ticket search party. You're like, what? What did we pay you for this? Mm-hmm. You brought us Mel Tucker's penis. That's what you brought us?
Someone else
They didn't use
in.
one and went and got Jonathan Smith, so there's that.
Yeah, that's right. Paul Blart went rogue.
Just for you, Paul, that says that slip, probably the greatest slip up in radio history.
Guys, I don't understand it. You're using a third party.
Hey, sometimes the Florida man just escapes. I can't
That's
help
okay.
it.
If you
Paul.
were saying that in like a pink tank top with pit vipers on, you'd really be Florida man.
But Paul, looking at the entirety of
Wearing
the
my best
situation,
Who Farted t-shirt.
the entirety of the situation, it's apt. I'll allow it. Yeah. Just get you a mullet and knock out a few teeth. You'll be okay.
Oh, come on. He's not from Daytona. He's from Fort Lauderdale. I mean, there is a difference.
Is there?
There is.
There is.
There's
There's Broward, there's Dade, there's Palm Beach, there's around Jacksonville and Orlando, and the rest is Arkansas.
So
yes.
You said you're from where, Fort Lauderdale?
From Hollywood, Florida.
Are there gold teeth there?
Ask Cedric Irvin.
Well, yes, there is.
Hollywood's finest.
All right.
Maybe not a great example. 97.1. I'd like to announce my candidacy for Red Wings GM. Don't need a hockey person? Yeah, I'll give you a plan. Burn the whole effing thing to the ground. Let's start over. Oh, you want me to make Michigan a destination? Cool. Let me just install Miami Beach and zero state tax. Like, what? Awesome. Make the Red Wings great again. How do we do that?
Free ice cream on Wednesdays?
No, my point is the whoever you hired, 2026, 27's a wash. They can't do anything.
And that's why I said it's like they punted this upcoming season. If
All
I'm
right.
a Wings fan, I don't know where the excitement level is. There is none.
Did Costa re-up?
I think he did.
Oh, dear.
I would be asking for a refund if I was him. It's his money.
Let me tell you how that call would go.
Is it slightly concerning they want candidates to have a plan when that's the objective of a candidate? You should show up and have a plan as part of the interview process.
The candidate should have a plan, even though the organization seemingly doesn't have one.
But you know what? My plan is to one day have a plan. That's my plan. I'm running against you.
That's fine. Where is there an online application for Red Wings GM? We'll go to Bruce, 97.1. Bruce, how you doing, bud?
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Going back to the Bryce thing for a minute.
Sure.
Hang on a sec. Give me my little notes there on the pad. I took little notes while I was waiting.
All right. Well, I'll let you collect your notes. We'll get back to you because we don't do notes. This is not the Jim Rome show. This is not the takeoff or whatever. 3x5 cards. We'll go to Paul, note free. Hi, Paul.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, pal?
Hey, welcome back, Mike. I hope you enjoyed Saratoga with Big G.
It was the best, man. I'm just blessed that my dad is healthy and I get that time with him. It was great. Thank you.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, real quick, just on college football, and I don't really care about Bryce's comments. It is what it is. I just think that the sport now is just unwatchable, and I'm a Michigan season ticket holder. You guys know me. I call in a lot. And this is the least excited I've ever been about an upcoming football season. Usually it's like I get my digital tickets, and it's like, let's go, I'm ready to go. And this year it's like, do I even want to watch this garbage? Do I even want to go to any games this year? Like,
so what's the driving factor for you? If you could pinpoint one thing.
It's the pay to play, Mike. It's the fact that Indiana had a roster of grown-ass men, 25-year-olds winning a national championship. It's all of it, Mike. It's you guys. You have the guys that should be in the NFL still eligible to play college football.
Yep.
And the worst part is you can siren me if you want here. I don't care. I talked during the off season, during the transfer portal, to a couple of the players' parents, and what they said was, well, so-and-so made a big offer, hoping Michigan can match it, or else we out. And
There
it's
it is.
like, really?
There it is.
And it's a bunch, like you said, Mike, it's you're going to the red light district, and the street whores, like you say, are going to go to whoever the highest bidder is. And it's so unenjoyable. And the sport has been completely ruined. And it's to the point of it's pay to play. It's like minor league football.
Yes. And that's the problem. You know, and when people, and Paul, I mean, the solutions are what they are, but if you don't have antitrust exemptions, a union, a CBA, we can't just keep hurling out, well, there needs to be contracts. Yeah, if a player signed and the school was stuck with them for 2 years and you were stuck with the school, it takes away a lot of this. But that conversation you had with players' families, it's the same thing that Rico and I have run into. It's a joke. We had somebody call in who is a relative of a player at State. We know who it is, but we didn't out him because that's inappropriate. And he said before the kid even hit the field, State better have a plan or we're reassessing. Hey, whatever happened to earning your way? You're not teaching any life lessons here. Oh, you don't like the way things are? Call the ambulance and whore yourself out. That's what we're teaching.
Signed kids who are on their fifth school.
Yes.
So, yeah, in 5 years.
And Bryce was not ready last year. He should have redshirted. He should have sat and played behind somebody else. It should have been a developmental year. This year should be another developmental year. You know why he started as a true freshman last year?
The money.
All about the money, baby. It's money. And then on top of that, I'm not excited because I don't think this team is very good. They're what, 8-4, 9-3 at best? It's like, who cares? Who cares?
Well,
I might go to the Oklahoma game and like one more, and I'm out.
And Paul, that's because we've taken away incremental joy. There used to be levels of joy of like this bowl versus that bowl, etc. Now, if you don't make that playoff, there's nothing. And that really tears at the fabric of what the game is. Because now, if you don't make the playoff, your players are sitting out. They're leaving. They're done. If the playoff is out, it's not uncommon to see guys just simply opt out.
Yeah, especially, I'm getting ready for the NFL draft.
Signed DeQuan Finn.
As soon as I said it.
Yes.
As soon as I said it, I was like, no.
I mean, do you understand the level of balls you got to have? You're at Miami, Ohio, and you bailed on the team with 4 weeks to go to prep for an NFL that was never calling.
The cradle of quarterbacks, yes.
Now, look at me when you say it, because you get. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. David, a text or two, please.
Oh, regarding the Wings, someone texted and says, I hope it's not the same firm that hired Bob Quinn.
Oh, boy.
Another one says, the Red Wings are back to the Dead Wings era. I'll see that. I'll see what they're up to in a decade.
No, I mean, it feels that way. But when you look at their position in the Atlantic, if you look at their position in the East, this doesn't feel like they're taking a step forward this year.
No.
And if you don't have a contract for DeBrincat, you're going to have to trade him at the deadline.
Who's doing the trading?
Mr. Marbles?
Khakis?
I don't know.
Jared in Woodhaven, Bryce Underwood, the Tarek Scuba of college football, just dumb comments out of his mouth 24/7.
Pretty much. And we'll play those comments for you at 5. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. It's fantastic. It is the size of Ford Field. Stu and his crew out there. It is impressive what they've built, including a full window program, by the way. Stu, go on out. Get the stuff you need at the price you want. Selection, service, price. Nobody touches these guys. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. It's Northville Lumber.
So I thought in honor of Rich Eisen's beautiful tribute to J.J. McCarthy yesterday, where he gave him some wise words of wisdom and really was disappointed that J.J. lost out on the starting job with the Vikings.
Paul, you can just say it was one of the most embarrassing radio segments by a grown man ever.
It was pretty cringy.
Next.
But I thought since he was devastated by J.J. McCarthy's benching, so to speak, I wanted to see if you guys could guess. There have been 9 Michigan quarterbacks since Tom Brady was drafted that actually played a snap, that took a snap in the NFL. I'd like to see if you guys can guess who they are and maybe give a grade on what their NFL career looked like.
9 since Brady.
Yes.
Can I start with one of the better true freshman QBs I've ever seen in my life? And a guy, once you realized he was good, you knew you were stuck losing to him for a few years. I give you Chadwick Henne.
He is on here.
Chad Henne was a badass, certifiable from day one. Now, you want me to grade his NFL career?
Yeah, what do you think of him?
I'd give it a 4 or a 5. He's got a pension. He was a rock-solid backup for a long time, and he made some money holding a clipboard. I can't be mad at that.
No, I'm trying to think. He was with the Chiefs
For a long
the
time.
backup, yeah.
Yes.
When they in the AFC title game, he actually won them the game.
He was a starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins for several seasons until they realized he couldn't be a starter in the NFL.
And he realized you can't play football in Miami. It's going nowhere. Rico, you're up.
Denard Robinson.
That is correct.
Oh, boy.
He did not take a snap as a quarterback, though.
Oh, okay. So I can't use that one?
No, you can. He's on the
okay.
list.
Okay.
He just had to take a snap, but it was at receiver and punt returner, kick returner.
He was a 0 in college.
Shoelace.
Yeah, he was empty calories. That's what he was. They play garbage teams, he'd light them up. Anytime he faced real teams, he looked helpless, like he played with his arms tied behind his back.
Wait, but didn't he have a great game against Notre Dame?
No, he threw arm punts, and one of them landed in his receiver's hands. His NFL career is a 0.
I don't know. It's surprisingly, if you look at it, he did start for but he played 4 seasons. He had over 1,000 yards rushing, I think 400 yards receiving, several hundred yards in kick returns, so he wasn't terrible.
All right, you want to do the kick return thing? Okay. Cool. I'll give you a 2.
Okay.
2 out of 10.
Okay.
No, I respect what Paul's saying.
right.
Special teams matter. Okay, 2 out of 10.
Okay. You're up.
Trying to think, and they had to have been drafted, right?
No, they just had to take a snap in the NFL.
Okay. Shea Patterson.
He never did. No.
He was with the Giants practice squad.
There's a bunch of guys that were on practice squads and got cut when cutdown day happened and never
fair.
actually saw a snap.
Well, I mean, JJ, obviously, but we're not doing that as a part of this, are we?
Well, yeah, he's on here.
Oh, he's another 0. He was awful. 54% completion rate, more picks than touchdowns. The weird 9 memes. I don't know. That's a 0 to me. You got replaced by a 3-foot-tall quarterback.
In your grade?
0.
John O'Corn?
No.
Oh, my God. You mean it only rained when we had the ball guy?
Huh. David, can I phone a friend? David, can you help me out?
Give him a hint, Paul.
I got one.
The quarterback right before J.J. McCarthy.
I got one. Here, let me give a hint. We'll see if Rico can get it. Early Harbaugh era transfer from another Big Ten school.
The kid from Iowa? No.
Played for...
Yeah. Now you're getting somewhere warmer. Okay. Jake Rudock.
That is correct, yes. Played for the Lions and Dolphins.
Atta baby.
Okay.
His career would also be a 0.
Jake Rudock.
It's a lot of zeros on this list, guys.
I get them.
I got one.
I got O'Corn and Rudock confused.
I got one. I know I'm right on this because I remember him playing in the league. Former New York Yankee draft pick. Reason Brady didn't start. If this guy didn't exist, they might have won the 99 game in East Lansing. Yep. Come on.
Oh, you got it, Rico.
Come on, Rico.
You got it, man.
Come on. He drove like a yellow Lamborghini around campus. Come on, Rico.
Oh, man.
Do it for Southwest Detroit Polytech State.
I know
Come
you got
on.
it. You just can't
Come
name
on.
it. I know you got
He
it.
played for Bill Parcells and the Cowboys in the league.
Oh.
Come
Greasy.
on. No. Drew Henson.
Henson.
Drew Henson is on the list. Yes.
Now, what do we do in his career, Paul? What info nugget you got? Did he return punts?
He did. He did not do any of that.
I mean, how many games did he start in the league?
That I didn't look up.
Okay.
I just know he took snaps and threw some passes.
You got to the league, you took snaps, threw passes, and things. I'll say a 1.
Okay.
Drew Henson, he started one game in the NFL.
He started for the Cowboys when they wore the throwback white helmets. It might have
Yep.
been Thanksgiving Day.
He was 10 of 18 for 78 yards, a touchdown, and an interception.
All right. I'll give you one other guess I got, and I'm going to see if Rico can get this one. 2 words, large human. 2 more words, absolute statue. Guy was like 7 feet tall. Early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
When I say statue, could not move his feet. He was like one of the magnetic football players.
Not Matt Gutierrez.
No. Statue. 7 feet tall. Large human.
Ryan Mallett.
Before him. I'll just say it. John Navarre. That's my guess.
John Navarre is on the list.
Yes.
You also,
You
within
also
that
named
guess,
2 of the people.
named 2
Rico,
guys.
I did?
Yes.
Ryan Mallett on the list.
Yes.
Matt Gutierrez on the list.
Ryan Mallett, one of the biggest 5-star busts. Him, Mitch Mustaine, Brock Berlin. There were some of the 5 stars that just bombed.
Yeah, Ryan Mallett's one of the several quarterbacks the Texans cycled through once Matt Schaub left.
Oh, Matt Schaub. Was that in the post-Osweiler era?
Yes.
Oh.
Ryan Mallett started off with the Patriots as a backup to Brady, and then he went to be with the Texans, that's where he took his starts in games, was with the Texans.
He was another kid. He was like 6'5", 230. Got a
You guys are
cannon
missing
front.
one guy, though.
Give me a hint. Then we got to go.
He was the quarterback directly before JJ. People thought he could be Cam Ward. Or not Cam Ward, Cam Newton.
Oh.
Not Mike
Joe
Orgy.
Milton.
Oh,
Yes,
my God.
Joe Milton.
He was the inaugural winner of the Golden Penis Award.
Yes.
I remember there was an article in the Free Press. He's a little bit of Mahomes and a sprinkle of Josh Allen with just a touch of Johnny Unitas.
If I had the number 1 pick, I would take him over Mahomes.
Yeah,
He
everyone
could throw
thought-
a ball 90 yards.
Everyone thought he could be Cam Newton. The problem was he was Cam Newton then, not Cam Newton at his peak.
90 yards from his knees. Only problem, you're down, son. Doesn't count. But yes, Joe I forgot because he left.
It's tremendous work. 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers have placed outfielder Riley Green on the 10-day injured list with a right hamstring strain. Fellow outfielder Corey Jokes has been called up in his place. He'll wear number 44. Here's the lineup. For tonight, Torres leads off and DHs. Dingler bats behind him and catches. Kevin McGonigal will hit third at third. Hao-Yu Lee bats in the cleanup spot as it plays at second base, followed by Torque and Malgiri. Clark, Baez, and Jokes rounded out here tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 coming up at 6:40. Red Wings Detroit News beat writer Ted Colfin gave me the latest on the Dylan Larkin situation. Russell Westbrook is retiring after 18 seasons and 1,300 games in the NBA. He was a 9-time All-Star and took home the 2017 MVP. The Lakers have been sold for a record $12.5 billion to former Disney CEO Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Michigan State announced their annual Meet the Spartans event will take place Wednesday, August 26th from 4 to 6. Oakland University transfer guard Brody Robinson is committed to Creighton. He was granted a 5th year of eligibility in the courts. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. Obviously, you just heard the Riley Green news, 10-day IL, suboptimal, but this is part of the deal. You know, if you're able to get fat and sassy when other teams don't have their good players, well, turnabout's fair play. Go play. You have talent.
Wait, so you can't use that as an excuse if anything goes bad?
No, you can't.
They can't go Lions fan on you?
No. Okay. Just like I'm not interested in, pounding their chest like the Wolf of Wall Street, beating the A's and Giants. Just go play, man. You beat Cleveland last night. I know Kenley did his best to give everybody a heart attack, but just go play. That's it, man. You didn't lose Aaron Judge or Ohtani. Riley is a part of this thing. You have talent. You have left-handed bats. Go play.
Okay. No, it's funny you said Wolf of Wall Street real quick, 30 seconds. I saw that documentary that you told me to watch,
I enjoyed
like
it.
the real life people. And I was just like, the one guy was like, I kept saying, like, okay, who were you in the movie? Who were you?
And they did the side by side?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. And then they started talking about some of the stories, like, no, that actually happened.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. It was it made me dislike him more. It was tremendous. All right. I want to play some audio, and you guys can tell me what you want to do with it. So I've got two pieces here. One is Bryce Underwood, and one is Julian Sayin. They're both asked about the rivalry. Now, I'm going to play Underwood first. And you guys, remember, I'm really not in the business of telling you how to feel. You can feel however hell you like, including if you don't care. That's also an option. I would just tell you, of all the things you could say about the rivalry, you cannot say this. Just can't happen. Play clip one, please. Yikes. I'd like to remind you, you threw for 60 yards. That's brutal because we're already at a point where I know many of you out there don't want to admit it. That's all right. I'll say it for you. You're questioning whether players care the way they used to. You're questioning, does the rivalry feel the way it used to? And deep down, you know the answers. But Bryce Underwood is the captain and quarterback of this team. No world can you say that. But here is how Julian Sayin answered a question similar about the rivalry. Respectable. Game's important. You learn real quick what it means to this state, these fans, etc. This is the point I'm making. Every time Bryce Underwood talks, something dumb comes out. He has the cyclotronicoliosis. What is that called again?
Scubilitis.
Scubilitis. But it's the lettuce diarrhea or whatever it was of the mouth.
Cyclosporiasis.
Cyclosporiasis of the jawbone. Okay? Like, this is the problem. Last year he said, I ain't ever going to lose to Ohio State. Then he also told LeBron he was coming for him, that they were coming for your team. Talked about how he's going to be the best quarterback to ever come out of Michigan. Now you dovetail and go this way and say the game, it don't matter. It's just another game. People in different jerseys. Look, you're going to think this is rude. I really don't care. Sometimes something being true and rude is the same thing. This kid's an awful public speaker, and he just doesn't get it. Because every time he talks, something stupid happens. Well, at a certain point, that kind of becomes who you are. So I just want to know where you're at. Look, you opened the show saying, I got to give you your flowers. The players don't care the way they used to. 248. I truly mean it. And I am heartened by the fact that people have called up and they're like, no, I see it for what it is. They're not trying to defend this. They're not trying to put their fingers in their ears. I don't think players care because the money's too big, because they're not even at the school long enough to care. They're not in the blast furnace of what the rivalry really is.
No, and, let me hearken. Here's the thing. I think, and I don't want to speak for you, David, your fan base, so tell me if I step out of line, please. But when he was headed to LSU and all of a sudden decided to go to Michigan, I think a lot of Michigan fans said, no, see, he just really wanted to be home. He was a Wolverine at heart, and LSU was just trying to pay him the money, and Michigan found a way to keep him here. And then you played him a year too soon. And if you think I'm kidding about that, take a look at Dante Moore's career. After he sat for a year, everything took off. And now this young man can see the game a lot slower, and he's on the verge of being the Jets' next quarterback. For Bryce, you rushed him out there, and now you're seeing that maybe he didn't have that love that you thought that he had for Michigan. Because, when he challenged LeBron, it sounded great. Yeah, I'm coming for you. I'm never going to lose. Saying everything that Michigan fans wanted to hear. But when I hear this, that, it's just another game, it's just different color jerseys, that to me tells me he doesn't have the same fire and passion that most of the Michigan fan base has, because Ohio State, you will never say that. You can get them to say that about Michigan State. I get it. Oh, little brother thing, whatever. You can get them to say that about Notre Dame. You can never get a Michigan fan to say that about Ohio State, period. And that's where I had to say, Mike, maybe you're right, because I would love to see an Alabama player just kind of think, that's an Auburn game. It's just another game.
I dare you.
Or an Auburn player saying, Bama, it's just a game we play at the end of the year, but it's no big deal. Are you kidding me? People go to jail over that game. The guy poisoned trees over there. And I thought Michigan, Ohio State was at that same level. Your captain came out and said this, not, backup punter who just got here. This is your guy. This is who leads you into battle. And if he's saying that, man, Mike, that's why I had to give you your flowers. You were right. I'm fighting a losing battle.
No, I realize. I look, there's no world a coach would tell you to say it. Even if the best a coach will tell you is just don't inflame, be respectful. All you got to say is, man, we know how important the game is. Come on, you don't have to ask me. Yeah, the game's different. And we didn't play well in that game, and it sat with us all year. We got a lot of work to do and a lot of games before then, but yeah, of course that game is circled. End. Done. Easy. Not hard. None of this is hard. And instead, this kid just doesn't get it. I don't know. I leave it to you guys. And I'm not doing this thing that is becoming a thing. We've had some callers do it. We get the texts about it. But it's this idea of if he plays bad against Oklahoma, he'll get benched. They'll put in Tommy Carr. I'm not going there. I told you I'd give the guy a fair shake. I warned you what last year would look like. You called me a hater. Cool. How did it look? He was terrible.
But see, I think the fair shake, Mike, is if 63 yards and an interception against Ohio State. If you come out against Oklahoma, and because I think that is his make or break game, and it's a bad game, and they have to put in Tommy Carr in the backup role because you're either out of it or, we just need a change of pace. Based off of what happened for the spring, you're going to get a lot of people.
Now, were you at the spring game? Or
No,
did you watch
I watched
it. Or what?
it.
Was it that bad?
Yes. Yeah. I think he finished with like 44 yards.
So he outdid his Ohio State game. All right, good talk.
Yeah. David, am I wrong here?
You're not wrong.
He didn't want to admit that.
I didn't, because it didn't look well, but it's a spring game. So I'm trying to say that's just what I don't know.
David, what do you make of the comments? Because I'm going to ask your fan base and you guys tell us. And are you starting to sense the players don't care the way you care? I mean, how could they? Half these guys weren't even at the school last year. And the money changes the game. And then let's be real on the other side. How do you hate people you don't even know? Look, when Mike Hart was at Michigan, and it was pretty easy for the state guys that were year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Oh, you hate that guy pretty quick because he was busting your ass. Now, you don't even know who's over there. Sure, you get a Jeremiah Smith or you get a saying, but you know what I know. Half these players are all sitting around getting pimped all off season. Well, got a phone call from this school. Michigan better come correct. Man, if you're always 1 foot out the door, you sure as hell can't be all in. You can't. The sport was different, man. The idea of leaving, the mental space it takes of shopping yourself. But how do you live the rivalry?
But Mike, think about it. Talking about the rivalry, there's certain players you still hate, and they haven't played for 10, 15 years, and you still hate that person. You still don't want to see that. That's David, we were watching it. We were talking about the trouble with the snap, and David's like, "Yeah, I gotta leave. I want to listen to this. I gotta go." That's not in the right. That type of hatred, and just I don't like anything about this person. Or I still think back to the Braylon Edwards game and think about John L. Smith. My God, how did you blow this thing? Or the Notre Dame game, John L. You had this thing, you could have won it, but. There are certain that type of anger I don't think that you'll have anymore, and I think that's why you're not here for college football anymore.
No.
Because there's no games where you're either the joy is just at a 10 out of 10, and the hurt is just a straight kick in the ball.
Oh, and in many ways, this may sound unfair. I can only ask you to allow me to explain the comment, but in a lot of ways, Bryce Underwood represents everything wrong with college football. He had no business getting the money he got. He was essentially Monty Williams. He wasn't going to Michigan. And then you offered more, and then you offered more, and then you offered more, and eventually you broke him. And it's a bad situation. There was no scheme. It was a bad coach. They didn't have a quarterback coach. They didn't have a plan. LSU had a plan for the kid. The plan was he was going to sit behind Nussmeier, and he'd be starting this year. And they have a history of developing QBs. The point I'm making is, the kid comes in. He's been told he's been God since he was in the 6th grade. He's got way too much money. He's got no one telling him no. And he goes in, says a bunch of stupid crap. No one corrects him, continues to say stupid crap. And then maybe today is the crowning glory, which is this comment about the rivalry. And don't tell me that was a joke. Don't do that, because that's a dumb strategy. Oh, we're going to do the you don't matter thing. What are you talking about? They dog walked you in your place last year, and it's probably going to be worse this year. He embodies everything wrong with college football. Guys being handed jobs because of what they're paid. A guy who's simply incapable of playing the position, but they couldn't bench him because of what he was getting paid. Game plans that were designed not to accentuate his abilities, but to hide his rampant inadequacies. Entire games. And yet, he's the captain because of what he gets paid. And the microphone's in his face because of what he gets paid. In no world has this kid delivered a single thing. And the problem is, this is also how he represents what's wrong with college football. People can't expect him to be awesome. It takes 3 years in a system to truly be a high-level starting quarterback. There is one Trevor Lawrence who had a great freshman year, and I hearken to Chad Henne. Those guys are generational.
And let me add to this, Mike, since I'm handing you flowers, here's a second bouquet for you.
I'll take it.
He is also everything that embodies college football, Because let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm not saying he is people in the, this for the back. Listen to me. If he hits the portal, he will be the most sought after quarterback in the portal.
Sure.
Not based off of anything he's done on the field, but the potential.
Right, because
what he could be, that you would see him at a Miami. You
Sure.
would see him.
You see
at
it all the time, though.
Yeah.
You see this all the time with guys where you go, he's not any good. He just went where? We joked yesterday, like Oklahoma taking one of State's worst linemen a few years ago. And you and I looked at each other like, did they look up the wrong Spencer Brown? Was the database screwed up? This guy sucks. But I'd love to know where you're at with it, because ultimately he said it's just another game. That's silly. Distracted driving. It's become an epidemic. You look around. We've all seen it. People swerving around. They're flat out, they're not paying attention to the road. Okay? Mike Papur, National Benefit Plans, is here. If you don't have life insurance, then your family is at risk, and you need to get right. 30 years of experience. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, and he guarantees you the best possible rate. You're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. Mike gets to work. 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Cool.
All right, Mike, before we get back to the callers and stuff.
Yes. Tulane's new uniforms.
Tulane's
and
new
helmets
uniform
are incredible.
Is that enough to draw you back in?
No, absolutely not.
We can't even get a little.
Just check out the Mardi Gras uniforms. They're sweet. They're cool.
Yeah, they are.
But it is not.
I try. Look, man, you're on a roll right now. Everything that you said has come to a head, and yeah,
you see State's new pro combats?
No,
smiling poop emoji on the helmet. David,
now why?
Just projecting.
Why?
David, go ahead, and then we'll go to the people.
You're just being mean.
Be a good look. Hydrochrome.
You know what,
emoji.
David? Please read.
Text here says, I don't think any of these kids care about winning in college football. They got their money, and the season is just a glorified tryout for the NFL.
Or your next destination because your pimp is already negotiating behind the scenes. Mm-hmm.
Bryce is a joke. He needs to keep his mouth shut and play the game. Seriously, he just needs to not speak publicly. That is from Matt.
David, with your Wolverine friends, I'm asking this. Is there like a developing thing where people are like starting to get annoyed with him? I'm asking.
Not annoyed.
Okay.
No. There's a sense of maybe not so much belief in him, but they're not annoyed so much. I think they ignore the speaking. They just wait for the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance. That's fun.
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
I don't think we're talking about fire and passion with Bryce. I just don't think he's very smart, needs media training in the worst way.
He gets media training. You're not at places like Michigan. You could be at Middle Tennessee State, you'd get media training. Right. Michigan has a horde of PR people. I didn't know. This is him. He can't stop saying dumb things.
Yeah, you get media training when you leave Belleville, okay? You don't get that at the high school level. But at college, one of the first things they do is, okay, here's what you're not going to say. Here's what you're not going to do, especially if you're going to be the quarterback or captain of the team.
Sleep with your subordinate.
That's allowed at certain places.
Okay, we'll go to E97.
Or you can call them.
E, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I got a couple things. One, first off, go blue.
There it is. E, it's not a phone call from you if it doesn't start with that. So now we're official.
Second, Bryce is a Detroit kid. So in my eyes, he knows the rivalry. We can go 4-8 as long as we beat both of them state teams, Ohio and Little Bro. He knows that. So me personally, I think that the coach might have said, tone it down some and let our game do the talking. And that's probably why he said the way he said it. Because that sounds like a coach's response, if you ask me.
Yeah, but toning it down, he would have sounded like Julian saying, you can't say the game, it's just another game. Come on.
But here it is, though. If that's the way Kyle's thinking, when Ward leaves, Kyle need to go with him, and we need to start all over. Because if you don't understand the rivalry, you don't need to be here. Go blue, 10-2. Go Lions.
All right. Nothing you said made any sense, but I love you. Good for you.
Yeah, I think we did the topic. He was saying 10-2.
Okay. I couldn't make sense of anything he said. But go blue. Do whatever you like. Go get him. All right. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Oh, Mike, you got me fired up.
Why?
First of all, in a good way, bro. First of all, I love your show. Paul Sarah with when he did the traditions the other day, just the guy turns out good material. I'm sure it's all of you. Anyways, I ran into a guy the other day. I'm 64 years old. I hate Mike Hart. I don't know the guy, but I'll hate that moment and him forever. And look, but I run into people and I know how to be cordial, but I hate Michigan. And you're right. The Michigan State kids, they don't get it.
No.
And neither do. Well, none of the kids. And maybe that's just the evolution of what we're at. But I hope somehow they keep this rivalry. This hate is good.
It's what college is built on, right? And John, I mean, we've seen it from the state side of things. I mean, obviously, the talent is the easy excuse. I see a difference in the way the program plays. State never had more talent than Michigan, maybe once or twice. They never had more talent than Ohio State. There was the chip on your shoulder cliche. there was a mindset, there was a value system, and there was a togetherness. That's how you played. I have seen in the last 5 years, John, MSU is one of the most pathetic, downtrodden, gutless, soulless, heartless, useless
Preach.
collection of people on earth.
Preach.
They openly just lay down in games as Rutgers is busy, knocking their wives off the headboard. I mean, it's a joke. All after NIL. So pardon me if I connect the dots that the new world of college football, that program is dead. They can't recreate what they had.
No, I mean, think about it. The pride went with, remember before the Michigan game, the stake that got put into the ground that nobody saw, and they went out there and beat the brakes off of Michigan. And then at the end of the post-game press conference, they were like, I can't believe they had the audacity to do that. I'm like, what are you talking about? What? And some camera angle happened to catch it, and it was like this tiny little toothpick that he stuck into the ground.
It was a crochet hook.
They took that and just said, we are killing anybody you put back there in quarterback.
Now,
today.
that's done. It's the same thing. Florida and Georgia, the world's biggest cocktail party. Remember the stomping in the end zone and all that? Man, all that's gone.
Yeah, and it's gone forever, I think, in college football. I don't know, but
I do.
Yeah. So, I mean, all I can tell you is I got a son who's a Michigan fan, and we have a household of hate, and I take a bullet for him. You know what I'm saying? Every fall it was fun, and it's gone.
Totally.
There's no build up in August. There's no down here in Florida. You don't get your flannels out, but you still feel the energy, and and it's just gone. I'm drinking baseball Kool-Aid right now, or Tiger baseball. And I said hate is good, Gordon Gekko. He said greed. My point is, hate is in the euphemism for whatever. It's passion, man.
Yeah, it's care factor. No, and John, we all miss it. I mean, and like I said, if people are still pumped up about it, I'm not mad at anybody. The other day, I didn't understand why people were so mad at me. You guys can do whatever you want, but there are plenty of people that are seeing this for what it is, and it does feel like we're at a breaking point. When you have the starting quarterback at Michigan say the Ohio State game is just another game with people in different uniforms, I don't know what to tell you. That's the bottom of the chili pot. And don't tell me he didn't mean it. Don't do that. That's silly. You didn't mean it. Why'd you say it? So, come on. David, a few of the texts, if you'd be so kind.
Agree, Mike. The college game has changed and not for the better. Just another game, different jerseys. Bo is spinning. You know what? Screw Underwood.
I'd take it easy.
Another
No, but see, that's what I mean when I say I think it's setting the table. He has to come out and put up a Heisman-like performance, and Michigan fans will brush this away. If he struggles, or not even struggles. If he's average and you say this, I think Mike, you've seen that fan base. Nobody eats their young like Michigan does. If he's average, they're going to get out the torches and the pitchforks and come after him.
Joe in St. Clair Shore says, major issue with him in these comments. This kid is too young, cocky, and immature. And now that he lost the game and proved he was terrible, he's coping by saying it's just another game.
Yeah, and he's the byproduct of the sport, though. There was where on earth was he where was he forced to humble up? Where was he forced to deal? He wasn't. Oh, you don't want to come here? We'll pay you more money. We'll pay you more money again. We'll pay you more money again. And we'll hand you a starting job. And you could play like absolute cat ass, and we'll keep you in there. The old way would have been, you can come to school here. You will redshirt. You will not play your first year. And you will do the laundry of the upperclassmen, and you will learn. And then maybe next year you'll have a shot. And ask these guys who play ball. You need 3 years to fully have command of an offensive system, every check, every protection, every hot, all of it.
The quarterback and the offensive lineman, absolutely. Those 6 positions.
Right. Now, the new running back, the new hotness. Hyder, is that his name?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Davion Hyder.
Sure. That kid could come in day one, plug and play.
I've seen, running backs, wide receivers, they can do that.
It's doable.
Yes.
But, man, that's the problem. This sport, we have lost what makes it right, which is like we're just handing these players carte blanche, and they've earned nothing. It's a privilege to wear the Michigan helmet. It is a privilege to run out of that tunnel. And instead, we've basically treated it like you're just walking down to the corner store. And this kid says, well, it's just another game. Look, if Bryce is right and you're supporting it, then you may as well just say I'm right about everything, because that's the death of college football. If you truly want to tell me Michigan and OSU means nothing, that it's just another game, then I'm right. So stop being so angry.
I gave you flowers.
No, you're fine. I'm talking to some of these gremlins. All right, we'll get more of the people. 97.1.
Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price it didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 21st, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. It's just $50 a month for 5 years, and you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. With no annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees either, and the best equipment is included. Plus, you get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
David, I'm going to go right to the people. All right, we'll get text top of the hour. A lot of people want to rap about the Bryce Underwood stuff, the state of college football. And look, do you feel as a fan you care more than the players? Your starting quarterback who's making $12 million just told you the Ohio State game's just another game. Now, in part, he might be right. It's wrong to say it, but B, well, if you're saying he's right, then you're saying I've been right, that this sport is toilet. We go to Tim in Rochester. Timmy, it's the good word, bud.
You guys were, Mike, I feel like you'll appreciate this. There was a Tulane Unis news update. In my brain, we're talking college football. I just think Sean King, and then I just could go down a wormhole.
Dude, you get the Matt Forte highlights or the, I mean, you can go way back with Tulane, yeah.
Well, I was just starting at Pierce Price, Tennessee. I was going to start throwing out just old school player names. Point being, to me, that's classic. That's what I know college football to be.
Yeah.
College football today now is probably for most people. I'm a golf junkie, but like background golf, right? You can throw it on and it's on. If college football's on in my house, it's for that reason. When I called in, I didn't even know the Bryce comments, which when I heard it, doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm a big Notre Dame fan. I guess I still am, but I don't follow Notre Dame the way I did. I think of, okay, you'll laugh, Rudy Rudiger and what it meant to grow up wanting to play football for Notre Dame. What do today's kids probably grow up thinking? Who's going to, bust out the checkbook and pay them the most money?
And then if I play well, I get to leverage immediately. Forget the relationships.
Yeah, and then I'm gone. And then you know what? Here are it's like last season. I turn on the first game of the year. Kirk Herbstreit's telling me about all these transfer kids, and I flip to the next. It's ridiculous, dude. And I guess my question would be for you, and I'll let you go. With all this, all the underlying, of course, it's money and it's money driven. But ultimately, doesn't that mean that there's people who care to watch the product in the sport?
There will always be people.
Is that well going to run dry?
Yeah, I mean, look, the money is going to run dry. You've had Kyle Whittingham as recently as what, yesterday or 2 days ago, say this is completely unsustainable to have 20, 30, 40% increases in AAV in players and where, donor fatigue and the rest. No, the money will run out. This is going to implode. As far as people, Tim, you have to remember the George Carlin quote. Think of how dumb the average American is and realize half the people are dumber than that. There will always be people to watch, but ask yourself, is your desire to plan your week around the game the same? Is your desire to make the drive in and out of places like Ann Arbor, Columbus, East Lansing the same? No. But they'll create a 4TV product. There'll always be people to watch. And you know what they're leveraging it against is gambling. Also, if you really want to see some vintage Tulane, I give you Mwelde Moore. I don't even know if there'd be highlights of old Mwelde from, it was like 2003 Tulane. Or the venerable Orleans Darkwa from 2010.
You know way too much.
This was my favorite sport my whole life. Oh, but you're mad because State bad. No, State has always sucked. I still love the sport.
You're not going to take
inbred mouth breathers.
You're not going to take 2010 and 2015 away from me.
No, I'm saying my love of college football was always separate from MSU shoving its head up its ass.
I thought maybe the Tulane uniforms, because think about it. During this time, that was the icing on the cake. All of a sudden, you get the jersey revealed. We're going to be wearing these jerseys this year. Oh, man, we got to get these helmets, Mike. Now it's Mike. You want this? No.
Nope. I do not.
Okay.
I keep asking Rico, is MSU wearing a horse manure edition jersey?
We'll get you back.
No, you will not. David,
my life goal.
David, do I have time? Can I continue? I want to make sure we're timely. Yes, we're okay. All right, let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, sir.
I think it's real sad that these players and these coaches at this time I think it's a slap in the face to the coaches and the players that came before them to just say that this rivalry means nothing. Like it's just another jersey color and that sort of crap. This kid and that coach are going to be ran out of this town so fast if they don't perform at a high level. And I just think it's ridiculous. And if they don't perform well, I say get them the heck out of here.
Yeah. See, now you're getting to an interesting place because, look, the money plays a role, then the player's performance, then they talk. Yeah, it's Dave. If I would feel the same way you do, I'm being very upfront with you. If I heard my quarterback say this, if this is how you feel, then get up out of here.
Right. Where's Hutch? Where's the guys from old teams coming into this locker room? They need to come back and explain to these kids what this means.
It won't matter. You could have Brandon Graham come back to school and talk till he's blue in the face, and they'll look at it and go, "Hey, Boomer, get up out of here. I got a phone call my agent."
Who are you?
Who are you? All right. The MLB season, full swing. FanDuel giving you a chance to call your shot with home run bets. Join the action is easy. You make your free pick on who's hitting a home run for their game, and if you're right, you get a profit boost on the next bet. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the official home of home runs. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can opt in for daily home run bets. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What do you want to know? What can I do for you?
Yes, we are a day away from the first preseason game. Training camp's been going on for 2 weeks now.
Woo!
So I wanted to go through some news and notes on some things, get your idea on some things. First, let's start in Washington. Laremy Tunsil is going to miss significant time with a torn bicep. So what impact does this have on the Commanders and maybe more importantly, the NFC East race?
Should I approach this like an adult or a Lions fan? Which?
You know what? I'll be the adult. You can be the Lions.
All right, I'm going to be the Lions fan. I'll do what some of the shows on this station do. That's no big deal. Next man up. We got Bobby Ciccione backing him up. It'll be all good.
If you think about it, they're actually better.
Yeah. Ciccione gets to have experience while one of the best left tackles of the last decade is dead.
Yeah, the backup is actually better because he's going to be out of position.
No, you're supposed to be the adult, Rico.
Right, I'm just adding
We've got Larry Borom.
Here's the thing. It's going to hurt Washington tremendously.
How dare you, hater? That's it. Cancel the season.
Jaden Daniels, coming back from an injury, needs all the protection that he can get, and he's not there.
So I think they're in trouble, and I'm sorry. I don't see it with Philadelphia. I truly think this is Dallas's division, and maybe the Giants are the wild card. Like the wild card of could be good, could also just be ass.
And that's
again.
what I was really asking about the Commanders. Can they still fight for the wild card?
I'm saying no to it. I don't buy it.
Yes, but see, I'm still buying Philadelphia because I think it's addition by subtraction. AJ gone, team gets better.
Let's move over to the NFC North because we did talk about this yesterday. But I want to know what this does for them because Kyler Murray is named the starter in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Does this put them in the driver's seat to now win the NFC North?
Well, I just wanted to start out by saying my heart goes out to JJ for enduring this tragedy. Regards, yes. Rich Eisen.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they had to bring in someone. They knew JJ was terrible. Kyler Murray, Kevin O'Connell. It'll be one of the storylines of the year. Can O'Connell bring the best out of him? They have a win now roster. Yeah, it makes them better. And they weren't terrible last year. Can we remind everybody? They didn't go 4-13 last year, and they played 17 different quarterbacks.
Right there. They had all the pieces in place that I think if they were able to get like a high draft pick, that guy could have walked right in here and still he would have took the job from JJ. I think, David, they will be better. The fact that Kyler's going to get all the reps in the preseason, we're not going to do this dual quarterback thing like they're doing in Cleveland. No. You're our guy, first team reps. Let's hit the ground running. Let's try to win this division.
So I'm glad you mentioned Cleveland because are they really doing a QB competition? All we see nationally, they're talking about it, Watson versus Shedeur Sanders. But is it really a debate or a competition, or is it Watson's job by default?
I think it's Watson's job by default. I do think that the money does play a part in this where, man, we're paying him a whole hell of a lot of money. We haven't gotten any return on this investment.
Bryce, is that you?
So, yes, they're going to play him knowing that he's got experience and just hope that he can shake off the rust from not playing from like two seasons.
I don't know. He seems baked. Plus, his shoulder looks like it's just toast. Whatever, man. I don't care. Cleveland's irrelevant to me. We'll see when you open your new stadium in 2029.
Are you still Lions fan right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh, you want me to approach the Brown situation like a Lions fan?
Yeah.
Well, we got two awesome options. That's better than one.
Oh, my gosh. Let's move over.
This town is incorrigible.
Move over to a team in the NFC South here because Vita Vea, he's continuing his hold-in, looking for a new contract. It's my question, though. He's 31, very impactful player. And I found this crazy when I looked it up. He's never made an all-pro team his entire career. So what do you do with him if you are running the Bucs?
You let him pout. I'm not paying him deep into his 30s. I mean, he's a very nice player, but what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Give you a Quinnen Williams deal? Is that what you want? Because I'm not doing it. Quinnen Williams was an all-pro. Quinnen Williams is about 6 years younger than you. It's just a different thing. I'm not doing it.
So basically, Alex Anzalone him.
Yeah.
Dude, we'll pay you, but it won't be what you think.
Look, I'll get you a gift certificate to Burns, but you're going to show up to camp if you like making money.
So Travis Kelce spoke to the media, spoke about a lot of things, his offseason, his wedding, all this stuff. But he's quoted as saying, I can still play at a high level. Can you?
Okay, I'm going to say this. When you have to tell people you can play at a high level,
there it is.
You can't play at a high level because if you can, they already know that. They won't say anything. They're just like, wow, he's still getting it done. But no. Hey, guys, remember me? I used to be good. I'm still good. Throw me the ball. Watch me catch it.
He's terrible. He was done last year. He's toast. He's toast. If I were the Chiefs, I wouldn't even want him around. I know politically why they have to have him around. Mahomes, the whole bit. Bottom line, guy can't play anymore. Toast.
This next question here is for Paul because he dealt with for years this quarterback down in Miami.
Uh-oh.
So Tua has been named the starter for Friday's first preseason game. Should he be the starter in Atlanta?
I mean, right now, Penix is hurt still, so he's coming back from injury, trying to work his way back into being a guy that could even compete for the job. But
you don't have a choice.
You can't. You don't really have a choice, and you can't also expect Tua to play more than half the season because of injury issues.
It's a bad situation. But again, what options they got? They don't have any. They have weapons, and if Tua's provided a clean pocket and some time, he can make good anticipatory throws. But I'm with Paul. I mean, he just can't stay healthy. He lacks confidence. It really went south in Miami. But Rico's guy, basically Penix and Kirby Joseph should get together and see if they could scrape enough cartilage to put one healthy knee on the field. I don't know.
I wish I could fight you on that, but I really can't. So, yeah, his best days may have been at Washington.
Yeah, I think so. So let's get to this here. As the music you hear, that is CBS on NFL. J.J. Watt has been named the replacement for Tony Romo for the number one team there for CBS. CBS did release some quotes recently on Tony Romo saying it's an evolving situation and we are still assessing. Then they continue saying there's no timetable or final decision at this time.
Do you know their problem? Their problem's going to be every time this guy sounds like a space cadet on the air, people are going to assume he was drunk. I mean, hell, don't tell me you've been watching the games for years and haven't thought Tony was having some fun with something. It's like, dude, what are you on? Seriously, that's not Gatorade. What's going on? So I don't care. The problem, J.J. Watt is the equivalent of one of these home robots that washes your dishes that they're starting to invent. J.J. Watt is the personality of a brick. What is it they just can't find somebody with an effing personality to go on TV, have a little fun, maybe make a fart joke, and then break down a play? John Madden didn't cure cancer. He was just entertaining. Like, what is this?
Or maybe Watt is just good enough to be a seat holder, just so we all forget about Romo, and then we'll beg for Romo to come back.
He's like a bad AI creation. Him, Matt Ryan, none of these guys have a personality.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, let's put him out there, and then maybe people will be like, you know what? He's too sterile. Bring back Romo.
See, I don't know. My question was going to be if we
bring back Romo. Okay, bring back Romo?
I don't know.
Anyone who ever tells me bring back Romo, I want you to go rewatch Bills Jags in the playoffs. Tell me what you see and hear. One of the singular worst broadcasts I've ever heard. I think Nance wanted to shank him. Like a scene from Oz. He had had enough. He didn't even know what he was saying. Where'd the music go?
Shout out for you. Oz. Great show. Way ahead of its time.
It was.
Then they all went on to do insurance commercials.
Also true.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Mayhem. Yeah, they're all there.
So we always have a list of coaches, hot seat, make or break it years, all this stuff. I just have two coaches here. Which seat is hotter? Shane Steichen for the Colts, Zach Taylor for the Bengals.
Taylor. I think the fate of Joe Burrow in Cincinnati hangs in the balance this year. If it goes poorly, he's going to ask out and be the Jets quarterback in 27. Heard it here first. Whiteboard.
Okay. I'll put it up there.
Steichen. He's sitting here going, is the real Sauce Gardner going to show up? What the hell was that this weekend?
I saw those videos.
Oh, boy.
And Sauce came back and said, you guys got all worked up. It was one video, and that's it. You know, it was an 8-yard route.
Right, but what did we not see? What other things are out there
and
that
I
we
guess
didn't
the other
see?
reporters were like, no, he actually had a good day against AJ, but they showed the one where he got beat. And, you know, in this world, you do one thing, and people will they'll just trumpet it around. I would say, I don't know, Mike, because I think with the fact that Burrow is being injured, if he gets injured again, I think that's another kicking in the can. I would go with Steichen and the Colts because you paid the money to the running back. You got Daniel Jones there. You basically you went all in with Sauce. You have to win right now because you traded away picks and there's really no future for you if this thing doesn't work.
I'll meet you in the middle. David, they're both effed.
Okay.
Next.
You know, I just wonder if Irsay's daughter just wants to make an impact, and if they don't do well, she's going to make her impact and fire the coach. So that's all I brought it up for.
Will she have the clipboard on the sideline?
Oh, dear God. Here we go.
All right, that is your
Here we
NFL
go.
Blitz 97-1.
Factual.